Pick that lizard grin, swears he's dumber born, but he's all scales and sin. Pass me the ash robe, he says with a sigh, then he salutes a guard like he's one of the guys. Map says go east, he goes the wrong way, circles the same stone gate like it moved away. Chad is typing fast. He asks where the dungeon is, then walks right past. Where's the dungeon? Where's the door? He's lost in the dust. He wants one more. Where's the dungeon? Say it plain. He's an Argonian with a dumber brain. He stares at the sign like it's written in smoke, trades a mud crab shell for a joke and a cloak. He sees a farm tool and nods like my kind, calls it ancient loot while the squad leaves him behind. He asks every stranger, is this the right hall? Gets pointed to a cliff and he follows that call. No clue how it works, just vibes and pride. One wrong turn later, he's on the other side. Chad is typing fast. It's not your class. He asks where the dungeon is, then walks right past. Where's the dungeon? Where's the door? He's lost in the dust. He wants one more. Where's the dungeon? Say it plain. He's an Argonian with the dumber brain. He checks every cave, he checks every tree, he checks that one ruin that looks kinda free. A loading screen hits, he gasps, we made it! Turns out it's a shop, he stands there jaded. Where's the dungeon? Where's the door? He's lost in the dust, he wants one more. Where's the dungeon? No more guess, he's an Argonian in a glorious mess.
What up?
Where's the dungeon?
What up, Norseman,
Where's
Khaldun,
the door?
Frenchie,
He's
how you doing?
out there asking, can you point me toward the floor?
Dear God. Right. Right, what up? What up? I can't believe it. I'm up before it's fucking midnight. I can't fucking believe it. Fucking mind-blowing that my internet's working. Jesus Christ. Right. I've been thinking about some shit. I've been planning some stuff out. I've been trying to unban Demerid. Yeah, wait, hold on. I think I've got him unbanned. He should be unbanned. Hold on. Let me double check. Unless he got AI modded again. Let's see. Let's see. Thanks for the call out. Thanks for the call out, Khaldun. Let's just fix that quick. Let's just make sure that our boy is unbanned. Let's see. Settings. Let's see. He's got to be here somewhere. User management channel. No. God, I can never figure out this fucking moderation shit. Oh, there he is. Yeah, no. Good call out. Good call. You see that? That the fucking guy's banned. I think this one, he may have gotten AI auto-modded again. There we go. That's the good shit right there, huh? That's the good stuff. There we go. Demerid's unbanned. There we go. Let's see if he comes back. This poor guy. This poor fucking guy. I found out something very disappointing, by the way. Before we get into it, I gotta show you something real fucking disappointing. Made me real sad. Right? Let me show you. Fuck, what were the numbers after his name? If I type in Demerid Sonic, do you think I'll find him? Do you think I'll find Demerid if I type in Sonic? No, we just find a bunch of other degenerate shit. 3017, okay. 17. Thank you, Moonstone. Let's just fix this. I found out something very disappointing, very, very, very fucking sad the other day. I found out something very, very sad. Apparently, he deleted my comment. He deleted my fucking comment. He deleted it, the motherfucker. Little bastard. Little shit. You telling me you like to dish it up, but you don't like to take it. How dare you? Come back here. Undelete my comment, motherfucker. Motherfucker. I'm actually mad about that. I'm actually mad about that. God damn it. He deleted my comment. What a bastard. Question: if your daughter gets into MMOs, how would you feel? I'd feel disappointed, but at least MMOs will act as the perfect contraceptive. She's never having kids. Can't you whitelist him? No, it's more fun to ban him and then unban him every stream. It's way more fun that way. I'm disappointed he hasn't composed a song in your... Well, I'll get to that. I'll get to that for him. Now, oh, you mean Demerade? You're disappointed he hasn't composed a song? It seems like he gave up on his YouTube career about a year ago. I don't know if he's coming back. All right. Now, where was I? What was I saying? That's right. Okay, so we got some shit to do today. Some things are changing. Some stuff is changing. I have put in... Unironically, I've put in like over 100 different job applications over the last fucking week. The large majority of them have come back to me and they're like, listen, you're white. You're white. We can tell by your name. We're not going to be able to hire you because that's a tax burden on our company, and that there's different laws for hiring white people than there is for hiring anyone else. So guess what? No job for you. So I've had to sit down and have a good think. I've had to have a big think over the last few days while I was trying to get my internet sorted. I'm going to challenge myself to doing something. Get a tan, get some fucking shoe polish is what I need. I need a shoe polish, and I need one of those magnets that pushes your nose down and makes it wider. What are those things? Those things that people wear that strip across their nose and shit? That all the influencers, all the money-making people are now using? That thing? Time to go reverse Michael J. You're fucking right about that. So, I've been thinking about some shit just because of how these last few days have been, how many job applications. They're just like, fuck you, you're white, you're not getting a job, fuck off. It's disappointing, it's sad. So, I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna be challenging myself to do something, and I'm probably gonna fuck this up, right? So this is gonna come with a caveat. Every single day for the next 3 months or so, there will be a stream. Whenever my internet connection is not royally fucked, or I still have power, there will be a stream. Every single day. That's why I'm starting up earlier today. I figured, you know, it's a Monday, let me get it started. Internet came back this morning. Every day from now on, there will be a stream. I'm gonna try and go as fucking hard as possible on this shit. I'm gonna be leaning into everything, and I've been hesitant to do this. April 1st was... Oh, fuck off. I'm actually gonna give this a try. Right. I have been incredibly hesitant to lean in on my content, because it's such a huge fucking risk. Are we planning your trip to Cuba? No, I don't want to get butt-fucked by a bunch of communists. Are you fucking crazy? Absolutely not. Maybe a Valheim playthrough with this... look, Donegal, I would love to. And you know what? If I'm going to be streaming every day, why the fuck not? Fuck it, we'll do it. We'll do it. I'm going to be trying to be live every single day at this exact time that I have gone live today for the next 3 months. Every single day that I do not have a fucked up internet connection, I will be going live. Not real communism. Yeah, no, real communism's never been tried. We all know this. This is the truth. Real communism's never been tried. The only one who's ever actually done real communism is Destiny, because he shared his wife with everyone. Ex-wife now, I think. I can't remember. So, I'm gonna be leaning hard into my fucking content. Hard. While I'm doing a bunch of shit to move house and not be in the shithole I live in, where everyone's getting shot, everyone's getting robbed, there's crazy fucking homeless people outside. Every day that my internet is not fucked, I will be streaming. If I'm not streaming, the only reason that will be is because my internet's fucked. What is the punishment if you miss a day? I don't know. I gotta figure that shit out. I gotta figure that shit out as we go. So, with that in mind, Mondays will be designated as the day when I look in this fucking shitting street called my Discord at everything in the React channel. We'll be looking at some shit. I see some stuff's been posted. There's some real fucking wacky shit that's been going on over the last week. And do you know how mad I am? I'm so fucking angry. It's like a curse. There's a game I've been wanting to try out. And every fucking time I try to play this goddamn game, every time I get into like one of the playtests, that's when my internet gets shitty on me. I wanted to play Dracantos so badly, and I never got the chance to play Dracantos. I am so fucking mad at that. I've been like inconsolable for the last week because of that shit, because it looks so goddamn good. Punishment is staying in South Africa. Oh yeah, has to wax his legs. Jesus Christ. Fuck, that'll hurt. Maybe. I'll think about that one. Come to Western Canada. We need more people in the film industry. Yeah, here's the problem, right? Number one, I'm not Indian, so I don't think I'm getting into Canada. Number two, I know a bunch of doctors who are currently trying, and have been trying for the last year, well, no, the last 5 years, to try and immigrate to Canada, and none of them have fucking succeeded. None of them. So if a doctor can't get into that goddamn country, what fucking chance do I have? So what's up, Benji? It plays like a worse Spirit of Mana. It's something to do tier, but they're nice to me, so I'll sob them off. But that, look, if the devs are nice, I'll take that as a fucking bonus. Holy shit! After all the bullshit I've been put through with ArenaNet, god damn it, a dev just leaving me the fuck alone puts them on my good boy list. Holy shit! Oh my god, I've been seeing so many fucking Twitter posts about Dracantos, about all the clips they've been posting, and it's just been making me so goddamn mad. But let me move on. Right, so, this is how today's gonna work. This is how the day's gonna work. We've got a bunch of fucking reacts in the React channel that I'm gonna be going through. We're gonna be focusing on some shit. Apparently some wacky stuff's going on in MMOs. Apparently someone's made the video that I've been thinking about making for a while and just haven't had the time. Then we're going to be trying out ESO. Thanks for the sub, Leon. So, this is how we're going to work this, right? I'm trying to figure out currently whether I'm going to be playing more Final Fantasy or more Elder Scrolls Online, right? I'm not going to abandon Elder Scrolls. I'll go back to it every now and then. I do like the game enough that I will go back to it. But I'm going to be using this dungeon experience in ESO to figure out whether I'm going to be keeping on going with Final Fantasy or whether I'm going to be keeping on going with ESO. Now, I know for a fact, based on the fact that that Final Fantasy has gone out of their fucking way to start banning people for out-of-game behavior the same way that ArenaNet moderation has. I know that that is a limited time event. I know that at some point, someone is gonna fucking have a little shit fit and Final Fantasy is getting taken away from me. We all know that's gonna happen. It happened to Xeno. It's gonna happen to me. I've seen some of the clips, and I gotta be honest, apparently, according to Green Sky Wizard... Well, wait, hold on. Holy shit. Humblebee, thank you for the gifted subs. Well, the gifted memberships, whatever they're fucking called on YouTube. I appreciate that, thank you. You didn't have to do that. Thank you. That does mean hopefully some people don't get ads. So, I've looked into the Xeno thing. I've spent some time scrolling through it, looking through the fucking, the entire thing that's happened with Xeno. Apparently, according to Green Sky Wizard, he's aware of what happened to me. If Zeno is smart, what he will do next is say that I deserve the ban. He will say I deserve it. He will grovel to the devs. He will say that it's a completely different situation, and he will be a good boy. I will not blame him if he does that. That's the right thing to do if he wants to keep on being a Final Fantasy streamer. Anyone who looks at my ban in Guild Wars 2, if they're a streamer, they're a content creator, I completely understand. If you say, oh, he deserves it, fuck this guy, he's a racist, whatever, that's the right thing to do to keep on playing the game. Because if they side with me, then there's gonna be some shit. They're sacrificing themselves for someone they don't even fucking know. For a literal nobody. And that's a bad move. That's a real bad move. So from a technical standpoint, I'm never going to be mad at someone if they decide to do that. But also, fuck all these piece of shit moderation teams deciding what you can and can't do outside of a game. Imagine getting banned from Dunkin' Donuts because you called someone a fucking, the F slur. I can't even fucking say that because that'll get my YouTube account fucking deleted. On the side of the road one day. That's so fucking stupid. That's so dumb. You're streaming early? Now that's an Yes, I'm changing the schedule. I'm changing that shit so I can stream more consistently, hopefully. I'm gonna lean into the shit. I don't like the fact that he got banned, but apparently he was doing shit at FanFest as well, being a shithead and stuff around the devs and shit IRL, so not surprised. Okay, well, if he was doing stuff directly to the devs, then he put a target on his back. You know, the same way I put a target on my back when I made my Guild Wars 2 videos. Also, what's up, Iconic? How you doing? So yes, there will be more streams. There, hopefully. As long as my internet fucking holds up, as long as I've got power, there will be streams every single day, barring internet connection fucking problems. That's what I'm aiming for, because it turns out it's fucking impossible to get a job in my goddamn country, and it's driving me nuts. Clips are begging to have shit taken out of context. Absolutely, and that's gonna keep happening forever and ever, amen. You and I will die, the sun will fall out the sky, and it will rise again, and it'll keep happening. Everyone takes everyone else out of context. That's just how it happens. That's just how the fuck that shit happens. Apparently that happened to Asmongold recently. Where he was talking about some fucking statistics relating to black people, and then people are like misconstruing what he said as him calling black people genetically inferior or some shit. And then getting butt mad about it. Jesus. Fucking Twitter's turning into Reddit. Holy shit. Apparently it happened again to a WoW stream. He wrote fuck in a poor cont. We're gonna look at that, Frenchie. That's where we're starting up today. That's actually where we're starting up today. Because you see, I've been looking through the reactions. I've been looking for all of the shit there. Apparently, even WoW is on their shit today. This, I think, is gonna become the new industry standard. Across all live service games. If you say something that some pinkhead piece of shit in an office doesn't like, you're gone. You're gone. That's what's gonna happen from now on. That's life moving forward. All the Karens have moved into all the jobs that no one else wants. They're like Mexicans mowing lawn, except they're doing it online, and they're gonna mow you down too. And PayPal stole a dude's life savings because he was pro-gun. Unsurprising. Welcome to the worst fucking era of the internet, where it's all bullshit. When are you giving me power on Kick? I'll give you power right now. How do I... Hold on. How do I mod you? How the fuck do I mod you? No, there has to be a way to mod him. Moderation. Access. How do I mod someone? How do I fucking mod someone on Kick? Roles. Is that it? There it is. I don't see your name. That's fucking odd. Where's your goddamn name? Apparently Sonic Geek is more well-known than you. Danikal, I'll mod you too. I think I've already got you modded here. How do I... What the fuck? Where's your name? How come it's not gonna... Ah, fuck it. I'll have to do that offline. I'll have to figure that out. I'll have to figure all of this out. I gotta add some names here. Look at this. It doesn't show his fucking name. Iconic the Kid, Iconic BNat, Iconic Deck Dad, and Sonic Geek. But no Iconic... What the fuck? Can you not just click? Hold on. Let me just... If I go here, and I click on your name, I can ban you, I can time out you. No, that's his channel. No. They gotta work on this fucking functionality. They gotta work on this goddamn functionality. Where the fuck is this? This is bullshit. God damn it, Kit. Get your shit together. Fuck me. I'll figure it out offline. Have you tried mod name? You know what? I'll give that a try right now. /mod. There, oh, there we go. That works. There we go. Okay, there we go. You've been added. You've been modded. There you go. Thank you for pointing that out. Thank you for yelling at me to do that. Right. Today we're starting off nice and simple. We're going through everything. This is what Mondays are going to be dedicated to before anything else, is going through all the stupid bullshit that happens in my Discord, all of these other things. You're already modded, Danikal. You are already fucking modded on Kick. Your name I got a long time ago. You're modding it before Demerid. Well, you see, there's got to be another Charlie Kirk shooting. Then I'll mod him. Currently, we've taken the knee off of his neck, so he'll be back at some point. And then we'll go from there. We'll kick ass on Omegle. What the fuck is You mean Omegle? I don't know if I can show that many dicks on stream. There's gonna be people with their fucking cocks out all the time on Omegle. I don't know if that works out too well for YouTube. No, Omegle. What the fuck is Omegle? What the hell is that? Is that like shitty Omegle? The fuck is Omegle? Omegle. Omegle is a live face racing 1v1 arena. I don't have a camera set up that's linked to my gaming PC. I'm gonna need to get one strapped up in order to use this, because this looks like it requires a camera to me. I don't have a camera that's linked to this shit. All of it's linked to my stream PC. I'm gonna have to... you know what? I'll dedicate a day to this. I'll dedicate a day to this. I'll grab a webcam, one of the shitty broken ones, and I'll strap it up here. How does that sound? Update on the Xeno ban. He said the main reason he was banned wasn't for what he said, but what he said it with the Final Fantasy XIV copyright trademark material on screen. That is against their TOS. So that changes nothing, right? Imagine you're drinking a can of Coke, you shoot out an N-word, and suddenly you're never allowed to buy a Coke again. What kind of... That's just stupid bullshit. That's just stupid fucking bullshit. That's just more rules for that, so that people can ban whoever they feel like and whoever they don't like. That's just more horseshit in my opinion. I think they were looking for a reason to ban that motherfucker. I think they were looking for it. That guy got nailed because someone on the mod team didn't like him. He literally gave a similar example. Yeah, no, that's the dumbest shit on planet Earth. It's just overzealous moderation teams who think they know better than everyone else. That's not surprising. That is the world we live in. And on that note, this is the world we live in. It's actually impressive how this company, owned by a company worth over $2 trillion, can't have a support system that doesn't just spew AI-written bullshit back at me. That's every support ticket system. That's the same as ArenaNets, where they just say our decision is final. And it's not final because no human being actually checked that. They're just trying to get you to fuck off. Alright, what's this about? I just looked at the logs. You seem to have a fondness for dropping F-bombs. Even one, if reported, is enough. So I need to report anyone who says fuck in the video game. Just judging by the way you write and the manner in which you compose that text, it is completely understandable that you got banned. More whiny bitches on Twitter. Are you surprised? It's Twitter, Mr. Reddit mod, not a formal setting. Please shut the fuck up. Maybe if you took your own advice of shutting the fuck up, you wouldn't be banned. If this guy's a content creator, then why would he shut the fuck up? Instead, you choose to cry like a little bitch, and now you're getting dragged by all of Twitter. Dude, you have your Cash App on your Twitter at like 35. Anything you could ever say is pointless. This is now a shit-flinging contest. That's just how it is. Templates are not AI, Cody. That was upheld for use of profanity. Yeah, dude, the people doxing people in Goldshire who get reported don't even catch a silence after being reported for them spamming pictures of people, addresses, and family, while I get a week ban. Well, yes, because, you see, doxing someone is not bad, according to Blizzard, according to moderation teams. Only slurs. You only ban slurs. That's the only thing you did. Hey, Demerid, there he is. Oh, you disappointed me, Demerid. You made me real sad that you deleted my comment on your bang over video. I can't believe you did that. How could you? I thought we were friends, Demerid. I thought we were friends. How could you? You little bitch. How could you do that to me? How could you hit me with the spicy ban? Okay, fondness for dropping F-bombs. Okay, hey all, jumping in here. The way we engage with this post isn't the quality we expect of ourselves or each other at Blizzard. Okay, so this is just the corporate response. Customer service is here to offer clarification and guidance. We want to make our policies clear, and we want you to all feel comfortable reaching out to us. Yeah, because you're going to get an AI response, not a human being. Our behavior policies are important and are regularly evaluated to help ensure our games are great places to be for as many people as possible. To be clear, cursing is not blanket punished within our games. But you just said it was. You just said it was. Context matters, and in this case, the context warranted upholding the action. Thank you for making your voices heard. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, so that's just more corpo shit. So much for freedom of speech, so much for having filters that players can use to prevent them from seeing such profanity. So much for spending $12.99 a month when you can easily cancel and let them lose the money. Welcome. Welcome to the internet. Welcome to 2026, where everyone gets fucked. You say a bad word, you're gone. You say a bad word on the side of the road, they delete your video games. It's over. We are now in the great age of censorship. And the fact that they've come for our video games, it's over. Freedom of speech. Yep, there we go. Freedom of speech. What's the point of adding a profanity filter into your game if you are still gonna ban people for saying fuck? The point is not... So this is the thing that people very commonly misunderstand about these things, right? When it comes to bans in video games, the point is not to catch people doing things that they shouldn't be doing and ban them. The point is to try and find a specific archetype of human being and ensure that there can never be another group of those people who get together and form a community. So you gotta break it up, right? You've got to break them up while they're small. You've got to prevent them from being able to access the thing that would allow them to have a bunch of friends with them, right? If you can do that, you can prevent another Asmongold. You can prevent anyone who's got a spicy opinion. You can prevent everything by controlling the narrative, right? That's why we're all of a sudden seeing a lot of this bullshit happen when it comes to World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy, Guild Wars 2. It's about narrative control. Yeah, but banning them puts more attention on them. Temporarily, yes, Moonstone. But what happens if you ban them? They get a little bit of attention on Twitter. No one gives a fuck. For a little while, everyone goes, oh, this is fucking terrible. And then everything goes back to being the way it was before. Guild Wars 2 has gotten away with this for over a decade. Loser? Don't talk about yourself that way, Demerit. Just because you love Sonic doesn't mean you should talk about that. You gotta lean into it. You gotta lean into that shit. It's okay to be a loser. We still accept you. Until you get banned again. Banning them... What? Banning them... Okay, yeah, no, that just puts more attention on them. But this is the thing, is it's narrative control. They will take the hit of those people getting attention until it hits critical mass where enough people are getting shit on for long enough, nothing's gonna change. And it's just gonna keep being the same. That's what's gonna happen. It's just gonna keep fucking happening. So, let's continue. We've got a bunch of bullshit that you fuckers put in the Discord. We'll start with the shorts. What is this shit? This guy explains how AI would cause an economic collapse. I kind of feel like we're already living through an economic collapse. It's starting to feel like the 2008 housing market all over again. What are we talking about here?
Look at this. Consider this our economy. You have 50% of white collars are going to vanish over the next 5 years.
Okay.
Which means that those people are going to have to liquidate their stocks to pay for.
Do white-collar job workers, do a large majority of them have stocks in the US? That's the real question here. I suppose if they've got a deal where, like, their retirement is linked to a bunch of their stocks, they've been working the job for a really long time and they've had to have some portion of their paycheck put into an investment fund. But let's be honest, I don't think that, I think a large majority of people are living paycheck to paycheck. They don't have that. They don't have that, so that's not going to happen.
For their homes, which will eventually run out and mortgages will go unpaid.
Hey, just like 2008.
Forcing them to sell.
I think we can skip the stock segment there. I think it's those people will get replaced. They won't be able to find another job. And what's going to happen to them is that they're not going to be able to pay their mortgages. We don't need the stocks segment. We don't need that.
Their homes. And what are the jobs being lost? They're white-collar, high-end jobs that in the eyes of the bank, they were like, hey, this is a guaranteed guy to pay his mortgage. We call them AAA. And guess what? They're gone.
Time to short the market. Time to short the market. Take out a massive loan. Sell everyone you know into slavery. Time to short the market.
Those
just like
those
2008.
AAAs are supposed
You could be
to
the next
secure
Michael Burry.
investments for pensions and fixed income and low-risk, solid returns. And every time you take out one of these blocks, it becomes...
Wait, you live in Africa, of course you think there already is an economic collapse. Of course I think there's a fucking economic collapse already happening. Because there was never an economy to begin with.
becomes a liability and adding to the top of the tower. So what does government do? What did they do last time? They printed money. Quantitative easing. Just like after 2008, the government bailed out the banks. They pushed trillions of dollars into the economy to hedge off a total and complete collapse, like something like the Great Depression or something like that. But when government prints money, it causes...
Demerit's ulting. He hit the ult button. He hit it. He hit the ult button. It's time. You know what that means. You know what time it is. He's hit the ult button. It's now time. Oh, Demerit. Oh, man, you got to come up with new material, man. You can't just keep on hitting the alt button. Eventually... you've got to come up with new material, man. You can't just do the same thing over and over again. Come on, you're better than that. I believe in you. Polls up. Let's see if democracy wins out for Demered today or not, huh?
Inflation, and they take on a little bit of debt. I just told you there's $14 trillion of mortgages out there. If the high credit score people that the banks base their security on to make good on those mortgages, if the AAAs stop making payments because they were replaced by AI, the housing market now is 3 times the size it was in 2008, with double the debt. The government would have to print so much money that just the payments on the debt would consume 100% of the federal tax revenue.
Why that's going to be different for the US than the rest of the world is because the US is the global financial standard. So the US can print as much fucking money as they want. The US is in control of the economy and they use that shit like a weapon against every other country on planet Earth. So they can get away with it. It doesn't matter to them. All it means to them is they can create a slave class and then they can have everyone who's like a billionaire keep their money and all the banks will just get paid out from that money printing and everything will be more expensive and no one will be able to do shit. I know this. We've seen this happen before. It's just going to happen again. They are just going to do the same thing as what happened in 2008. No one's going to prison. No one's going to jail. The banks will be fine. The billionaires will be fine. Everyone else is fucked. What about the rise of the petro yuan? China's still got a long way to go. China still has a long way to go. At some point, they probably, I think give this, it won't be this round, but the third time this happens, China will probably know exactly the play to make to dominate the economy over the US, and then they'll take over. But I don't think it's happening this time around. Did Demered get his hands on Sonichu Medallion? Yes, he did. Well, based on what he's got posted there on his fucking channel. Yeah, I guess so. The economy is going to be fine in the US for everyone else except the normal human being. You're walking around on the fucking roads. Hormuz is still closed. I think sooner rather than later. They'll just get their oil from Venezuela instead. Why do you think the US invaded Venezuela? They wanted that fucking oil real bad. They're just going to dig through that instead. They're just going to dig through that. They'll be fine. Right. Oh, no. I recognize this already. For a very small stint in my life, I did work in like a video game store when I was younger. I recognize this immediately. I recognize this fit. I know these clothes immediately. Now that should be like a size XXL. And those pants should be stained. But I already know what's fucking coming with this. Yeah, let's see.
That a gamer girl? Please let me smell your feet. Dad, when will we eat again?
You are a leech.
Reality lost. He's got a child.
Oh, Nintendo is useless. They can't do anything right.
Yo, I'm gonna fuck your wife.
How dare you? You have some nerve talking to me like the... Oh, switch to...
Yeah, there we go.
Gamer.
Damn, this was just Demered's simulator. Fuck. That was just Demered's life. Shit. I didn't know you were posting on a different account, Demered. Damn. You should have told us. Holy fuck. Oh, I recognize this. Right, next one. I recognize this. I recognize this purely by this background. This was a game that released recently that a lot of people got fucking their shit lost over because this guy made Slavery Simulator where you like play as like a white guy whipping black people in a field. And every time like you like advance in the game, the white hat you're wearing gets taller. I recognize this immediately just based on that little sprite in the corner.
game that was so controversial, it started a culture war over on Twitter. You see, Fuzzy Buzzy is a game dev YouTuber who's made a couple of interesting titles like Zombies Ate My Femboy and Femboy Fury, but recently they released a game called Plantation Simulator where you play as the owner of a plantation and you gotta hit the NPCs to make them work faster. The more successful...
I got a hot take for you. I think we should have games like this. I think we should be able to laugh at the past. I think we should have a good time laughing at this shit because it's a video game and it's happening in a fucking video game. It's not happening in real life. We should have more shit like this. I think this is funny as fuck.
Successful you become, the bigger your hat gets and the more NPCs you can afford. And at first, some players were actually celebrating and supporting Plantation Simulator.
Yeah, because it's funny. It's fucking funny.
That is until the developer started trolling the same people who bought the game. Because first they changed the skin color of all the NPCs, which made people start review
Did he troll the people who were playing the game, or did he give in to public pressure? I don't know if his framing is correct here. Does anyone know if the dev did he give in to public pressure, or did he do that to troll people? If Plantation Simulator doesn't have an Uncle Ruckus skin, then it's ass. Someone needs to mod that in.
Bombing the game and arguing that Plantation Simulator had gone woke.
Oh, Christ. Really? You know, have you noticed that the same narrative that's been pushed around everywhere has been the same fucking narrative that we've seen for the last 10 years, and it's like refused to evolve? If something's left-leaning, it's woke. If something's right-leaning, it's racist. You just can't have a good time without some fucking Karen screeching a goddamn label at something. You can't just have a good chuckle, have a shit and a giggle, and then just keep moving. I thought the poll was done. Is it? The poll end? Let's see. Oh, boy. Oh, damn. Oh, look at it, 70%? Ooh, it's getting worse, Demerid. You really got to come up with new material, buddy. Ooh. Ooh. Goodbye. See you next time. He got one last one out there. He got one last alt out before it went all to shit. You demand a revote. It was rigged. See you tomorrow, Demerid. I want to see the racists stop their racism to fight the slodes. I don't know what the fucking slodes are. Then go back to being racist and attack each other. I think that racism is honestly, it's a joke. I think we should all just be able to laugh at each other and just be funny and say whatever racist shit we want. And just everyone laughs at it because no one's taking it seriously anymore. I think it's the dumbest shit ever. That everyone gets so up in their feelings about this kind of stuff.
Then the developer changed the game again and made it so the NPCs would wear swimsuits and
Oh, there we go. He improved the game.
Attack them with kisses instead.
Oh. Should have been whipping them with his dick.
Which then triggered a massive wave of refunds because obviously the game was just made to piss everybody off. This indie...
I can respect that. I can respect that. Damn, I might need to get Slavery Simulator here. What's it called? Plantation Simulator? Dev is fucking with them. Yeah, no, that's based. Based as fuck. I think that he just fucking pulled an Uno reverse card and he was just fucking shitting on everyone. God, that shit is great. That's beautiful. Was fun toying with him while he was around. He even threatened to get my IP. I'm sure he did. I'm sure he did, Iconic. Don't worry, he'll be back next time. He'll be back soon. He keeps coming back. I just wish he would. I wish Demerid would come up with new material. I mean, come on. You can't just alt all the time. Come on. What is the cooldown on that shit? Come on. I know he can do better. I know if we keep abusing him, eventually Demerid will have to become a better troll than what he is. We can fix him. We can make him worse. The dev is obsessed with femboys and you're shocked. Not really. Not fucking really. I don't know anything about the history of the dev, but that does kind of make sense. It's not about how hard you hit, it's about how hard you can get hit and keep moving forward. That's right. Get back up, Demerid. Come back here next stream. Get knocked down again. Get back up. 6 times down, 7 times up. Is this how we made Demerate into a normie? No, he'll never be a normie. Come on. Come on, he was posting Sonic videos on YouTube. He's never going to be a normie. He's too far gone for that, but we can make him worse. We can definitely make him worse. I can't wait for him to make a kick. You know what? Then we'll have to do double bans, won't we? That'll be depressing. Right. What other shit did you guys put in my fucking Discord? Now, there was one video that actually showed some significant amount of value. This was a video I wanted to make. And this motherfucker beat me to it. This fucking guy beat me to it. MMORPGs don't exist anymore. That's something I said like 2 streams ago. I said this. There's no such thing as a true MMORPG anymore. That's all the old MMORPGs, and then all the new ones are actually some alteration on the formula, and it's like shattering into these smaller little communities and these very specific niche games in some desperate hope to survive. But I think that's it. I think MMOs are done.
Beautiful bastards, and welcome back to the channel. And let me tell you, this video has been a long time coming. And my recent adventures in playing Guild Wars 2 again after over a decade away really put the nail in the coffin that it was.
Just don't say anything in chat and you'll be fine. Also, be very afraid of the fact that you might have a negative opinion about something in Guild Wars 2 and just keep it to yourself and you'll be fine.
It's time to actually get it done. No, this is not a knock on Guild Wars 2. I'll have a review about
Smart man, he already knew
that experience out later in the next few weeks or so. It's more of something I and many other enjoyers of MMORPGs have known for a long time.
I called him a gay furry and he got really mad. That's like, that would like be me getting mad at being called bald. Damn.
MMORPGs aren't just on the decline or in a shitty state right now, as many people think and say constantly online. They flat out do not exist anymore.
Wait, speaking of every multiplayer game being called an MMO, I saw the recent article about Dune abandoning the MMO tag and going for the survival tag. Laguel, that is not recent. After the game released, it was about 2 weeks, and then they deleted every single post that they made about Dune being an MMORPG and leaning into the survival title. They did this shit fucking 2 weeks after that game launched. They deleted every reference they could to Dune being a fucking MMO.
The MMORPG genre isn't dying. It's been in the grave for a very long time, and its death mostly went unnoticed. So let's do the drop, and let's explore the details that prove this is in fact the case.
I am Raziel.
Intro. I don't need an intro.
Lying next to the non-existent Epstein files. And many of us didn't see the transition of when the genre got indoctrinated and chopped its own balls off. The
We're not chopping the balls off anymore. You're a few years behind here. He's a few years behind. Now we're hollowing out the space between our legs and putting a vagina there. MMOs chopped their balls off a long time ago.
MMORPG genre, as it was intended and as the niche it was designed to fill, just quite frankly no longer exists. And it hasn't for quite a while. To show everyone what I'm talking about and how I can prove that the death was subtle and quite frankly a death of 1,000 cuts and not one giant atomic bomb vaporizing it, which we all would have noticed, I will go over what changed by tackling the following aspects of the genre: lore and story, the dilution of the sandbox, the concept of endgame and its respective content, and the shift of its entire model overall.
You forgot the leveling experience. That's dead as well.
All of these things being changed or flat out removed is what slowly resulted in the transition from being open, free, living worlds to generic, seasonal, single-player, narrative-driven experiences that are no different from really any other game as a service.
That's right. The fucking battle passes. Also, with every fucking thing in our lives, having a subscription, having a sub fee in games is starting to be a turn off. Absolutely, right? And the funny part about that is games that have a sub fee and don't monetize in another way make way less money than games that are free to play and then have like a cash shop or a pay to win system attached to it. What game devs have realized is you've got to get the player invested first, and then you offer them a way to pay for more power, and then they'll just immediately fucking do that. They'll open their mouths nice and wide for you to shit inside of it.
So, without further ado, let's tackle lore, story, and world building first.
Nice Filthy Frank reference.
As we get into world building, the lore, and how the stories are told, or at least how they're meant to be told, we need to go back to the early days of the genre. I'm talking the mid to late 90s, when games like Ultima Online, EverQuest, Assure...
Oh my god, it was so good back then. It was so fucking good back then. Oh my god.
Call and Dark Age of Camelot, just to name a few, were pioneering the genre. Now, throughout this entire video, I want everyone to keep in mind where the genre of the MMORPG even came from the first place, and that would be Dungeons and Dragons. The MMORPG was simply the next step the mega nerds of the 60s, 70s, and 80s were able to take.
Wrong. You missed a step. You missed a step. Let's see if you can catch this. Let's see if you guys know what the step is that he missed here. MUDs, that's fucking right, Jimmy. MUDs came first. Multi-user dungeons. MUDs, which were text-based pieces of shit that were still kind of fun to type shit into, came first. It was MUDs, and then it was MMOs. What's up, fellow? How you doing?
With this OG pen and paper style of game, you know, where you create a vast open world where you explore, pick who your character is, if they're good, bad, or somewhere in between. The DM would set things up and had to...
MUD should have a comeback with some LLM integration. I'll tell you why that wouldn't work, is because no one can read anymore.
Adapt because they had no idea what kind of characters you were going to create and where you would take them as a player, what you would do with your character.
Man, this fucking guy looks like Destiny, Jesus Christ. This is the good timeline, where Destiny isn't sucking Nick Fuentes' cock online. He's just playing D&D. Oh, God.
With the advent of widely available internet and the increasing capabilities of modern PCs as the technology continued to grow more powerful, these worlds and ideas were able to leap off the pen and paper and manifest in visual 2D and 3D worlds where descriptions of things by a DM were no longer necessary. And this premise and design of what D&D was is exactly what spawned the games I mentioned recently, the Gen 1.
Wait, give it options, TTS, so I can read. People too lazy to fucking read, and you might have something. You might have something, but I think that the world, this is cope. I don't know if this is cope or not, right? I don't think MUDs will ever have a return to form, purely because people are so visually and graphically based that you've got guys who do things like this all the time.
Are these the graphics?
And because of guys like that, you're never going to see a return to form when it comes to MUDs, regardless of how good the LLM is, because people want nothing fucking else but good graphics. Graphics are such a fucking cope, but I don't think MUDs will ever come back. I just don't think they will. People are too frail for that kind of shit.
MMORPGs, as it were, the OGs. The worlds were vast. You could be what you wanted and go where you wanted, when you wanted to go there. There was very little to zero focus on named NPCs in the game. The focus was on the players and the world itself. And what were the overarching narratives? The big heroes and villains? Well, there weren't any, really, at least not in the way they exist in MMOs today. The original MMORPGs weren't trying to tell a story of named NPCs that go off and slay gods and save the world with the help of little old you, the main character, who's forced into the role of being the hero the developers want you to be.
Yeah, they were just an open world where you just ran around with your buddies and did cool shit. That's how it started off. I think, personally, we have World of Warcraft to blame for this, right? World of Warcraft popped the fuck off to such a degree that it actually killed everything else around it by comparison. Because everyone was all of a sudden convinced that you need to have this big lore and story where the player gets to be the hero and where you're just like, you're not just some fucking guy getting gear and loot and you're not creating a story together. You're trying to make one person feel like a special little boy. And what happened was by about, I would say, somewhere between 2010 and 2014, there were so many fucking WoW killers on the market just copy-pasting what WoW did, failing and crashing, that the wider industry professionals and the idiots who don't actually play MMOs, but they're the ones making decisions about it for some fucking reason, went out of their way to decide MMOs like this don't work. We're never going to do it. It doesn't do anything. We're moving away from that. We've got to monetize in a different way. We will lean towards mobile gameplay kind of things. We'll hit instant dopamine as opposed to like shit that happens, you know, delayed onset enjoyment. I think we need to stop chasing realistic graphics. Going any further would be too costly and complex. I think so too, Filter. And that's why that's never happening. They will keep on chasing that bullshit. I think graphics have already peaked. I think art style is something that they've got to lean towards. But you see, the problem is you're saying these things as a player, right? You're saying this as a person who plays these games, who loves games, who enjoys these things. The people making decisions about this, it's some fuck who's got a marketing degree, who's trying to find the best way to optimize the shit out of the game to get you to spend as much money as possible. And one of the ways those people truly believe you're going to spend as much money as possible is if the graphics are good. That's what they truly believe.
We see in every fucking MMO in existence today. You weren't the commander, the champion of Azeroth, the warrior of light, or whatever else.
Oh, fuck. You know, I'm going to be honest. I was so convinced back in the day that these two were going to end up being gay lovers. I was so convinced that Rathian was going to be topping Anduin. Just because of the way those two characters were set out. I was so dead convinced. I was like, any day now, there's going to be a new expansion, and it's just going to be Rathian butt fucking Anduin. It's going to happen.
The commander, the champion of Azeroth, the warrior of light, or whatever else. You were instead whoever the hell you wanted to be. You weren't a god-slaying, unstoppable hero like every other player in the game is forced into being, thus further watering even that premise down to irrelevancy, but I digress. Living in a world where every other week there was a new existential world-ending threat on the horizon. You were the hero or villain of your own story.
Villain? Villain? No. None of these games had the fucking dick and balls on them to allow you to be an actual villain. You were always the hero. None of these games had the fucking nutsack to let you be an irredeemable piece of shit in game. None of them did that. I disagree with that premise. You were always the hero. EQ2 allows you to be evil. Okay, and what other games? What other games allow you to be truly evil aside from EQ2? This is not a, you can't look at it in isolation of one game, right? EverQuest, sure, right? Look at all the other MMOs in the genre. You're never the fucking bad guy. Except for that one quest in Final Fantasy where it's like, go kill the slaves in the dungeon.
And most of all, you were a hero or villain to the other players in the game.
I don't think graphics are the issue. It's the retarded consumer who rates the game by the graphics instead of the gameplay. If the game can afford and justify good graphics, then why not? Okay, so this is a multi-level problem, but you are right on that, Khaldun, right? But it comes down to this, right? So, Well, we'll lay it out like this. Over here, you've got all the retarded people who think that graphics are the most important thing. Over here, all the people making decisions about video game development, right? The subsect of retards who believe that graphics are fundamentally important to a good gameplay experience inform these retards that graphics are one of the most important things about a video game. Now you've got your resources for developing your video game. Now, you could have a nice, respectable chunk of graphics over here that are not the best. They lean on art style more than they do on graphics. But instead, because these retards are convinced that graphics are important, half of your fucking resources go into the graphical fidelity of the game. The other half of your resources go into monetizing the shit out of the experience. And then this little sliver here is the one intern who's actually working on the fucking game itself. The more resources you spend on the one, the less resources you spend on the other. And it's going to keep happening. They're never going to learn their fucking lesson. So yes, it's a multi-level problem, but yes, I do blame the players as well who are so obsessed with that shit. Channeling your inner pirate soul. God damn it, I thought Paint would finally be fine to use again, but that fucking guy has ruined that app. No one can use Paint without a pirate software reference. And that's why you banned as soon as I've got this ferret up my ass. Oh. I just had a thought. I don't think we have ever had an MMO done in a cel-shaded art style like how Borderlands 1-2 did cel shading. That could be interesting if an MMO... That might work. I don't know who would do that, though. I don't know who I would trust to do that.
You got to choose if you lived in fame, infamy, or were just a faceless nobody minding his or her own business.
Yeah.
Just like in D&D.
That's what made D&D so special. It's why people still get together and play D&D. Because they didn't fuck it up the same way that these guys did.
That's that with what MMORPGs are today. You're on rails, forced to be the hero of the entire fucking universe alongside the NPCs that are the real focus of the story.
Did I see Unreal Engine 6? You mean 5? Wait, is Unreal Engine 6 out now? Jesus Christ, already? Fuck me. What would they even change between Unreal Engine 6 and 5? I don't even know what they would fucking change.
By the way, just like in a single-player RPG that, by the way, you go into knowing you are there to see someone else's story, like reading a book, which works just fine for single-player RPGs. In fact, it's one of the main draws of them. But by forcing a narrative into an MMO, it destroys one of the primary things that made MMOs unique. It completely takes away choice and character identity.
How many times have you heard the line, your choices matter in an MMO, and then you play the MMO and none of your choices fucking mattered? Here's the Unreal Engine. Okay, I'll take a look at that next. Take a look at that one. I'm actually interested in that one.
You have no real choices to make, and the outcome is the same as every other player in the game.
Yep.
You're forced to sit through countless hours of dialogue, cutscenes, and exposition, and it's all crammed down your throat like you're a guest at a Bonnie Blue party.
Yep.
That's really fucked up.
Much of it is not even skippable, depending on the game you're playing, of course. This is the story, and you'll like it, bitch. You see, back in the old days of the MMO, how the world's story was told and how you learned about the world's lore was delivered in quite a different way. And none of it was mandatory, by the way. You found it through finding...
ESO has some choices, but they're not major. Do you know what that means? ESO has no choices that matter. Right? There are no MMOs where your choices matter because they are pushing you through an experience. Right? Also, what's up, Joe? So, here's the problem. One of the things he's underestimating is how bitch-made so many fucking people are. They don't want to be a nobody in a game. They want to feel like a special little boy, right? They want to feel like they're a unique, special little, I got the participation trophy, everyone loves me, the main characters know me by name because I'm such a hero. If there was an MMO where you were just a literal nobody from day one to the end, it would not survive because there would be so many people bitching that they don't get to be the special little boy because they've been preconditioned by other MMOs to be like that. And you know what? That's a real fucking shame. I think this type of thinking is really flawed. It's like games can be different between each other. Some games use different story delivery methods. I'll tell you why it's not flawed, right? The issue is not the fact that one game is doing one story delivery mechanism and another game is doing a different one. It's that everyone saw World of Warcraft do the one style of story delivery mechanism, and then everyone was like, oh, okay, so that's what we got to do to be popular. That's what we got to do. We got to push our players through a story that we have made. We've got to push them through an experience as opposed to a decision. This is why I say WoW actually poisoned the largest MMO development cycle where we could have had unique and interesting games a bunch of the time. But instead, we got the same slop cranked out over and over again, right? That one I blame on the devs because no one was fucking brave enough to do something different. And it's happened for so long that instead of us getting something new, we're getting the same shit pushed out at us non-stop. Need to make a scene of a retirement home of you and a bunch of other MMO streamers sitting in wheelchairs with... You know what? I'm gonna keep that one in mind. I'm gonna do that, Iconic.
Items with flavor or /lore text inscribed on the items in notes and books and things like that, looted off enemies and tomes found in lost dungeons, and from some short bits of dialogue from NPCs.
Yes, because they think what is popular sells, but WoW story delivery method is trash considering it is supposed to be an RPG. You're 100% right. You're wrong about nothing when you say that. You're 100% correct, right? It's the same problem that you're seeing currently infect YouTube, right? If I do this, and I go to YouTube right now, and I do this, if you watch one Pirate Software video, you've watched every single one of them. Every single one of these fucking Pirate Software videos is the same video done by a different channel. This that's happening to YouTube right now is the exact same thing that happened to MMORPGs in the early 2010s. Everyone took a look at World of Warcraft and they were like, copy paste that shit. And now we're suffering through it with other content styles because no one's creative enough to try and come up with, well, even if you are creative enough, you're not the guy with money making the decisions. The guy with money making the decisions wants a return on investment, which means that he's going to do the safe things that he believes are going to make a return on investment, as opposed to making something wild and wacky and out there that might fucking fail.
NPCs if you gave them like a quest item or something you found, something of the like that. In Assurance Call, for example, the developers also included small short stories along with the patch notes that you could read if you were so inclined. It was in no way forced on you, nor necessary for your character's progression.
You know another game used to do this? This exact thing where the story was in the background and didn't actually matter, and it was up to you whether you cared about it or not? League of Legends. League of Legends used to do this. One of the reasons I started playing League of Legends back in the day was because I read some of the short stories and I liked them.
The real stories of the games had nothing to do with the world itself, but with the interactions you had with other players and the things you would find while out on your explorations. I mean, man, these were the good times before data mining ruined everything. But once again, I digress. Now, all of this mattered because back in the OG games, there was such a thing as server reputation, which leads into my next major point. Instance versus sandbox MMOs, an argument that should have never even seen the light of day. Now, let's be clear that this distinction that we so commonly hear today about sandbox versus instant-based MMO.
Listen to this argument he's about to make, where he's talking about instance versus sandbox. Think about how mentally fucked that is. Think about what a false dichotomy that is. There is only choice A or choice B. There's nothing else. Think about how mentally fucked the entire video game development cycle is for MMOs, that you're picking one or the other. That there's nothing else. There's just those two, and everything else can fuck off. Think about how narrowing of a perspective that is. No wonder we didn't get anything good.
MMOs used to not even exist. Why? Well, before World of Warcraft released in 2004, MMORPGs being a sandbox was one of their defining characteristics that
Forever is an instant sandbox. You're right, and that makes it even worse. Forever, I believe, could be a way better fucking game if you could see a lot more people in the game while you were playing.
Separated them from other games altogether. Well, that and the fact that they were always online. Now, I want to be clear that I understand that a big factor of amazement in the early days of the MMORPG genre was the simple fact that seeing other players en masse was not normal back then. Online games outside of some FPS and RTS matches, which were usually direct connection, were not really a thing at the time. The vast majority of games released back then had no online functionality at all. And I understand that that wonder and awe is long gone and can never be recaptured. I mean, I'm not a complete retard. Crazy to think that nearly every single game in existence now is online in some form or another. You can't even play them if you don't have an internet connection in many cases, but I digress. Yes, I go off on tangents a lot, sue me. When WoW released instance-based content, such as dungeons, raids, battlegrounds, it was to solve two major issues previous MMOs faced. But every other part of the game was still a huge open world sandbox. I still consider vanilla WoW, and to an extent Burning Crusade, original MMOs in many ways.
He's right. And now it's all about the instance. Have you noticed that most MMOs now, the instance is the only place where you actually interact with other people? Share a video. Okay, well, I'll keep that one here. I've got my Discord open. I'll take a look at those ones. Oh shit, iconic. I've actually seen that one. I think I saw that one last stream.
Now, those two main issues they were hoping to solve was to reduce the server load and stop dungeon spawn, camping, griefing, and clustering. It also made it easier to make dungeons take up less data and space, since they were separated from the rest of the world. Far easier to create a dungeon without having to create everything around it. Totally makes sense. An added
You're also right. That is also an important point, Saro. You're right. It's also that instance content means that you're not having to build an entire world with a backstory and a lore, and you're not placing every tree and mountain and zone and the skybox, and there's got to be something off in the distance, and what's that over there? Instead, it's a small little building with one door in and one door out. That's a lot easier to design. Infinitely easier to design. My automated combat log interpreter calculated that your performance is 20% below the optimal number using the best talent setup and BIS gear in every slot. What do you mean you were just winging it with whatever game throws at you? That's not how you're supposed to do this. Fuck. You sound like every fucking pugged raid I've ever been in, ever.
side effect was that it also further encouraged social interaction, as instance content had a requirement of the amount of people needed to get through it. Before instancing was introduced into the genre by WoW, dungeons had no limits on how many players could be there, which meant it was first come, first serve in order to dominate a dungeon and force others out to do their progression elsewhere. Now, this in and of itself caused social interactions too, because you wanted to be in one of the dominating guilds or groups that had control over certain areas of the game. I make this point because both sandbox and instance-based content encourage social interaction in their own way, just different ways, and both have their positive and negative aspects. Now, instancing itself, though, isn't the real issue here. It isn't what truly grabbed the pillow and put it over Grandpa's face, so to speak.
Boy, that escalated quickly.
No. What that was server layering and all the extra bullshit that came along with it.
I disagree. I think that instancing did have an effect. I think he's right that instancing is a bigger issue and a bigger problem than what was happening with instance dungeons. But I think one of the biggest things that you can't neglect when it comes to MMOs is what started happening was they no longer made a world, they just made a bunch of set instances that you push your way through, and the world was just basically the loading screen that you used to get to the instance content.
Now, you're probably all familiar with the concept, but let me go over it just in case.
I mean, just for example, let's take a look at WoW Retail, right? What matters in WoW Retail when you get to the end game? None of the world, none of the story, none of the zones, none of the regions, nothing about anything aside from doing the newest fucking raid. That's it. You don't give a shit how many people there are standing around in Stormwind or Orgrimmar. Housing. That's just an instance. The only dungeon boss you have is fucking whether you got your home decor degree or not. It's just another fucking instance. Man, I fucking hate housing in MMOs so much. I've gone from not giving a shit about it to actually being really annoyed by housing the more I've thought about it. Because it just moves away from the entire idea of you're playing with other people and there's an entire world. If you could have an MMO where there was housing and it was out in the open and people could go and look at other people's houses and shit, or you could go and lock the door, or you could leave it open to the public, that would be fine. I think that would be fine. But housing is such a fucking cope. It's like one of those systems that if it's not in the game at the very beginning and they put it in like 5 to 10 years later, you know something's going wrong. You know they're running out of ideas.
Layering is where multiple servers are combined together in a single data center in order to ease server congestion and make more players visible on lower populated servers. This change...
Wait, is this whole video game not RuneScape, therefore bad? No, this game is where the fuck... this video is basically where the fuck did my MMOs go? They were just here a second ago. Why are all the Google links on Alzheimer's purple? I don't understand.
Change that most MMOs employ now kind of completely killed the sandbox and living world aspect of the genre because it did a few things. Number one, it completely removed server reputation. This is something that OG MMOs had that contributed to its living world feel, its uniqueness.
I disagree. Final Fantasy has good housing community events are always there. Well, then they've done it the right way, right? But I'm not looking at this in isolation of a singular game, right? I'm looking at this as the overarching direction that most MMOs have been heading in, right? That's what pisses me off. If they were doing it from the beginning, if they were doing it from the start, fine, good. That's part of your fundamental systems. If you're doing it as like a thing where you've made all this other content and you're running out of ideas and you're watching your player base drop and you're like, you know what'll bring people back? Housing. That's when I start to have an issue with it, because what it means is that instead of coming up with something new and interesting, you've decided to just steal a system from another game and put it into your own. And usually, I don't know how housing systems work, but usually what I've noticed is when they copy-paste a housing system from someone who's built it from scratch from the beginning, is they implement it in a shittier way than it was in previously.
As an MMORPG as opposed to other games. Your actions or inactions directly influenced how the other players on your server felt about you. Were you popular because you always lent a helping hand, saved people, helped them recover their corpse and lost items? Did you lead a successful or very prestigious guild or clan? Or did people avoid you, shake in fear, or create kill-on-sight parties against you because you were an elite PvPer that showed no mercy, ganked farming groups, stole loot, and talked shit 24/7? This, my friends, is server reputation. And the only way to change it, if you had a bad one, was to roll a new character or change servers. Number 2, it opened the door for microtransactions to be introduced that further destroyed any semblance of server reputation or player accountability. I'm talking about paid name changes, server changes, faction changes, guild name changes, and moves. Also, you could be even more anonymous and avoid any real penalties for your actions as long as you paid a real-world fee.
Yes, because they realize that people will spend more than $15 a month on a sub fee. They realize those people are bitches, and they want to dress up their Barbie dolls. They fucked up the game for everyone else for that one oil sheik who wanted more power than you. That guy who's got like 6 golden yachts. And Jeffrey Epstein who played World of Warcraft. And those kind of people are going to fuck up the entire gaming industry because devs no longer give a shit about the player. The player is a resource to mine like a fucking copper node. And the real customer is the investor.
To your overlords. With layering, the days of seeing familiar friendly faces or hated enemies vanished practically overnight.
He's right.
Even though you saw more people in theory, you would probably only ever see that specific person that one time, and you no longer cared who they were, or for that matter, who you were.
There we go. Jack said it perfectly, actually. You just said what I was thinking perfectly. Housing is usually a long-term project that can work on the side. It's not something that can salvage a game if it's failing to fix the primary game loop. 100% agree. Housing is like, it's the appendage that you attach onto a game as here's something extra to do if you care about it, but it doesn't really matter if you don't want to touch it. Right? It's something cool to do aesthetically. But if you're throwing it into the game at a later date and time, and that's your primary focus all of a sudden, that means you're fucking it up, right? I don't like, housing is a secondary system. It should never be a primary focus for any MMO. And if you want to do it, great. If you want to never touch it, great, fine. But it's like you said, it's not going to save a game if they put it in 10 to 20 years fucking later.
In the world, you knew that nobody would remember what you did or didn't do. You'd been basically reduced to another faceless number that was there to make the world look more populated than it actually was. Needless to say, this new direction that MMO...
What if it were Sims MMO? Well, then everyone drowned in the pool already anyway.
RPGs were taking, especially in how to handle the way in which content was delivered to players, i.e. layered and instanced over open worlds with server reps and in a sandbox. It also changed where the majority of that content would be experienced and led to a major downgrade, which today we simply accept as being normal for MMOs. And that would be the destruction of the leveling journey and the introduction of the...
Oh, thank God he's talking about it. I thought he was going to skip over this. Thank God he's talking about it. The leveling journey for any MMORPG is a fucking disaster. I truly wonder if there are any good leveling experiences left to have in MMOs. It's kind of been thrown by the wayside when it used to be like a primary form of content in the past. I disagree. Housing and fashion wars are the true endgame of a theme park MMO. When you prog the newest raid and beat it, what's your reward? More fashion and furniture. You're correct because of the way you framed that, Green Sky Wizard. But here's the problem. Here's the issue, right? Cool shit that you could get out of the dungeons for your house or for your character, your fashion wars, all of that shit. All the cool shit you gotta buy in the cash shop. cash shop actually playing the game. And devs have zero incentive to put shit in there when they can just put it in the cash shop. The only MMO that I've seen truly buck this trend is New World, because most of the shit in the cash shop looked like shit.
The concept of end game. Man, it's a phrase we hear every time a new MMORPG comes out. What's the end game like?
Yep. Do you know why everyone asks what the end game's like? It's because no one actually gives a shit about progressing to the end game. What happens is now people play an MMORPG. They start the MMORPG. They go through all the levels, all the story, whatever's built up, and they get to the end game, and they're like, okay, after 50 hours of finally getting this character to max level, now I can truly start to play the game. Now's when the game actually begins. Finally. This is when the game begins. Guild Wars 2 got this right because every single fucking expansion with their horizontal progression, like, actually makes you feel like you're still progressing your character after endgame, but the leveling experience, even in Guild Wars 2, is such a fucking disaster. It's like the worst part of the game. WoW's leveling, dog shit. Guild Wars 2's leveling between 1 and 80, absolute dog shit. Final Fantasy, so far, yeah, it's okay, but it still feels like I'm going to get to endgame, and I'm just not going to give a shit about anything I did while leveling my character. I still get that feeling that that's going to happen to me. ESO, kind of the same thing, although I am having fun running around and whipping people. Not going to lie, but I feel like none of that matters. None of that matters in MMOs anymore. All that matters is let's get to the end game, rush it down, get to the final part of the experience, and now we can play the game. It used to be, back in the day, back in the days of the dinosaurs, that leveling was part of the fucking game.
Let me translate this question to its true meaning for you all. What is the content in the game that actually provides enjoyment and progression, and how long does it take me to get there?
Wait, Final Fantasy XIV is just playing the MSQ. Once you beat the MSQ, leveling alternate jobs fucking hurts and is miserable. Exactly my point. It's like you're doing completionist shit. You're collecting the fucking feathers in Assassin's Creed 2. That's what you're doing. And that shit hurts.
Now, I've made entire videos in the past about endgame. I think maybe I've got this wrong. I believe it's D&D Online is the only one that got this right. Where what would happen, this is a long time ago, I'm digging into my memory bank for this, so it might not be D&D Online, where you would get to like max level, and then you would restart back at level 1, but you'd be playing on what's essentially a New Game Plus, and you'd have some bonus for having leveled up your character once before. I think that's the only one that's integrated the leveling experience in the correct mechanism. Where can I get a hoodie like the one you're wearing? You can't. And I'm not even saying this, Anton, to be a dick, right? I'm saying this because I bought this off of a cheap Chinese website that got shut down years ago. I ordered them online. I didn't even think they were going to arrive, and then they did. So I couldn't even get them myself if I wanted to. That's the fucking worst part. I hate the term in the entire...
I'm sure if you dig through some cheap Chinese websites, I'm sure someone's doing these. They're terrible hoodies. They're like all stretchy and they're polyester and stuff, but they look good.
Design philosophy behind it, it practically brings my piss to a boil. And to explain why, I need to once again go back to what MMOs were, or rather what they're supposed to be. MMORPGs like UO, DAOC, EQ, AC, etc., did not have end games. In fact, that entire concept was not even something that entered anyone's mind back then.
You know, him just saying that just made me realize why there's so many gays playing MMOs now. Just listen again.
games. In fact, that entire concept, etc., RPGs like UO, DAOC, EQ, AC, etc.
No wonder the LGBT BBQ HDTV moved in. The acronyms were already set up.
Did not have end games. In fact, that entire concept was not even something that entered
Enjoying ESO so far, yes.
Anyone's mind back then. I mean, the concept that the point in the game where you would see and feel your character progress, and the understanding that you would not have much of anything fun to do at all until you reached that point, was inconceivable. Level caps back then were more of an indication of your journey and a kind of Hall of Fame accomplishment than a target you needed to reach in order to experience anything meaningful in the entirety of the fucking game. In Assurance Call, for example, the level cap was 126. And even after reaching it, which the first player didn't reach it for a few years after launch, I might add, you could continue to gain experience points and level up your actual traits and skills as if you hit no cap. Enemies and dungeons did not have strict level requirements, but instead had breaking points that you would need to reach with your own skills and power in order to deal and survive the damage in that content. 2 level 75 characters, for example, in that game could be, and usually were, wildly different. One could be capable of taking on level 300 enemies, while the other one could struggle with level 100s because they simply built their character poorly. Let's not also fail to mention that in those days, the worlds themselves were very dangerous, which I might add once again encouraged social interaction.
It was so good back then. Oh God, I loved it. The first time I did a wetlands run during WoW Vanilla, and I had to have like some level 60 fucking drag my dumb ass through wetlands. I still remember that experience. Oh, it was so good.
And the risks were very high. We live in an age of gaming now where RPGs that are online, whether they label themselves as MMOs, ARPGs, or anything in between, is infested with a virus. One of the most detrimental design decisions of all time. World level scaling. This syphilistic ballsack of an idea has completely removed any real danger in any part of the world while simultaneously completely gutting a core RPG element. That
Level scaling bad. That's what he's basically saying. Level scaling bad. Thing is, when I removed the perceived mental obligation to reach the end game in an MMO, I had much more fun with it. I think that mindset ruins your view of the journey in an MMO. Yes, it does. I agree. You should be going in for an experience, not for what other people tell you to do in a game. Imagine if you had hit the max level to start playing the real D&D. Jesus, that would suck so bad. Oh man, that would suck so fucking bad. No one would play that shit. No one. Level scaling bad. I gotta think about this. I think level scaling has an upside and a downside to it. If you're a high level character and you want to play with your friends and your friends are not the same level as you, it's a benefit for you to be able to drop your level to play at their level. But at the same time, that removes any of the feeling of progression that you did to get to the point of endgame. The scaling isn't the issue. The difficulty is the issue. I think they're one and the same. I think level scaling and difficulty are kind of the same argument. Because you can't drop difficulty without causing level scaling. I don't know. I think how scaling is implemented is important. Yeah, I think it does come down to that. This one's a complex one. I think level scaling comes down to very much the mechanism used when level scaling, because on one hand, if you're a max level character, you can troll the shit out of low level characters. if you're not level scaled. But at the same time, it removes the power fantasy of going back and killing that one level 5 worm because you've been scaled back down to its level. Final Fantasy XIV does scaling and syncing well enough. I've yet to experience enough of the scaling in Final Fantasy XIV to have an opinion on that. I think it comes down to mechanism of scaling rather than the fact that scaling exists. Instead of world scaling, how about party scaling? Like in Borderlands 2, whoever's the highest in the party is synced down. That still removes all the progress that person who's at max level has done and drags them down to a lower level so they don't get the power fantasy of having developed their character to that point. Level scaling works if the game mechanics allow for it to be skill-based rather than stat-scaled. I'm going to bring up something that I can't believe I'm fucking bringing up. This game right here had an opportunity to do something incredibly fucking impressive when it came to level scaling. This game right here. Ignore that. Ignore the rape phase. Hold on. Where's the fucking gameplay here? Jesus Christ, I put in a lot of memes here. This game right here, Blue Protocol, had done a fantastic job with how they could have done things. And they fucked it up so royally because there are mobs that outlevel you in this game. And when you try and attack them, because it's action combat based, you can theoretically, if you are skilled enough, you can be level 1 and kill a level 50 mob in this game. However, the piece of shit devs did this thing where they limited the range of mobs that you could actually do damage to. So, like, if something's like 5 levels above you, you do 0 fucking damage to it. So, like Souls games. Yes, very much like Souls games. Now, what they could have done is made mobs with a scaling mechanic where if you outscale a mob, you still need to pay attention to what's happening around you with, like, stuns and interrupts and blocks and AoEs and shit like that. So you still have to engage with the enemy, even if you outscale them. But instead, they just royally fucked that entire system up. I'm so mad at Blue Protocol for being such a fuck up of a game. They could have done a really, really good job. I think, you know what, on what you said, Sarah, if they stole the kind of combat style out of anything like Elden Ring or any of the Dark Souls games and put that into an MMO, it would have worked out better. It would have worked out so much better. I think that would have been way better. So the world scales to the player rather than the other way. Wouldn't that just be player scaling with extra steps? Again, it comes down to the mechanism of how it's implemented, right? No, I'm sick of soul slop. I think, yeah, look, that's kind of another thing where the genre's been poisoned by everyone trying to copy Elden Ring and Dark Souls. But I think you don't think about it not in terms of Souls-like games. Think about it in terms of action combat style games, or even games that are tab targeted, where you still have to pay attention to what the fuck you're doing, despite the fact that you outscale something.
Core element being feeling and seeing your own character progressing in strength and ability. Whether the game has the enemies leveling with you or scaling you, the player, down is a...
So Guild Wars 2, that's literally Guild Wars 2. Yes. However, Guild Wars 2 scales you down, right? It scales your power down. So if you go back and you play with someone who's a way lower level than you in Guild Wars 2, you are still having your power nerfed. You're the fucking guy who's been through the story killing the fucking world dragons, destroying everything, and then it still takes you 7 fucking hits to kill a random worm number 23 in a low-level zone? That's a problem.
Irrelevant. It results in the same outcome. You're always the same and stay the same strength relatively to the rest of the world, and the only difference in many games today between how you played at level 1 and at level cap are the amount of buttons you have to press. How long it takes you to actually kill something stays relatively static throughout the entire experience. With this end game model, it also means that the only way you can see character progression, usually, is...
In Guild Wars 2, you get stat scale down, but you keep your unlocked options. So, like what he just said. It's exactly what he just said. You get scaled down, but now you've just got extra buttons to press.
Via gear and its respective treadmill they add to it. Once again, I have to go back to the other MMOs of the past where, sure, gear improved your character. And
I think that's it. I think that's the other problem with level scaling. It works one way. It's always... You cannot bridge the gap with effort, right? That's one of the issues. So if you're like a level 5 and you're going to try and take out a level 15, you're just going to get your shit pushed in. But there's no system or mechanic where you can make up that gap in power with effort and keep yourself alive and actually down a level 15 mob after like maybe 5 minutes of combat, whereas it would take someone who is level 15 like 30 seconds. I think if they implemented it in a way where it was like a two-way street, where it would allow you the opportunity to make up the gap in power with effort, I think that would be good. Final Fantasy XIV, you get stats scaled down, but also lose whatever skills you unlock past the scaled level. So they take away the power and the buttons.
It's highly sought after. It was important. It didn't, however, trump player skill, knowledge, experience, and the build you put together for your character. Gear was a tool to achieve certain goals, for example, getting certain enemy weaknesses like flame swords, lightning swords, etc., or making you able to take more damage and resist more elements. It wasn't the be-all, end-all of character progression and glorified stat sticks like it is today. This gear is...
But now we're asking a different question beyond power scaling. Do you prioritize the new player's experience or do you prioritize your dedicated fan base? You can do both. You can do both, right? What I'm saying is you could have a path through an MMO. That's the recommended path, right? So you go from level 1, right? This is the zone, this is the path, right? And each one of these segments is a different level scaling thing. And you can have your new player experience be level 1, level 10, level 50, right? And they hop between these zones following the recommended path. But you could also, at the same time, then find someone who's an absolute fucking nutcase who wants to take their level 1 character and they've got the mechanical skill and capability to fight level 50 mobs. And they decide to skip this zone just because they want a challenge. You could do both. I think you could do both.
Everything model that we have now was directly lifted, by the way, from ARPGs, which is literally what those games are all about. Gear. And that's fine. But now it's what MMOs are all about too. Though
Will you apologize to your Guild Wars 2 community critics, or do you want to be shamed as an AI art? I'm not AI. What do you mean? What do you mean? You're gonna have to explain that one. Also, Guild Wars 2 critics can suck my fucking nuts from the back. Where the bad man made a joke outside of game. Where? Fuck him. I'll generate AI art of me fucking you in the ass if I feel like it.
Wasn't originally designed to be that way. Inevitably, the focus on gear as the main and, quite frankly,
show us your fingers. Oh, there's just 7 fingers on each hand. What do you mean?
Only way to increase your character's power, mixed in with the nature of patch-based instance endgame, causes another problem. Insanely fast power creep. It's so over the top that eventually it can only be resolved via stat squishing, as has been done in World of Warcraft several times now.
Yep.
It is also clear to see that with this evolution of endgame, and I use the word evolution in huge fucking air quotes here because honestly it's a complete downgrade from what came before, that the majority...
If you don't behave, we could make you and your community as AI art and be forever shamed by influencers, artists, and game devs. Do it. Everyone start misbehaving as much as possible. Demored already taught you how to do it. Demored has opened the door.
Of the developer's resources go towards the content at level cap, and the rest of the game be damned in most cases. I mean, I often wonder why leveling even fucking exists in modern MMOs at all anymore, outside of it being a time sink to further help the drip feed of new roller coaster rides coming out in the next expansion or patch, and to force feed you whatever stupid narrative the developers want to force you through. Leveling has literally gone from being the whole journey and the game.
Also, Orion, be careful with AI art. You got to be careful. It's against the Guild Wars 2 TOS. So if you touch AI art, according to the Guild Wars 2 team themselves, ArenaNet themselves, they reserve the right to kick you out of every single system that they have. It's right there in their TOS. You want to use AI art, they're coming for you next. You're going to be right here. You're going to be right here next to me at the band table.
Itself just being another barrier to entry now. That's pathetic. But as the saying goes, one wrong turn deserves another, or in reality, tends to breed another. As now we see nearly every MMO in existence adopting something else from the ARPG genre because of the way endgame models by their very nature inevitably lead towards seasons.
Oh god.
Now,
this battle passes and seasons was such a fucking mistake. I'm so fucking mad that this system exists. God, I hate this shit so much. I hate everything being temporary, that there's no permanence to your accomplishments, that it's everything they just fucking... Oh, God, I hate it so fucking much. Oh, you weren't around for season 4? Well, that doesn't mean you get the dick-sucking machine. The dick-sucking machine's only coming back in season 27, and we're on season 5. Guess I'll see you in 10 years. Like, fuck, I hate it so much. I hate the contemporary stuff in fucking battle passes so much. It irritates the shit out of me. The art community will never love any of you if you become AI art. That's okay. The art community doesn't have a job just like me.
Now, I've often said that no genre of game has a larger identity crisis than MMORPGs, and it's clear with the introduction of seasons in almost every modern MMO out there that this is definitely the case. The developers that make them have lost the plot ages ago and don't know what the fuck these games are, were, or even should be anymore.
Yeah, they have no idea. I think the modern MMO dev has no fucking clue where to take MMOs anymore because they don't work like they used to.
The lines between RPG, MMORPG, ARPG, etc., have been blurred to the point of non-existence. It literally feels like they're just throwing anything and everything that appears successful in other genres at it. And
also, just quick thing to what Orion's saying. It's just hold on. Let me just... yeah, there we go. There we go. Hey, Grook. I need you to generate an image of a Guild Wars 2 Asura being thrown into a wood chipper by a char, please. Oh no. Oh no, for my stupid fucking generated image that was going to be retarded in here for 5 seconds, I needed to pay an artist $500 instead. Oh, the suffering. The $500 I don't have to spend. Oh! Also, I misspelled Guild Wars. Just type it too fast. Guild Wars. Oh, no. No, what will the artists do? No. Oh, it's so bad. I'm surprised if it'll generate it or tell me to fuck off. Hey, there we go. What's Guild Wars 2 gonna do me? What's Guild Wars gonna do? Are they gonna ban me? Are they gonna take away my ability to play their game? Oh no. What will the artists ever think, Orion? Oh man, the heart palpitations they must be going through knowing that I didn't spend $500 that I don't have paying some fucking guy to do that.
Hoping something works, something sticks. I mean, really think about it. Outside of the camera POV
Think of the trees
and aesthetic elements of each individual MMO, what are the real differences?
There you go. There you go. Oh, that's beautiful. Beautiful. Look at that. Look at that. You're telling me. Why are there so many fucking midgets in this image? Jesus Christ. There's a fucking Israeli demon behind me. No. That fucking. What the fuck? Also, why'd you put the worst character from that fucking game? Why'd you put this cheating bitch in here? What's wrong with you? The most. Out of all the degeneracy in this image, this is the worst part of it all. That skank. God damn it, what a horrible person she was. Fuck me. Oh, I'm just cheating on Superman. Fuck that bitch. What a terrible human being. Also, where'd my mouse go? There we go. Okay. Fucking, that's the most degenerate part of that image.
Between modern MMOs and games like Path of Exile, Diablo, Destiny, The Division, and nearly every other online game that comes out now.
To be honest, you made a good anti-AI statement with that wood chipper image because nothing on it looked like it was. Yes. Yes, Captain Crabface. Yeah, this is something people don't realize about the whole AI horseshit thing, right? AI is not there to replace things. The world hasn't realized this yet. AI is just a tool. It's a fucking paintbrush, right? It's there to assist you in creating something. Right, but the idea genesis has to come from you, and if you just shit slop into the machine's gonna shit slop back out at you. That's all it's gonna do. It's a paintbrush. That's all it is. Do you know who was most mad when the paintbrush was invented? The fucking finger painting community. And you know what the finger painting community said? They said, oh no, but think about all the trees that are gonna get chopped down for paintbrushes. You're using up all the water with all this paint. Just use your finger like a real artist does.
There are very, very few, if any, differences.
You okay? It's just my wife coming to yell at me.
All games as a service. MMORPGs as they were meant to be simply do not exist anymore. I mean, shit, outside of arguably Vanilla WoW, we haven't seen one release that actually wasn't canceled and makes it to market since, what, 2005, 2006-ish?
That's wrong. Guild Wars 2, which was 2011. We've got Final Fantasy, which had to be remade with A Realm Reborn, 2014, I think it is. So I think there have been multiple MMOs that have been released. It's just the formula's so old, and the fact that between 2005 and 2015 there were so many WoW killers that just copied the formula that just failed on launch. There was Ion, there was Rift, there was like 70 other fucking WoW killers, and the graveyard just got filled up with bullshit, and it convinced everyone in marketing, no, that's how you make an MMO, and that's not really an MMO if you don't make it that way, so just don't make an MMO.
Everything has shifted. Now it's Season X is out now. Here's Y amount of content that follows the gear.
BDO was 2015. That's the other one. ESO was 2014. There you go. There you go.
Treadmill formula. Here is X amount of story you have to do whether you care about the story or not. Here are the new seasonal achievements or modifiers, cosmetics, etc. See you in 4 to 6 months. And there's more to do again, and we can add some other seasonal mechanical bullshit. Nearly every single staple that made MMORPGs its own unique genre has been watered down or downright washed out completely. These aren't living, breathing worlds where the players are the protagonists and antagonists, choosing themselves via the...
This guy considered that the reason no one makes MMOs the old way anymore is because most of the market doesn't want it. Yes. But here, the problem is the entire idea of old, right? An old MMO. What's an old MMO? It's the same fucking formula. It's instance combat, it's tab targeting, it's go kill 10 bears for 10 bear asses. It's doing the same thing over and over and over again. They don't try anything new. They don't try to make something weird and wacky. They do the safe thing. So old has become synonymous with just make a WoW clone. That's the issue. That's why the market doesn't want it, because they've already fucking played that game.
Old D&D systems of morality ranging from chaotic evil to lawful good and doing what they want. MMOs have become on-rails, single-player narrative games featuring online co-op with forced, often poorly written stories. The best. I mean, they're no longer massive, open, living worlds with player-driven ecosystems, areas of vast exploration, factions, and organically created rivalries, but instead are soulless environments where other players being present is more of a hindrance than a boon in most cases. Exploration's practically gone, it's watered down, progression is on rails and static and clear best in slot lists everywhere, and here's everything, and very minute amounts of actual player progression actually takes place. Most fun activities that provide said progression, by the way, are on weekly lockouts and repeatable weekly and daily quests that pop up that you do over and over and over and over ad nauseum.
But people don't have time for that anymore. Even young MMO players don't have time for that. It's more than that. It's the world has shifted. Gameplay has shifted. Development of things have changed over time. No one... This is a hard thing to pass, right? Because I bet if you gave someone who loved ARPGs Diablo 2 today, and they'd never played it, they would still love the shit out of Diablo 2. But if you gave them 70 different Diablo 2 clones, they would still play Diablo 2 instead of all the clones. I think there's an argument for novelty and uniquity when it comes to games. And if you copy paste the same formula, people just don't give a fuck at some point. I think it's not just a time element, it's a creativity element. If you do the same thing over and over and over again, I'll say this even about Guild Wars 2. Base game, kill a dragon. Heart of Thorns, kill a dragon. Path of Fire then broke frame, and you were killing Balthazar instead of killing another dragon. If in Path of Fire you were killing another dragon, it would have grated me the wrong way, because they're just going through the same steps over and over again. But they broke frame by changing it for that expansion. I think it's a repetitious formula issue. I wouldn't compare AI to a brush. A brush is something you use to enhance the user skill. AI is something that reduces the user input with its user skill, if they're using it wrong. If you're using an AI wrong, yes. If you're using an AI correctly, an AI is just there to enhance your already existing skill set, right? Maybe speed it up. But the problem is what you're saying is 99% correct. Because 99% of the time, it's just a bunch of shit-eating retards using AI, thinking it's going to be a replacement, as opposed to just another tool in the toolbox to be used at the appropriate point in time. That's why I compare it to a paintbrush, right? The very few people who use it correctly get somewhere. So a good example is chemical combinatorics, right? Or chemical combinations, right? Let's say you're a chemical engineer and you're looking for a specific chemical to deal with acid mine drainage issues, right? Where, water leaks off of mines and it's acid and it's poisoning a lot of the environment, and you're looking for the very specific chemical that solves that issue. You have 75,000 different combinations you've got to go through. An AI will be able to narrow that down for you, and then you've got to still pick out the correct mechanisms and the ones to choose at the end of that result, right? So it sped up the process. But if you went, "Excuse me, Grok, make no mistakes and don't hallucinate, solve this problem for me," then yeah, you're just gonna get trash. It's just gonna be fucking trash. Issue is that the shit-eating retards in question run the AI companies. Yes. Oh my god, yes. That's also a big issue with it, right? I know this very specifically because I did this in university, right? We used to program neural networks for drones and stuff to be no, I can't say. Okay, I'm not going to say what it was for, but we used to program neural networks and stuff, right? You can't make the neural network do absolutely everything for you from step 1 to step 20. You're usually giving input from step 1 to 15 so it can figure out steps 5 to 20. And it's like, it's part of the process, it's not a replacement. And the issue is the dipshits who run these fucking companies are the same kind of retards who are going into submarines that are run by a Logitech controller and going to the fucking Titanic and then getting imploded. They think that they can get away with everything and they don't know what the fuck they're doing. And they're gonna pay for it, hopefully.
Social interaction is discouraged, more so than encouraged in most cases, and factional wars and clan rivalries have all been homogenized and sacrificed on the altar of optimized fairness and accessibility because every developer is obsessed with making their product an esport or made for everyone. And fuck that entire mentality. When you make something for everyone, you actually end up making it for no one.
That's a very important phrase he just said. Make something for everyone, you make something for no one. You've got, this is exactly why I say that their MMOs are shattering and they're going for niche markets and targeting very specific people who like specific playstyles now. Because you've got to make a game for a specific type of person or a specific target market, as opposed to our game is for everyone, because then no one gets the thing they want and they could get a better experience out of a more niche game somewhere else out there.
But I feel like I'm a broken record on that saying at this point. Anyway, no longer is the box price the only barrier to entry into a new world where you're rewarded for time spent, skill, and effort put into the game. Now it has all given way to making sure everyone can have their participation trophy so nobody feels left out while...
Yes, which is so fucking stupid. Do you know how many times I had to run Black Temple before I got fucking anything out of it? And I felt like a goddamn loser the whole time until I was a winner. Do you know how many times I took my hunter into PvP before I got to high-level fucking PvP in Burning Crusade to get those goddamn epic shoulder pads? The ones with the teeth and the green fire coming off of them. God. And it fucking, you feel like such a moron until you win, and then you feel like a goddamn hero. This participation trophy shit where everyone gets everything, it pisses me off.
Simultaneously...
Also, yes, I played a Huntard. What did you expect?
Adding in sneaky, egregious amounts of microtransactions and cosmetics so the FOMO stays in place just subconsciously, and you keep giving them your money. Modern MMOs focus...
Wait, what? You okay? Love you. What are you doing? No, don't read the chat. I love you. Go get some rest. Go sleep. Go sleep. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Banjo. Stop leaving the toilet seat up. I wish it was that. No, it's just my wife coming in to feed the dog that's here with me. She's old and cranky and doesn't want to move.
Focus is on the named NPCs and their mediocre and contrived stories and your small background part of it. Instead of placing you in a world and telling you it will be...
Post dog, fine. Here you go. You see this old piece of shit who's hanging on to life? Who's been here forever? I think I can lift this out of here. Please don't break. There you go. That dog is ancient. That dog is so fucking old, and every time I think she's gonna die, she's just asleep. I don't know how that dog is still alive. She's just always there. It's like a pillar of ancientness just sitting there in the corner. And she doesn't want to do shit. She just wants to sit there and eat food and just sleep. How old is she? 14. She's old as fuck.
Be what you make it. Make friends, make enemies, forge alliances, and explore and grow, but be wary because the world is dangerous and unforgiving. Now, in contrast, death means nothing. There are no real threats or stakes except for the fake ones the developers made up for you.
I think one of the problems he's talking about when he's saying that there's no real stakes is the stakes have been shifted into the lore and story of the game. Too old for me. Yeah, it's off the clock. No more cock. We had a dog until like 17. The fucker refused to die for so fucking long. I had a dog that, like a big dog, a boxer that I had since I was 5 years old, and he died when I was like 21. I don't know what it is, but my dogs live forever. These things get fucking ancient.
Be the next god-level world-ending force that you need to stop because you're the mega...
There are no real threats except the ones the developers made up for you is a stupid take. 2, of course, the threats are made up. The entire game's world is made up. I think... I get what he's saying. I think he just said it in the wrong way, Green Sky Wizard. I think this entire world is made up by the devs, right? But I think what he's trying to get across is that there are no real valid stakes that the player feels for themselves and the character that they're playing. Because all of the actual stakes of what's happening around them are shifted onto the lore and the story. And it's always, the world is going to end unless you do this quest line. And then you do the quest line and then the world is saved. Right? As opposed to, fuck, if I don't kill this boss before the enrage timer, we're all fucked. Shit, there's this one piece of gear that I can only get by doing it solo by myself, and I can do this thing in a way that will make me a goddamn legend in the game if I do it right. I think those stakes of you might miss out on a completely different component of the story and world and lore don't exist anymore because the devs are like, well, I made it, so you're going to experience every single part of this, even if I have to give you a participation trophy, so you do experience it. There used to be parts of WoW, for example, fucking Hygel, right? How many WoW players have ever been to the Hygel zone? Because it was basically an open world raid. I know so few people who even know about the majesty of Hygel. Because they never fucking went there. Because they never got to the point in that game. And that was perfectly fine. Because they just didn't engage with those stakes. But the ones that did, and did push to get there, did get there. If WoW was made today, every single person would be pushed through Hygel in some single player experience because they need to make you see the zone. That's the difference. Only real-world stakes the devs can make is the threat of wasted time. It's how interesting they can make those stakes that matter. Yes, but I think a lot of it comes down to they've reduced the stakes because they've leaned so far into the idea of it needs to be an experience, and it's not okay if a player completely misses out on massive components of the game itself.
A superhero. I'll say it again. I'm kind of running in circles now. The MMORPG is dead and has been for a long time. But we will all continue to play the shells that remain because...
I think the MMORPG is not dead, it's outdated the more I think about it. It's still there, people are still playing it, people are still desperate for these experiences, but they're not getting it. I mean, to make this point, right? If you look at the Steam charts of New World, right? People are still desperate for these kinds of experiences because if they weren't, there wouldn't be 900,000 players who logged in, bought the game, and played New World, and then just fucked off because it wasn't what they wanted. It wasn't the thing that they were looking forward to. This, to me, this gap here, tells me that people actually want these experiences, but they're not getting the newer versions of them.
This once beloved genre.
If they want those experiences, just make the MMO version. Oh, God. That would be the worst MMO in existence. Click play and then just watch for 10 hours.
Used to be really something unique and special. We know deep down that we will most likely never see a true MMO ever come out ever again.
Yeah, they did. Those are gone. That's out of the development cycle.
Companies view them as far too much of a risk to take, with nearly every single one tried has failed miserably. And the fact that most companies view any MMO that releases...
But many kids quit games the moment they get some pushback, and old people don't have time nor the drive to grind for gear the 643rd time. There's truth to what you're saying, but I think it comes down to niche, right? It comes down to niche. So a good example is I train kids in judo on the weekends and stuff. I have got a class that's split on this, right? Because all of them play video games. Half of them fucking love Roblox. So they're going to lose their virginity the second they message someone. The other half fucking hate Roblox. But do you know what game they do love? They love Dark Souls. All of them love Dark Souls. Their dads made them play it, and they all got like really fucking mad and angry the first few times, and then they adapted. And they started loving the experience. So I think it's an issue of niche, right? I think that there are kids who would enjoy that kind of challenge and want to get really fucking good and play it and engage with that, but they're not getting that. And I think the more casual, I just want to have a good time with some friends people are not getting the experience they want either, because everyone's trying to make a game for everyone as opposed to just narrowing it down to specific types of players. People quit MMOs because there's no friction and relevant time investments, so there's no sense of investment at all. Yes, I think that when it comes down to MMOs, these are time investment games. There needs to be friction. There needs to be a delayed onset of that dopamine hit because you've grinded something for 5 hours, or you've been in a raid for the whole day, and you got to the end and you accomplished something when that happened. I think this whole idea of MMOs going very, very like casual and trying to be for everyone is a huge mistake unless you're designing your MMO the way MapleStory has designed their MMO. Like, then it's a case of there's certain people who love the shit out of Animal Crossing because it's a very specific type of experience, and other people will never touch Animal Crossing because it's just not the game for them. And they don't hate it, it's just not for them. Same happened with Armored Core 1. The controls almost got me to stop, but then I mastered it. It became an amazing game. Oh, there you go. I think it's an issue of niche when it comes to this.
That doesn't hit Wrath of the Lich Kings.
It's also this is also why I say that WoW poisoned the MMO genre, right? WoW and its massive population poisoned the entire fucking genre because everyone thought that they needed to make the world's biggest fucking video game in order to be relevant, and if you're not number one, you're dead. That's the way they started looking at it. Whereas you could have a solid player base of 20,000 monthly concurrent players who log in, have a good time, play for the month, and then they're back next month, and you could have a pretty fucking solid game off of that. But instead, 20,000 players is nothing. Ha! That's bullshit. You've got to have 200,000 players. You've got to have 200 million players. And if you don't, your game's dead. I think that's one of the issues. And I think WoW really poisoned the well with that because they hit 12 million subs. And then every fucking money-hungry corpo rat thought, okay, we've got to make an MMO because if WoW can do it, we can do it as well.
peak numbers overnight as a failure because they're all greed-ridden shit companies with no sense of morality who've removed every real gamer from their payrolls a long fucking time ago. They're just too blind to even see that the main...
Wait, going full on hardcore is what WildStar did, and they sure are doing well. Yes, but they also mismanaged their game. They fucked it up. It was done under NCSoft to put a lot of pressure on the devs. They didn't have the end-game follow-through of what they advertised their game as. They didn't advertise it as an ultra-hardcore experience. A bunch of people played it. They got to the end game. There were chunks missing. They didn't have a fully developed system, right? If they had a fully developed system, if they marketed towards fully hardcore players, I think they could be around today, but they just didn't do that.
Reasons so many...
WildStar fucked up for multiple reasons.
The MMOs that came out post-WoW failed because they just tried to copy the...
Wait, got YouTube ads as a member doesn't do shit. Fuck, that shouldn't happen. That's bullshit. Well, that's annoying. If someone's got membership, they should get no ads. Maybe there's a setting somewhere I've got to turn on.
New broken formula of post-WoW instead of sticking with what the genre was originally intended to be. Anyways, I'm getting long-winded here. Long story short, too late, I know. As an old geezer, an old MMORPG fan,
just like me,
I'm sure you can agree, we will continue to be battered wives with Stockholm Syndrome and hope for better days to come and do.
And they're never coming. It's over. It's done. You got the old shit, and then you've got new shit that doesn't work like the old shit anymore. There's no old shit that's coming out that's brand new. That doesn't happen. MMOs, true MMOs, are the printing press. Their time has come.
Do our best to enjoy the bursts of fun the current games do provide here and there, but make no mistake, no MMORPG exists in 2026. At least not one that is as they were meant to be, as their own unique genre that appealed to a specific niche group of nerds. And it simply is what it is. Nostalgia is a hell of a drug, and these companies have not hesitated to exploit that either. With shit like Classic WoW, Classic Ion, Classic Guild Wars 1 all re-released, as well as many others in the recent past. They know the games that used to be were way better, and they also, because they're morons, have no clue why. They just know that they no longer have the talent to make something like that again. Plus, it's easier and far more profitable to just exploit that fact and re-release 20 to 30-year-old products.
No, it's easier to just build a cash shop and then build the game around the cash shop and get people to pay shit into the cash shop because you're serving the investor, not the player. It's that simple. Yes, WoW did poison it. However, there was more competition on game. There was never more competition on the gaming market than now. The gaming market as a whole, yes. MMOs, no. Everyone tries. They make a new MMO every now and then. It fails, it cancels, or collapses entirely, and then we go back to the same state we were in before it launched. The wider gaming market is fucking insane right now. There is a bunch of crazy shit that keeps on getting made. But MMOs, the problem is they're getting left in the dust by everything else.
For those of you who are an old bastard like myself and got to live through the experience of the dawn of the MMORPG during the 90s and early 2000s, you know what I'm...
Hey, wait, hold on. Why did my fucking alert not go off? Hey, thanks for the membership, Kotabear. Thank you for that.
Talking about. You know what it was like.
Thanks for pointing that out, Luthi.
The amazement, joy, and adventure that we got to experience was indescribable.
Yeah, it's
for those of you too young to have been there, I truly feel bad that the modern MMO is the only experience you will have with the genre.
It's not. You can go back and play the old games. It's just they're not going to because there's something better and more interesting to that new generation of people who play games.
But at any rate, if you made it this far, thanks for listening. Thanks for hanging out. Comments down below. Hope everyone take care of themselves. God bless.
Yeah,
keep it real.
Video.
And I guess in this case, suffer well, my friends.
Yeah, decent video. I disagree with some of his points. For the most part, he's right about that. I've been harping on this point for a little while. I don't think that there are going to be any new MMORPGs that come out that work like the old ones. I think those days and age, like that day and age is over. It's done for. Kids would rather play Roblox. They would rather play Ark Raiders. They would rather play Escape from Tarkov, even if they're a little bit on the older side. If they're no longer getting fucked by the school priest because, you know, the hair on their face started coming in. I don't think there's ever going to be a new MMORPG that ever exists in the same capacity that WoW Vanilla did. And I think personally that WoW Vanilla poisoned the entire fucking market when it came to that. Now, let's move on to more depressing news, or maybe not so depressing news. Like I said, today is the day we go through the Discord. Today is the day we look at all the fucking reacts. And Jimmy told me that apparently Unreal Engine 6 is coming out. Wait, Rocket League? This is Rocket League. But Rocket League's an old game.
All of our friends here in Paris.
What?
And those watching all around the world. This is the future. And this is...
I've never played Rocket League. I've seen the gameplay, but it's not like... yeah, you're right. Carol, you're 100% right. MMOs are going the exact same direction that RTSs are going. So that's Unreal Engine 6 now? And listen to the little kiddies lose their minds over the slop of Unreal Engine 6. Whoa! Oh my god! The fucking graphics! They can't help themselves. This is what you're competing against. At least we know that the narrative of every game that is going to be Unreal Engine 5 slop is now going to die because now it's Unreal Engine 6. But I gotta say something. Just looking at these graphics, right? Is there anything else here? No, it's just people losing their shit over this. I gotta point something out. Look at them. Oh my god! Oh! Unreal Engine 6! Oh! You see that? You know what Rocket League is slowly becoming? Just looking at these graphics, you know what it's slowly becoming? It's becoming Burnout Revenge with soccer. It's becoming Burnout Revenge. Look at this shit. It's becoming slowly as we move away from the past when it comes to these kind of games. It's becoming Burnout Revenge with soccer. And also...
Are these the graphics?
Man, I miss Burnout. Do you miss smoking a bunch of weed and playing Burnout Revenge on the PS2 with your friends? Is that what you miss? Where's the wheelchair racing game? That one's coming next. I believe the guy who made Plantation Simulator is probably going to be working on that one. God, Burnout was such a good time. God, fuck, we need another Burnout game. And it looks like Rocket League. Give it until Unreal Engine 7. They'll get there. They'll get there. They'll get there. Now then, on to some other shit. Apparently Crafton is paying some fucking pain. So I know a little bit about the story when it comes to Subnautica 2, right? I know a little bit about this. As far as I'm aware, Twisted Metal. Oh god, don't bring up the good. Don't bring up the good days. Oh god, the little zoomies will never understand. They will never understand why I can't play modern racing games. They'll just never get it. They're too busy fucking stuck in Mario Kart 25. I do not understand why you would want more resources being used on a competitive game where stability and performance matters the most. Because the graphics are what pull the little kiddies in. Did you see those people losing their fucking minds over UE6? Right, so yeah, quick rundown on what I know about the Subnautica thing when it comes to this. Crofton went to the Subnautica devs. They made a deal with them. They said, if you sell this many copies, we will pay you some kind of bonus. Then they realized that Subnautica 2 was going to hit that bonus. Then they used ChatGPT to try and get out of the bonus that they were meant to pay these guys. And a court ruled against them because they used ChatGPT. Again, AI is doing a good for the world. I wonder, I truly wonder if the AI, like, self-reasoned, this is piece of shit behavior, I'm going to give him a shitty defense so that he loses on purpose. If an AI managed to reason that out, I would be so fucking impressed. That's like a lawyer who's a public defense lawyer who's like getting like a rapist to defend, and he knows the guy did it, so he's got to do the shittiest job possible because he wants to see the guy in prison. I genuinely wonder if the AI was like, this piece of shit behavior is not going to stand. I'm going to give him a shitty excuse. Then again, because he made that entire contract, there was probably no way he was going to get out of it. So, fuck Crofton. They deserve this. They 100% deserve this for their behavior.
Enjoying Subnautica 2 right now. Not me, because it seems like I've fallen into some sort of black void. But a man who's not enjoying Subnautica 2 is the man who published it, Krafton CEO Chang Han Kim. And that's because for every dollar Subnautica 2 makes, he owes $3.12.
Do you see that? Do you see that? You tell me, what is the key indicator that this guy is a piece of shit? What is the key indicator from this image alone that he is not to be trusted with video games? It's right there in front of you. The evidence is right there. That's right, Green Sky Wizard. He's got a full head of hair. You don't trust this man. He's well dressed. He's got a full head of fucking hair. And he's holding that microphone like it's a dick. Don't trust this man. Asian. Korean, I suppose. You could say that about all Koreans. They're pieces of shit about that kind of stuff.
That's because for every dollar Subnautica 2 makes, he owes $3.12 to the leadership that he, rather recently, tried to fire. And that goes right up to a cap of $250 million. And as
it could be a wig. Nah, he's Asian. They don't go bald.
We've now found out, well, that $250 million.
How are you supposed to hold a mic like a human being? You don't hold it like you're about to give it the fucking grapefruit technique. You just hold it to your side or you hold it down here. It doesn't have to be right up to your mouth like that.
Dollars is why he fired Unknown Worlds' leadership and tried to deny them their contracted bonuses. The better Subnautica 2 does, the worse it gets for Krafton, which is a pretty funny state of affairs, but it may actually still get even worse for Krafton.
Good.
The judge ain't done yet. This whole story is honestly insane. It's a situation where Krafton...
I wonder if the judge is going to make an example out of him.
...didn't want Subnautica 2 to be released. Now, to understand that, basically, here's kind of how things shook out. Krafton paid $500 million to acquire the developer Unknown Worlds in 2021,
God damn, that's a lot of money.
With up to $250 million in performance bonuses for senior leadership if results were good within 5 years. Now, last July, after Krafton's financial projections showed that they would owe $191 million in the base case.
But if I don't hold it up to my mouth, then how can I deep throat it? Yeah, you know, I heard there's a position open on Bobby Kotick's yacht now that he's retired. You may want to get in contact with him.
For the game's release, well, they kind of realized they didn't want to pay that money. So they fired leadership and they delayed the game. Basically, all to play funny business with this contract. And from there, we've had a year of legal drama. We discovered...
Hold on. Hello, everyone. The saga continues. In my previous posts, I mentioned there would be more time to... there would be more to come. Well, today, you can finally read the official complaint the original Unknown World shareholder have filed against Krafton. It's unfortunate we are here in this situation, but we're doing everything we can to make things right for everyone. Openness and transparency is my thing, so we're glad to bring this truth to light. He did this out of spite. This guy, whoever this Charlie guy did, there you go. You see? Bald. You see? Point proven already. Bald. I think I'll pass. I still have standards. That's fair. You might get some new fucking Zika virus out of him. That's fair. This fucking guy. This is the most corpo post he could probably make. But he did this purely out of spite. Because he knew he was probably fucking mad that all of this went down.
Fun things like how the founders, Charlie Cleveland and Max McGuire, had actually mostly stepped away from the studio. And some other...
I've hair down to my shoulders, don't you trust me? Depends, did you get hair on your shoulders because it's growing out of your back or off your head?
Fun things, like Krafton's analysts actually thinking Subnautica...
Also, that means you've got a woman's hairline, Frenchie. Time to shave your head and get into that game development.
Subnautica 2 was ready to release. Obviously, though, other bits of Krafton didn't want...
I hope the Hunter virus doesn't lock down Africa. Look, if there was going to be a virus that locked down Africa, it was going to be AIDS. Okay? And we didn't lock down Africa, we just imported them to Europe. So now we're sharing the AIDS with the rest of the world. There's not going to be another lockdown.
Want the game to...
If it started in China, if it started in Russia, if it started in the US, maybe. But no one gives a fuck about Africa.
Release. The big bit being Changham Kim, CEO. He really didn't want to pay that money, and he resorted to asking ChatGPT to help him get out of the deal that he signed. This all, of course, failed, went to court, and the court sided with the founders and restored Unknown Worlds' CEO, Ted Gill, to his position. They even gave him control of the Steam page and the game's launch. What a launch that has been. It is going to sting for Krafton. Though, the thing with playing all these games and running this channel is that my entire day can just vanish between scripts, recording, titles, thumbnails,
that's an ad.
14 days.
Fuck out of here.
Free. Normally we talk about the likes of day one sales, but for this game, we've actually got to do the 1 hour sales because the game had sold 1 million copies in an hour. 12 hours later.
He should sue ChatGPT. Can you imagine? Can you imagine they put like a laptop on the stand and people are typing in their answers that they want out of ChatGPT?
It was 2 million, and across all platforms, it hit concurrency of 651,000. That's a huge number, but if we're to look just at Steam, and even before the weekend, the early access launch hit the 29th highest concurrency record in Steam's history. So, pretty good for what started off as an indie game. None of this stuff should really be surprising to any of us. Subnautica 2 had 5 million wishlists on Steam by the 11th of May. There was massive interest by, long-term fans, but also the legal...
If I've done the math right, I believe that in order for Krafton to see a single cent of profit out of Subnautica 2, they need to pass $13 million copies of the game sold. Until that point in time, they're still in the red.
Drama,
so everyone needs to get to 13 million and then just stop buying the game.
Millions of views onto Subnautica, and it basically turns out that, in a way, spite can be a powerful motivator. Now, the positivity on Steam has dipped a little bit. It was hovering around 94% in the earlier days, and basically, it's really good Subnautica, right? The game is everything people liked about Subnautica, but there's basically just more of it.
Wait, did they lose sales after because they started, I can't say that word, unfortunately, or YouTube bans me, about defending yourself against enemies? I did hear about that, Saru. Apparently, people wanted guns in the game, right, to defend yourself against the fucking the sea creatures and shit like that. If I'm being honest, I think they shouldn't add guns into the game for the simple reason that changes the aspect of the gameplay that they were going for. But the response that they gave to players was a bunch of moralist bullshit. And it was the dumbest way they could have responded to something where they said, that's not the type of gameplay that we're going for. We understand and respect our players, and if you want to mod guns into the game, we 100% support you on that experience, but the game we're making is not intended to be a game with guns, right? That would have been the simplest response they could have given to make all of this go away. And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised to find out that Crafton botted a bunch of comments on Twitter and shit like that to try and shit on the game, because they're trying to like get back at these guys for the success of Subnautica 2.
There is, of course, early access foibles. Those are always a thing. But the other drama in and around this has been the end user license agreement.
If they wanted that, maybe they shouldn't fill the ocean with monsters that chase after you and murder you. But that's part of the fun, is you've got to... I can see this from a gameplay perspective, right? It's why a lot of horror games, if they want you to feel that fear of helplessness and shit, they don't give you a gun or a weapon or something you can fight back with, because they want you to feel that sense of you can only do so many things against this thing, and you've got to figure your way around it, right? It's a gameplay style. But the fact that they went on this whole moral arbiter of, oh, guns bad and shit, was the most pathetic thing they could have done, when this was so fucking easy of a response they could have given.
Basically, after having looked into this, it really seems Krafton's lawyers copy-pasted in a whole bunch of boilerplate that have people worried about streaming, privacy, and ownership. Those are all fair things to be worried about. And of course, it's Krafton.
Or they could be clever and scare creatures away via the lights. It stops being fun. But that's... Okay, so that's a good point, Sarah. They could have put in other mechanisms that you could have gotten rid of the creatures without killing them. Or like maybe given you like a sonar pulse or something that gets things to fuck off and leave you alone for a little while. And then you've got an entire new gameplay mechanic where you've got to be monitoring when you can put out the next sonar pulse and stuff. That would have been fine, right? That would have also reduced friction for the players who get to a point of development where they don't want to be dealing with low-level things that are still fucking with you. That would have been fun. I think the hardline moralist angle that they went for was probably the dumbest fucking response they could have given.
Just look at their CEO going to ChatGPT for legal strategy. So some people, given all of this, are also convinced that the EULA...
Right, here's the thing. They had those options in the first game with gas torpedo. So then it's even more dumb that they didn't add that into Subnautica 2. That's even more fucking stupid.
Was written by an AI. From what we can tell, it wasn't. It's just...
Yeah, that's AI writing. I can tell immediately. The spacing, the bold typeface here after the next one. Yeah, no, this is
boilerplate. It's
I can already tell.
And it's more detailed than most online games. And a massive silver lining on it is that most of the EULA, most of the spooky things, are unenforceable for many people. Like, as an example, any arbitration clause that is outside the US. Now, Unknown Worlds themselves walked back enforcement of the EULA on Discord, but...
No double hyphen. They're evolving, Filter. They're evolving. They're learning to click on the text that they copy paste and hit backspace whenever they see the double hyphen. Or if they're lazy, they say, "Give me the EULA, but don't use the long hyphen."
But the EULA does confirm something that players seem to have misunderstood before the launch, and that's that Krafton still owns Unknown Worlds. Now, I know if you've been paying attention to the story, that won't be surprising to you. But yes, Krafton owns the company. It's still Krafton publishing this game. But based on the payout that they're about to have to make, they probably wish they weren't. So let's get to that. So a month before the launch, something changed in Steam, and that was that Unknown Worlds replaced Krafton as the publisher for Subnautica.
Now, do I make this joke or not? Game's unplayable. That guy can't swim.
It too. So if you were just looking at the Steam page, you might think, oh, okay, cool, they're self-publishing the game. And loads of people did just interpret that as Krafton being out of the process entirely. But that's definitely not the case. Unknown Worlds themselves described it as a, quote, co-publishing arrangement, and it's one that is seemingly enforced by the court rulings. Now, those give Gil, the CEO, full authority over...
You know, I'm surprised. They could have gone all the way. They could have, like, given him a face mask to swim underwater and then made sure that you could still see the dreadlocks with the side of the head still shaved. You know, that one hairstyle you see of all black people in video games.
Steam publishing platforms. and that is basically why Krafton disappeared. Now, those are the same rulings that have also shown how badly this may go for Krafton in the financial sense. So, the court extended the earn-out period for the $250 million bonus by the time between Gil's firing and the court ruling, which pushed it to September 15th. And you gotta remember, a lot of the funny business Krafton was doing was basically just trying to run out the clock and say, guys, sorry, we just can't publish this game. It's not ready yet. When, in reality, Krafton's own people seem to have thought that it was ready, and they were just trying to bump the game out of this bonus period. Here,
you know what this sounds like to me? This sounds like what happened to the Fallout New Vegas devs.
is where it gets more fun, because
just this is the advancement on the formula.
there's also an option to extend the bonus payout period further, which all gives Unknown Worlds more time to hit their revenue goals. And the immediate news is they're pretty damn well in their way, and the court actually confirmed that the terms of the deal were and are this. If Unknown Worlds surpasses a revenue threshold of 69.8 million, Krafton must pay $3.12 for each additional dollar of revenue generated up to the $250 million cap. Now let's do some maths. Subnautica 2 is currently $30 a copy, with Krafton probably keeping a good chunk until they recoup their publishing costs. But here's the thing. This is not based on profit, right? This is all about revenue earned. And what that means is that as soon as the revenue threshold is met, Krafton are actually paying more than they are earning per copy, which is quite funny, and it works out.
Good, fuck them.
To a $2.
They made this deal. They came up with this deal. And now they fucked themselves, and now they're mad about it. Fuck them.
12-cent deficit on all income. Lovely stuff for them. Now, to reach 69.8 million in revenue with
he can swim with enough whiplashes. Is there a sea creature in the shape of a whip in the game? Because as far as I'm aware, the Subnautica game does require you to swim to the bottom of the ocean and pick what is essentially fantasy cotton. Is there a big white evil sea creature that comes along and makes it like attacks you with like a whip-like extension on its body that makes you, that like it damages your health, but it makes you collect things faster?
No other input from any other Unknown Worlds game, so say other Subnautica stuff selling, they would need about 2.3 million copies shifted. Of course, if you remember the start of the video, they shifted to 2 million copies in a day, right? So almost certainly that threshold was hit within 48 hours of launch. I guess no wonder Krafton CEO was so damn determined to get out of this performance deal. I mean, their own analysts were telling him just how badly this thing was going to go, and it's fun because we've seen some of that analysis. And what Krafton's people worked out was an enterprise value of approximately 93.5 million compared to a projected 191.8 million earnout. And 191 million was just the base case. The best case for the game's sales, potentially be a worst case for Krafton, well, that ran up to $242 million, which is almost the $250 million cap. Now, whatever the specifics of the bonus payout are, Krafton would likely end up making less.
Wait, according to Sub2's EULA, Krafton owns all the content that other people make for the game, so any fan content you make, no matter how offensive, becomes canon until they explicitly say otherwise. So they did the thing that, was it Blizzard or was it Dota that did this? Where, I think it was Blizzard, when it was Warcraft Reforged. When they made Warcraft Reforged, because they were so scared of another Dota-like game coming out, they put it in the EULA that everything someone else makes using their game, it belongs to Krafton. So, here's my question from all of this. Why the fuck would someone play Subnautica 2? Over just playing Subnautica 1 again? Like, is Subnautica 2 that much better of an experience? Without all the legalese bullshit strapped to it, than fucking Subnautica 1 is. Because otherwise they just made the same game again. From my perspective, with shittier rules. Co-op. Okay, so there's co-op. Okay. So, is it like you're both black characters struggling to swim? Or is it like one of them's not black and has to help the character learn to swim who is? Or how did they figure out that co-op system? Is it like, if one of them's white, he swims twice as fast, but he's half as useful when it comes to building shit? Or like, how did they figure this one out?
Than that in profit, at least in the short term.
I believe the host is white. So it's not even randomly selected, it's just white boys in charge.
12 months ago, before Krafton made themselves into global villains and marketed this game almost as a way to support the developers and to screw them over, both scenarios that they modeled were basically a financial disaster for them. But this is the bit where justice can be quite sweet. In trying to protect themselves and cheat Unknown World's leadership out of their bonuses, well, they may have just went and done even more financial damage. Because yes, there could actually be more. Now, for the additional penalty Krafton may end up facing to kind of make sense, we've got to talk about the actual creation of this game, because while all the bullshit was going on, of course, the game was delayed, but the rest of Unknown Worlds were still working in the damn thing. They just had all of this going on above them. Of course, even if the game may have been ready as of last year, as one staff member confirmed to Polygon, they've, in the meantime, just been working on more content and just polishing what they've had.
You're going to be making a character on EU Service Play. Well, fantastic. I'm going to be deciding today or later when I'm running through ESO dungeons whether I'm going to focus on ESO or Final Fantasy.
The thing that's funny here is that this game was not made by the founders who would be getting the performance bonus. And that's why originally the claim was that those founders had actually offered a share out to staff. So staff basically believed that leadership would be sharing the $250 million bonuses, pretty much with everyone, and this was according to reporting from Bloomberg last summer. Now that was also on top of documents that Jason Schreier had saw, which stated that 40 staff would get a 10% split amongst themselves. Now, when that stuff became public, Krafton basically went on a charm offensive. They put out statements suggesting that they had, quote, committed to fair and equitable compensation for
here comes the legalese bullshit.
all remaining Unknown Worlds employees. Now, that promise, remember, was being made at a time when Krafton did not expect to pay the $250 million. They sort of thought their plan could have worked. Obviously, no, it hasn't worked. And now, that additional stuff that Krafton was going to pay off to staff, that may also now be coming on top of the $250 million. Quite something. So we're...
Good. Good, I hope it does. I hope they get fucked. They made this deal, and then they tried to weasel their way out of it. Fuck these guys. It's so funny that Blizzard thought that something like Dota 2 could potentially happen again with their games. Something like that is a once-in-a-lifetime deal. You know, the funny thing about you saying that is that it could potentially have happened again. I thought about this, right? I thought about a kind of gameplay style that could come out of a game like that. Out of a game like, the custom stuff in StarCraft 2 that you can do. That you could probably do with the Warcraft 3 engine, reforged. But no one's going to do that now because it doesn't belong to them. It'll never be a video game type that they have ownership or development over. So they would never do it. So they basically killed innovation dead there. So like, think about it this way, like off the top of my head, right? Let's say you take Warcraft 3, reforged. You make a game where there's like one center ring and you have a whole bunch of paths that come off of the center ring, right? And at the beginning of each of these paths, you have like a different mob. And each player has selected a character for these mobs. And what you do is you go through all these paths and shit, and you've got to kill different PvE monsters. And as you do that, it upgrades your character. And slowly everyone gets get brought to the center for like a final fucking death match against each other. And the guy who's got the most upgrades might be the most powerful, but all the other players might decide, okay, well, he's got to go down first. So they all gang up against him. And you have an entire gameplay mode like that, right? You could have something like that where each character evolves depending on the PvE mobs that they destroy, and their character actually changes and develops and grows and shit. You could have an entire PvE system, PvP and PvE system based around a gameplay style that's top-down, similar to a battle royale, but with evolving characters. And you're not playing in a group, you're playing solo, so it's all on you and stuff like that. And you have it in a top-down style as opposed to third person. And you develop different abilities based on like different mobs that you go into. You could have something like that develop, and I'm sure that there's someone who's way more creative who could have come up with something infinitely better than that, because this is just coming off the top of my head. But that'll never happen because they took that away. That'll never fucking happen. That's the problem. Is shitty legalese bullshit like that with the EULA will kill any level of development that may have come out of a game like that. That's the biggest problem. Reforged killed it dead, and Crafton knows what the fuck they're doing by putting that stuff in, because then they can make sure that they own everything someone else makes for free. They actually kill innovation with these bullshit EULAs. Related to what Iconic said, NA is able to play with EU in 14, but you have to meet up on OCE. Ugh. Ugh. Gross. Australians. Ugh.
We're going to get to see if Krafton and the old leadership keep to their word. We're going to see how that money is distributed.
Wait, but does Reforged bring anything new to the table as far as player-made content goes? No, because no one's going to use it. No one's ever going to use it.
Because ultimately, the people who have done the work that earns this money is, of course, the staff at Unknown Worlds. And that's where there is still one last twist waiting for our good friends at Krafton. What we can say for sure is that Krafton is very likely paying the $250 million earnout, plus whatever they've promised to...
Oh, there we go. There's the creature that's going to whip him.
On top of that. Now, their own analyst said that the game's profit wouldn't actually cover it. But what if I told you it gets worse? Yes, it gets worse. You see, the court case that they lost was only the first phase. The second phase is about to begin. The leadership are being made whole, they're getting the bonus they were contractually owed, but part of the case is also whether Krafton owes damages for trying to get out of the deal and all of the chaos that then followed.
Holy shit. Krafton might have killed itself with this.
Now, if the court awards the leaders then there'll be another hit to come for Krafton. And what that ultimately means is that they tried to escape their own contract. But that contract is a contract that the courts have held up. Dollar by dollar, Krafton are going to lose a shitload of upfront money. And what really strikes me is that here, the bad guys lost. I know it's a little simplistic to just say the good guys and the bad guys. There's lots of gray, there's lots of nuance, but fundamentally, they signed a contract, they did a whole bunch of funny business, and they have been punished for it. It's actually happened. It's kind of rare, right?
No, they deserve this. They got into this deal. It's not about good guys and bad guys. They made this deal and then tried to squirm out of it. Fuck them.
We're almost so used to big, loud stories that ultimately just kind of piddle out and have an ending that just leaves nobody satisfied. Here, it's not that whatsoever. Now, there's one other thing. This video was sponsored by friends over at Trainwell.
Oh my God.
A real personal trainer who...
2 fucking ads. Jesus Christ, my guy. Fuck me. God damn.
Happening on companies like Nintendo, PlayStation, etc.
Jesus. In a 14-minute video? Shit, this guy's got to be making fucking bank. Jesus Christ. Okay, so basically Krafton fucked themselves so fucking hard that they're going to be paying out even more money. They deserve it. They deserve that. They got into that deal. They deserve that. That's what they did. So many games being exposed with scams these days. Yeah, that's right. And all the fucking scammers deserve it. That I'm gonna go to Popeyes. What should I get? I would tell you, but the problem is I don't have Popeyes in Africa. Okay, the closest we've got to Popeyes is Chicken Licken. Any restaurant that focuses on chicken though, you cannot go wrong with the chicken burger. I don't know if you guys get spicy sauce. I don't know if you get that. But get it with a little bit of spice. It's always better. Chicken's always better with chili. Or at least something spicy on it. Now then, what other shit did you guys send me here? What other shit? Fuck. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck is this? What is this shit? Jesus. Is this to do with Frogan's fucking legal case with H3H3? What is this shit? Fucking drowning in Big Macs. You know what's real fucked up about Frogan getting as far as she was, right? Being the rising star of Twitch. You know what's real fucking painful for me to know? I had more people watching me on Twitch than her. How the fuck? If she's a rising star, then what the fuck am I? I had more viewers than that fat bitch. What the fuck? Okay, God, that's perfect. Okay, I see you've queued it up with the Frogan fucking video here in the Discord. Oh, that's beautiful. Apparently she's fucking broke. Apparently she's fucked. Jesus Christ. I cannot believe that she got as much attention as she did with a lower viewer count than me. Like that's insane. Who the fuck did she suck off to get taken that seriously by that many people? Honestly, I don't understand it. The fact that she was like saying boo fucking who, I hope soldiers get PTSD, blah blah. Like she's like me. A literal nobody. How did she get that much fucking attention? I don't understand it. Hassan. She is a Hassan yes man. But that still, like, in my head, that doesn't translate to, like, why did she get that much attention, even if she was, like, orbiting Hassan? Though, more realistically, Hassan would have been orbiting her, along with the car and the house and Kaya while she's getting electrocuted. And everything in, like, her local fucking condensed black hole zone. Like, I bet she was emitting Hawking radiation. Like, how the fuck? Twitch promoted her. And Dan Really? Twitch promoted her. Jesus Christ. How the fuck? What? She knew something. There's got to be a reason. She feels like... It doesn't feel natural. It doesn't feel natural that Frogan got that much attention to me. It feels like something else happened there. Like she knows something about someone who works at Twitch and twisted their arm or some shit. Or like someone tried to fuck her or something. Which, goddamn, that's a brave man, whoever did that. She latched herself to her son like a remora fish. Yes, but there's a ton of other, like, small, literal nobodies who are, like, bigger than me, who latch themselves to her son and all of that stuff, and they don't get that same level of attention. I don't get it. Frogan's entire thing is that she's her son's attack dog. The image you just put in my head by saying that, Green Sky, was I'm just imagining like someone like, get him, Scruffy, and this dog is just this like old fat Labrador. This is going and it like can't even like run after people. Was that part of Hassan versus Sean head drama? There's a Hassan versus Sean head drama? I think I've seen something about that on Twitter. I did see a bunch of thumbnails at some point talking about Sean Head finishing on Hassan or in Hassan or something like that. Dan is a chubby chaser. I think Dan will fuck anything with a heartbeat, if I'm being honest. It's 1,000% not natural. She and Dan share the same beliefs. Yes, something's not off. It just doesn't make sense. I think it has to do with maybe her views, the fact that she shares the same views as the people working at Twitch. Maybe they promoted her, maybe she knows something in the back end about Twitch or its employees that she could come to the front with. But then if she did, something's off there. I don't know, something's off there. Let's see what the fuck is going on with this lawsuit.
Has eaten her legal fund. We're gonna get into today on the Legal Mindset.
This guy's a fucking lawyer. What the fuck? What the fuck does he mean? He ate her legal. She ate her legal fund. What the fuck does that mean?
We teach you to be your own judge. I'm Andrew Esquire, American attorney.
But all I know is that Hassan is getting railed by the feds right now. Is he? Is he? After all the shit that Hassan's done, I'm astounded that he's not on a watch list. I'm astounded by that. Bringing terrorists on stream, fucking electrocuting his dog, supporting terrorist groups. You know, if the Jews really do rule the world, why have they let like her son run rampant, like dragging their name through the mud? I mean, as far as I'm aware, Nick Fuentes got like debanked and shit for mentioning Jews and stuff. How is her son untouchable by comparison? Legal Mindset is a whole rabbit hole. Dude is fucking insane. Yeah, no, I know nothing about the guy. I'm coming into this with baseline information. I know nothing about like people's interpersonal shit when it comes to this. I've got to catch up on my streamer game. I've got to catch up on all these fucking people in this drama. He's getting subpoenaed by the feds for his Cuba trip. Of all the things he's done, you're telling me that him taking a holiday to Cuba where he was talking about how wonderful that communist place was, that's the thing that got him in trouble with the feds? Really? That's the one? Oh my god, like, is the FBI... someone who's American needs to tell me this, because I don't know this. I'm just a third world white. What the fuck do I know? Is the FBI incompetent? Are the FBI just like a bunch of, like, shit-eating retards who are just a bunch of dumbasses who don't know what the fuck they're doing? Because I thought, like... From my perspective, as an African who's like looking at this from the outside, like the FBI is like one of the most terrifying fucking law enforcement bodies that you could ever fuck with or get involved with whatsoever. Yes, the FBI is incompetent. What happened? I thought these guys were like basically fucking MIB. What the hell happened to them? I wonder if he stayed at Justin Trudeau's family house in Cuba. Probably. He probably also had... No, let me not say that. That'll get me in trouble legally. All I'll say is I'll quote his son on that one. What was the thing he said about fucking kids? I can't remember. Well, what did he say if it's on the clock at that? What was it? He said something about that. It was back in his bro days when he was still doing the bro grift on the right before he shifted the other direction. Man, that guy said so much it's hard to keep track of. It's not that Cuba is an excuse because now the left and the right are now against him. You know what? I'm surprised at how long it's taken the left to be against Hassan. Not because of his political takes and stuff, but primarily for, like, most of the very, like, obvious racist shit he said. Because usually, like, the racism stuff is, like, a big deal to the people on the left. And he said, like, a lot of racist shit to a lot of groups. So I'm surprised it's taken that long for them to turn against him. FBI routinely clears shit that makes no sense. Yeah, okay, that's disappointing. I thought the FBI were like fucking insanely competent and stuff like that. God damn it. What the fuck happened? Old enough to count, old enough to mount. That's the one. That's the one Leguel knows. Purity spiral comes for all, even J.K. Rowling fell from their grace. J.K. Rowling fell from their grace because she said that transgenders aren't women, if I've got that correct. Which... I mean, it seems like you can agree with these fucking crazies like 99% of the way, and that's that last 1% that'll kill you. Rumor is that they are investigating Hassan and the lady from Code Pink. Code Pink is funded by CCP and Roy Singham. Singham is on a... I don't know who Roy Singham is on a USA intelligent watch... Oh, okay. If he's on a watch list, then that makes sense. Okay. It's not racism. It's not racism that the left, but to control, because he was against Kamala. Based? He was against women?
So for those that have been following this case, we obviously...
Oh, fuck! Jesus Christ! Did she get fatter? Did she somehow get through a lawsuit and get fatter? Or am I just misremembering the size of this woman?
We have our defendant Frogan here.
Of course. That's diabolical. He brings up a clip and the first thing she's doing is eating.
Who is embroiled in a lawsuit over copy.
Do you think that the muffler that she's got there on the microphone is red because that way it indicates to her that that's not food?
Copyright infringement for the Hassan Piker content nuke. Now, also in that lawsuit were Casey Tron and Denims, but of course, Casey Tron, as we saw,
Wait, funny you say that because I've seen people say she lost weight. Maybe it's just because I don't check in on this shit enough.
Out.
As to the GoFundMe money, to the extent there are any remaining funds.
This one's the weed smoker. right? This one's the one who's like done more damage to the idea of casual use of cannabis than any other human being in existence, right? This is the one that was just ripping bongs nonstop live on stream. Or is that another one? Yes, okay. You know what really hurt me about this, right? So I had a whole business set up, right? This was a while ago now. So me and some engineering buddies had a whole business set up where we were gonna do like cannabis and shit because of the changing laws and stuff in our country. That was gonna be like, you know, something that's used casually, that's not being used by these Lamau dude weed people. Because what we discovered is there's like a massive untapped market of like people and professionals and like bankers and lawyers and shit like that who want to use cannabis just to fall asleep or just to relax for a few hours in their fucking life, right? And not smoke it non-fucking stop. And it's like a multi-million-dollar industry that no one's touched upon because no one wants to. And this bitch does so much fucking damage by being such a loser weed head. People like her piss me the fuck off so much. And it shouldn't piss me off because the regulation changed again, so that business collapsed. She's the one that took a deal with H3, but part of it is that she apologized and helped fund H3's litigation. So basically, she was cucked. She was cucked into funding them. Jesus Christ. It's something where he and someone else sent aid to Cuba, and apparently they think he helped Cuba break some of the sanctions on Cuba, and also wanting a list of the 20 tons of supplies they brought to Cuba. Jesus Christ, 20 tons?
After I pay my attorney
Who's Stacey Green?
fees, I have agreed to pay the remaining funds to the clients.
And Denims is ready to take this.
Wait, speaking on weight, how are you doing? Well, poverty's doing something because I'm eating less, but also I've got like 3 layers of clothing on right now because it's freezing.
To trial, ready to take this all the way. But we've always been waiting on Frogan and what she's going to do. There was a lot of speculation about Frogan, thinking she might settle, much in the same way of Caseytron, while some were saying she was dedicated to fighting this to the end like Denims, that she was a true warrior. Well, we now have figured out exactly what's going to happen.
Caseytron wants the hottest eagle of Twitch. Soda Poppin's ex? What? Really? No fucking... This was the hottest eagle? Are you... This was the hottest eagle? You're seriously telling me this was what's... Are you fucking real? No, Jesus, even back then she's got fucking horror face. Like, what? Really? This is what passes as hot? Fucking really? Hold on. I don't see it. I don't see it. That's the face people were gooning over, really? Number 1 titties. Okay, there we go. Okay, that one makes sense. Yeah, it's the tits. Okay, she's using the tits to distract from the face. Really, god damn it. Fuck me, standards are low. Holy shit. Fucking goddamn. I don't know, maybe it's just me. That doesn't do it for me. This does nothing for me. Like, none of these look great. I would sooner masturbate with 60 grit sandpaper than... Don't come in here making obvious statements like that, henchman. God damn it. I don't see it. I don't see it. Maybe it's anything is hot if you're a couch potato who never goes outside when you're glued to a WoW dungeon. And that's fair. That's fair. Standards have dropped. I honestly just don't see it. You'd be as big if you showed your tits. My tits might be bigger.
to happen, and that is she is going to default on this case. And that's because today we have filed in the U.S. District Court, the Central District for California, we had filed a request for default.
Wait, check the crash out with her and Asmon's ex fallout into it. If you've got a link, send it to me. Carol, if you've got a link, I want to see that shit. I got to get some context here. I've got to catch up on streamer shit.
All judgment against defendant Morgan Kamal Majid. That is exactly Frogan in this case. So what is a motion for default judgment? That's a motion essentially saying, hey, they haven't responded. They've passed the deadlines. So now we're going to assume liability. So once this is
Am I hearing that right? She didn't respond. She got a lawsuit and she did nothing. Is that right? No fucking way.
Motion for default judgment. That's a motion essentially saying, hey, they haven't responded. They've passed the deadlines. So now we're
So no contest. She got into a lawsuit and she didn't even show up to fucking defend herself. Granted, the Uber driver who was supposed to take her to the court probably was like, nah, I'm not having my fucking tires in my car pop today. You're walking. Jesus. Default judgment is only if you didn't respond. So basically, she took the Asmongold technique, where it's you ignore the problem until the problem goes away. Is that... Fuck me. Oh no, oh no, she's fucked. She's fucked. She's fucked.
Going to...
Wait, but then what happens to all the money? Wasn't there like a whole donation thing? Weren't there like people who donated like $25,000 or some shit to her? What happens to that money? Do people get refunds?
Assume liability. So once this is accepted by the court and approved by the court, liability is completely on Frogan. She gives up the fair use defense. She can no longer argue the law. All of that is out. The only thing left after this is damages. So you can argue over damages. So she would have a chance to speak up and say, no, the damages aren't that much, or let's argue over the damages. But essentially the trial is over. It's done. She's lost after this point. So let's get through the facts to figure out exactly how bad this was and how much Frogan did not put up a fight. But before we move on, there's an important message I want you guys to hear.
This is an ad, isn't it?
Recently,
yeah,
it promoted an addictive platform of over $1,000. So here we have in the same motion filed saying plain...
Wait, she gets to use the money for food because of the donation details. No, but that doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense because... I looked into this, right? I even had a conversation with a lawyer about this, with the whole thing with Guild Wars 2 and what they did to me. If you open up like a donation pool for other people to donate to you, you have to use it, like you're not allowed to use that money in any other way than its intended purpose.
Plaintiff 10 Entertainment hereby requests the clerk enter default in this matter against defendant Morgan Kamal Majid, PKA Frogan, on the grounds that the defendant has failed to appear or otherwise respond to the complaint within the time prescribed by the federal rules of procedure.
Fucking insane.
Now understand, this is not asking much. All that will be required is a very simple filing. She could have told her lawyer, hey, I'm on a budget. Hey, I don't want to spend that much money. Hey, try to keep this to, just a one-pager, the bare bones. Let's just give a basic complaint response so we don't default. They could have kept that to a minimum amount. You can tell your lawyer, hey, keep this cheap, just the bare minimum. I want to delay this. I want to try to push this off. That's definitely something you could tell their lawyer, but they didn't even give that. And they...
Oh my God, she did nothing. She did nothing. She's so fat, she couldn't even fucking just, like, print out a piece of paper and send it in. Oh no. You think so, towel? You got AI modded for the word towelhead. Cares about pesky details like, you know what? This is... I'm honestly, I'm like trying to formulate this in my head. Excuse me. She ate the paper. It just came through the mail slot and she had her mouth open. She's like, oh no. Oh wait, that wasn't McDonald's. Oh well. Jesus Christ. You know what this sounds like to me? This sounds like she's planning to escape to a different country.
They've had almost a year at this point, so since August of last year. So this was filed, of course, June 19th of last year. July 17th of last year, Frogan got the complaint. And on August 5th of last year, they had a joint stipulation to extend her deadline from August to October and also give her time for
August, June, July, August, September. So she had 3 extra months past the deadline. Jesus.
Filings. Since then, they also engaged in settlement negotiations. Now, the counsel for both sides can't talk about the details of settlement negotiation. However, I would like to speculate here, if I may, and I would like to say that they...
Wait, no, escaping means she has to move. Well, I mean, I've seen the videos of when they moved Shamu. I remember those videos back in the day, the old grainy, like, 1080p videos of them getting that whole, like, whale in a crane and shifting them. It can be done.
They probably did the bare minimum in negotiation to make it kick down the line, to just take this and extend this out as far as possible. Obviously, they didn't come up with an agreeable settlement. And I think during this period of time, Frogan was looking at Casey Tron and her settlement. And she was thinking, hey, look, if I settle, I'm going to have to give all of my legal defense fund over to Ethan Klein. And instead of doing that, let me kick this down the can and use those funds for my Big Macs. Yes, the giant...
There's no fucking way. No ways.
Mountain of Big Macs that we can all...
That he has to be memeing. He has to be fucking memeing.
See Frogan chowing down on. Let's use that for the Big Mac fund over this period of time. And as I whittle this down, we'll eventually just not ignore it, whatever else. And hey, maybe this will go away. And maybe she got advice that'd be totally...
Apple wants to know if you ever did Chalice of Tears. Yes, I did, Vic. I did Chalice of Tears on the timer during the event, and I did it with a shock collar around my fucking neck. And every time I failed, I got electrocuted, and I still did it.
Okay for her to just ignore this and default. Maybe she got somebody whispering in her ear, yeah, forget about it. He's not actually going to go after...
Wait. No. Sorry. I'm confusing Chalice of Tears with Clock Tower. I did Clock Tower. I didn't get to Chalice of Tears.
After you, or it's going to look bad, or you're going to become some sort of sob story. Well, that's not the case. The court, of course, at this point, had every right to enter into a default judgment, which is what they're requesting. So they informed them on April 20th that they intended to proceed with litigation, gave her 3 weeks, and their deadline to respond was May 11th. That did not come. That day came and gone, and now, boom, we're at default judgment territory. Now, how is this not a scam? Because if we look at her legal defense fund, her lawsuit defense...
38,000. Hold on. I could live off of that. My family could live off of that for more than a year. That's like 2 to 3 years. 38,000. Jesus Christ. What up, Carol? Welcome to the YouTube side. This has to be a scam. She scammed it. Oh my God. No, this has to be a scam. This has to be like legally prosecutable.
Fund on GiveSendGo, she raised almost $40,000, $38,756, including donations that were running up to this day. She was getting donations very, very recently that were coming into her fund. So she's still out there grifting for her legal defense, despite the fact that she hasn't really used this for legal defense. Really, there's been...
How is she getting away with this? No, this doesn't fucking make sense. How is she?
And no filings on her part, significant filings over almost a year. Since August of last year, she really hasn't done anything. So what's going on? Where did all this money go? Didn't she have to use that for legal funds? Well, I called this out last year, and I am proven absolutely right yet again that she tucked some weasel words in here so she didn't get.
Wait, after nearly 2 years of targeted harassment campaign against me, I mean, it's not targeted, it's just you're so big that no one can miss. Ethan Klein has now escalated into suing for reacting to his video. No, he sued because you tried to replace his product on Hassan and myself on his video titled Content New to Hassan Piker. This fundraiser is to cover all legal fees associated with this complaint, any counterclaims I may have against him, and any other bills. Ah, there it is. Personal expenses from lost wages and damages. Oh, okay. Okay, she hit it in the fucking EULA. Okay, now I get, yeah, okay, he wasn't memeing. She actually ate through the defense fund. Someone who knows law. I know there's this thing, right, when it comes to legal stuff, right, where you can have a contract that you can give someone to sign, but if it's superseded by the law, it doesn't matter what you put in the contract if it's superseded by legal precedent. Surely this is breaking some kind of precedent that's set by the law prior to this. She might still be in shit for this. Gotta give her credit, that's smart of her. She was just thinking about what she was getting for KFC at the end of the day. It's like, I'm gonna get more chicken. That is actually pretty smart of her. Criminal law, you cannot sign something that is against criminal law. So yeah, but I suppose this is a civil case, right? So maybe that's how she's getting away with this. Jesus Christ. I bet she DoorDashed that shit in a week. I bet that was just a week's expenses.
Get hit with scamming or fraud allegations. So if we turn back to the actual language that she tucked into that Give Sin Go legal defense fund, you can see it says here, this fundraiser is to cover any and all legal fees associated with his complaint, talking about Ethan Klein. Any counterclaims I may have against him, well, she can't file any counterclaims if she defaults. That's totally gone. So that's some BS to begin with. And then saying any other bills and personal expenses from lost wages and damages arising.
She should have used Klarna. Isn't that the hyper predatory loan thing in the US? It's a civil case, not a criminal case. Okay, yeah. So she's gonna get away with this. She's fucked on the fact that she did nothing against the lawsuit. She didn't even file anything. And she ate through the fund. Legal Mindset is based, by the way. I know nothing about the guy, right? I don't know anything about the guy personally. So, I'm trying to think, what is her strategy here? Aside from DoorDashing her next meal, I think her strategy here might be burn through all of the donations on Mickey D's, declare bankruptcy. That way it doesn't matter that she gets sued because there's nothing that Ethan can get out of this. But then I wonder if at a later stage they can garnish her wages and shit like that. Well, what am I saying wages? She doesn't fucking work.
From this litigation. So her whole horse is going to be bet on personal expenses and bills. So she used this for rent. She used this once again.
Wait, Klarna is getting people trapped in debt for absolute bullshit. People use Klarna to buy DoorDash meal. No fucking way people are going into debt for DoorDash meals. No fucking way. There he goes. Every night. Every fucking night that go, fucking little dick motherfucker. Every goddamn night. I remember Legal Mindset popped off when the Doki Bird Niji Sanji drama dropped. Well, you see, I don't know much about that one either. I wasn't really paying attention to the shit. How much do you guys spend on DoorDash? How expensive is DoorDash that you're fucking going into debt for your burger? God damn, that's the most American thing I've ever heard in my life.
The Big Mac fun, you know, chowing down on Cheetos, fried chicken, whatever else she did. But I mean, she was not using this for this fun. And because of that, she's able to say, hey, I didn't scam you because I put personal expenses in there. So you can't.
Personal expenses is McDonald's. Would it kill this bitch to fucking walk into a kitchen and cook a meal for herself?
Sue me. You guys can't come back and say I defrauded you because, hey, I disclosed this could be my personal expenses. So in judgment here, looking at this, I absolutely believe that she clearly used this for her personal expenses chiefly. Because she really didn't do anything in this lawsuit significantly. Her legal bills are probably no more than a couple $1,000s in this. Over totaling based on what she did. She really didn't have to spend more than that.
I can imagine that if she does get dragged into court, she'll represent herself not because she couldn't afford the lawyer, but because the lawyer couldn't fit in the courtroom next to her.
For what she's done so far, it really isn't that expensive to just, you know, go and have settlement negotiations, do some bare bones work, etc.
Do you think like when she got like her inner edge on Twitch to get like all those like promotions and stuff, do you think she like had to fuck a dude? And and the guy who banged her, he didn't really like try and find the pussy. He just was like, he just picked a fold and went to town. like I don't understand any of this. I don't get it. I don't understand how she fucking popped off. I don't understand how you cannot fucking respond to a lawsuit. What the fuck is going on here? This is wacky.
And not even filing a response, a basic, short, 1-2 page response, something very simple, is absolutely disgraceful.
What content does she do? As far as I'm aware, the content she does is basically, it's Timu levels of Hassan, where she's very left-leaning. She's like, I hope the troops die. I hope everyone gets PTSD. Boo-hoo. She hates Jews. Yeah, you know, that kind of stuff.
Put up a legal defense.
But she threatened a guy. She would fuck him if they didn't promote her. That actually makes a lot more sense. That does make a lot more sense. Can you imagine? What would you do if she threatened to fuck you? I mean, aside from walking away at a mild pace.
Fun. Not even putting up a fight, not even taking this to summary judgment or a further stage where she could try to make an attempt.
She should go into mukbangs. That's genius. She could be the next Nikocado Avocado.
To argue the law, try to do what Denims did. She's not even gone as far as Denims, right? Denims at least shown, hey, she's willing to put up some level of fight in this. She hasn't even tried. Frogan has been sitting in her room, not doing anything with this. And if you look at the actual liability, it's going to be large. It's going to be over 200K. Likely the statutory damages alone are up to 150K, and that doesn't include any of Frogan's profits or any of Ethan's lost revenue. So if they're able to cobble together 50 or 100K of lost profits or Frogan's revenue, something like that, as well as attorney's fees, because Ethan can tack his attorney's fees.
I would cover myself in pork fat so she can't touch me, since pork is haram. Now, that might work regularly, but you just made yourself tastier to her. Okay? Do you really think that... Let's be honest, okay? Let's be honest here, Banatu. I know a lot of Muzzies, right? I know a lot of Muslims. I'm friends with a fair bunch of Muslims. They're super cool dudes. They're super chill. They love talking about philosophy all the time. Do you think that bitch has ever made it through Ramadan? Once? Do you seriously think she has, like, not eaten a meal while the sun was in the sky? Come now, let's be serious. Let's be real about this, right? I'm being dead ass with you. If the Muzzies in my country saw her, they'd be like, this one is haram. This one's not keeping with the tenets of Islam. They would be like, not a fucking chance. More like Ramadan. There's no fucking way. There's no fucking way. You know what? The shit I have to say, right? The shit I have to say doesn't even come close to the things my Muslim friends would say about her. I've seen them talk about fat women before. Holy fucking shit. They would come up with jokes like, this is why we hit the Twin Towers. It's to get people to run away from the buildings so they get some exercise. They would, fuck me. They'd be like, no, I can't fuck her. Pork is haram. They would go so fucking hard on her. Jesus Christ. Wait, there was a super chat. Was there? Was there? Hold on. Where the fuck? Hold on. Hold on. Where the fuck did that go? Give me a sec. Give me a sec. I don't want to miss that. Wait. The fuck? What's wrong with my system now? Frogan sat on it. Oh, there was one. Well, thank you, Fantastic. Thank you. I appreciate that for the 20 Canadian dollars. And what the fuck is that thing? Is that just a fucking game controller losing its shit? It's getting more exercise than Frogan. Holy shit, thank you, Fantastic. You didn't have to do that. I appreciate that. Holy fucking shit. We're like, this doesn't fucking make any sense. Also, thanks for telling me, Spider. None of this makes any sense to me. 90% of Muslims sleep during fast. Do you really think that Frogan is sleeping with that level of sleep apnea? Come now, let's be real. That bitch is waking up every fucking hour after trying to nearly swallow her fucking tongue. She's like, oh, I need a burger. Let's be real. She's fucking waking up. She's not sleeping through that shit.
For this, that certainly is going to be expensive because we all know that Ethan has the best lawyers on this that are very expensive. That's certainly going to get over 200K. So we're looking at a 6-figure amount. That's going to be a lot for Frogan, for someone who is constantly begging for money and saying she's broke. So what do I think her strategy is? I think it's to declare personal bankruptcy. I think her strategy all along has been to deplete these funds. So even
you can see why they prefer goats. Look, I'm not a man who would fuck an animal. But if I had to pick between a goat and Frogan, I'm putting on some Barry White, I'm lighting some candles, I'm dimming the lights, and me and that goat are having a time of our lives.
And if Ethan Klein wins, she can say, hey, that fund is empty. I already drained that fund, so you can't get anything from that. And I am personally broke. She will declare bankruptcy after the judgment.
There it is. Yeah, she's gonna declare bankruptcy.
So, hey,
that's
you're
what
not
she's
going to
gonna
get
do.
anything from me. So I think that's her strategy. Now, that doesn't always work out. In some cases, there can still be liability attached. Now, that's going to be up for Ethan Klein to figure out that and fight that battle. But I think that's going to be her strategy in all of this. But without a doubt, we can say that Frogan ate it all. I want to know what you guys...
Okay. I think her whole thing of declaring bankruptcy won't actually work. And I'll tell you why. It's no longer about Ethan versus Frogan, right? It's not about Ethan versus Froggy Fresh there. What's going to happen is she is now pissed off the judge, right? She's pissed off the judge directly because she didn't even file the most basic form. She made them delay and then have to come up with a new date. She did nothing about that. She's filed nothing, right? I think she's now pissed off the judge. And I think the judge is going to be really fucking annoyed by this because the judge is probably sitting there thinking like, I've got 10,000 other fucking cases that are infinitely more important than this horse shit. She's holding up the legal system. She is now fucking being detrimental to other shit that I have to deal with. She is wasting my fucking time. She's wasting this other person's time. She's wasting the lawyer's time. She's wasting everyone's time. So I think the judge will be pissed off enough that this might work against her. Judge will see through her bullshit and make her pay anyway. I hope so. Bankruptcy won't be easy for her. She has to convince the judge that all those $58K poofed away by no fault of her own. That judge would take one look at that fat fuck and be like, I know exactly where that money went, you fat bitch. I think she's fucked. I think she's fucked because now this is a fight between Frogan and the judge, and Ethan's just going to sit on the side eating popcorn. and just watching this happen, judges became soft in the US. The judge, you think that the judges won't do anything to her? I don't know. I think wasting. Look, I've seen some legal proceedings, right? I'm not gonna fucking claim to be like an expert in all of this shit, right? But okay, so I'm gonna tell you the end of the story that's kind of now come to be. When it's come to my own legal shit that I was dealing with the person who used to be living here, who tried to like report me to the police for wanting to kill her and blah 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 and all of that shit, right? I showed up. I was always early when talking to the judge. I was always there. I had all my documents. I had all my evidence. I showed them everything. That piece of shit never showed up once. And that judge, that guy was so fucking pissed off at her. Right? He threw that case out immediately that she'd built up because she never showed up on time. She wasn't there. She had nothing organized. She wasted the court's time. And that judge, like, I've never seen a black guy go red before with rage. That was the first time in my life I've seen a black dude turn red. He was so fucking angry, right, at his time being wasted. I can imagine that a judge who's dealing with legalese bullshit all day long would be so fucking pissed dealing with that kind of person. I think she fucked herself. US judges are infamously soft on crime. You got people with 50 plus felonies being released without bail, and the judges face no consequences when they reoffend. Since you're saying this is in California, you might be right about that. Depends if she has a woke woman judge. Yeah, if it's a woman judge, that I suppose that does change things. Am I crazy about this? But I think there should be a law where if you're a judge and if you've got someone who's like done like 10 felonies, by the time they get in front of that judge for the 11th time, if that judge lets them go and they commit another felony, I think that judge should be legally responsible as well. I think this whole legal immunity that judges has got is bullshit. I think that the law needs to change to fix that problem. Don't forget that her son is nuts. Her son's nuts are in the fire now. He will not be throwing her any help. I think if there's like a deposition and that goes into discovery and shit like that, wouldn't that reveal that he's been helping her? Surely, I don't think he's helped her at all. I think he's run the fuck away from that. And every time she's asked for help from him, he's like, yeah, that's not gonna happen. Oh, but it's gonna damage the communist message. Bye. I don't think he's helped her at all. I don't think he's donated a single cent to help that bitch out. I think he's gonna let her roast like a little piggy on the fire. I think that's just how it is. If she faces liquidation, then she might maybe lose everything, but I doubt it. I don't know, it's hard to say. It's really fucking hard to say. It depends on who the judge is, depends on how pissed off the judge is, how much time she's wasted in the court system. There's like a lot of variables to pass in this. And I'm looking at this like a retard, right? I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a judge. I don't know how the systems in the US work. Like, even if I was a judge, I wouldn't be able to judge the US system because I wouldn't be working under that legal framework. So I don't know. There's too many variables for the average human being to pass here. I think that's different. Is Frogan reminding you of your ex? No, my ex was fucking skinny. My ex had no fucking muscle on her. Yeah, she was the exact opposite. My ex was a bitch, though. Jesus Christ. Completely different type of bitch. But not that type of bitch. Okay. There's some shit you guys have put in the Discord here. There's some more shit going down. God damn. Okay. I'll tell you what. I did watch Iconic's Riot MMO video. I have watched that. Right, I watched that on the last stream. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull up Faith's video here. I'm going to be right back because I'm hearing noises outside my house again. It's the witching hour, and that means crazy homeless people are about. So I'm going to be right the fuck back. I'll see you in a second. Fucking sword. All right, there we go. There we go. Okay, crazy shit happening outside, not my fucking problem. Not my issue, that's someone else's problem. It's someone's dogs losing their mind. It's not anyone fucking with the dogs again. I'm lucky. I don't know what's going on out there, but it's not my issue. That something else is going on out there. I can't see anything on the road. Not my issue. The reactor in random order, for the most part, yes. Basically, this is the Discord night, Carol. So it's any link you give me, I will look at it. Unless I deem it boring and retarded. Then I won't. So yeah. I'm back. I don't know if you saw Unreal 6 thing, so I put like 30-second announcement. Yes, I did. I did see the Unreal 6 thing with Rocket League. I did see that. It's just... I don't even know what the difference is going to be between Unreal 5 and 6. It doesn't look like there's any difference. Now then. Finally a face I enjoy seeing. A face that's not, you know, taking up the whole fucking screen and trying to eat the screen. I like this guy. I like Donut Operator. And I think we need some karate water to listen to him. Let's see what the fuck's going on here. Stupid and evil business model. Buy now, pay later. Is this Klarna? Is this about Klarna? I know you said you prefer US, but how about Eastern Europe? Well, I'm looking into a bunch of places, right? So the problem is I need to look into a ton of different places that will not fucking ruin my family's life and won't end up... Look, here's the problem. I live in Africa, right? Africa is a shithole. Africa has a bunch of crazy, fucking insane people who want to kill each other. I'll pull up the video. I'll pull up Spider's video again. This is the state of my country. To give you some context of what I'm looking at here. This road is not far from where I live. It looks like a fucking Fallout game. This is not too far from where I live. Right? Not that far. Let me give you another one of another place that's not too far from where I live. Wakanda. This is like very close to where I live. I drive close to this area fairly regularly, right? I see this shit a lot of the time. Now, the thing is, the trick is with moving, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to find a place that's not going to turn into Africa in 5 to 10 years. Even the Balkans during the 90s wars look better. Yeah, it's because it was recoverable. I'm trying my best to try and find a place that's not going to turn into Africa in 5 to 10 years. Bunch of fucking people. Well, at least there's no puddles. Yeah, they got filled in with bodies. I want to live somewhere that I know I can raise my kid. I have a daughter. I have a little girl I take care of. I do not want to see her fucking raped or killed or murdered or some shit like that. I'm looking into a ton of different places. I don't want any of those places to end up like Africa. Do driver's licenses even exist there? Yes, of course they do. Of course South Africans have driver's licenses. What a ridiculous question. It's like any other country, right? So what you do to get your driver's license is you go to the store, you order yourself a box of cereal, and 1 in every 5 boxes has a driver's license in the bottom of it. And you fish it out, and then you kind of just like super glue on a picture of yourself, and then you're good to go. At least based on the driving I've seen in my country, that statement is accurate. Right, so I'm trying to find a place that's not going to turn into fucking Africa. That's what I'm trying to do. I've looked at a few places. I've looked at a few states. The US looks very fucking appealing because the idea of I have a gun and someone steps onto my lawn or breaks through my window and I can blow a big fucking hole in them, that's what I'm looking at. Texas is so far my number one spot, Humblebee. That's the place I like the most. My wife wants to live in a place like Wyoming because she's like, listen, it gets too cold up there for anyone to want to be there. Everyone will leave us the fuck alone. There's nothing there. Which, I've got to be honest, it sounds appealing. It sounds appealing. It doesn't sound bad. She keeps on sending me fucking videos with horses in it. Apparently, you can eat a bison burger. But there's also, we've tried for New Zealand. That one's impossible. We've tried for Canada. That one's incredibly difficult. We've tried for certain parts of Australia. That one's also difficult because they don't want to take white South Africans. I was surprised at how many liberals there are in Australia, if I'm being honest, who do not like South Africans. They fucking hate them. Not gonna lie, Alaska is just frozen Texas. I need to look into Alaska then. There are certain parts of Europe we've considered looking at, but we don't know enough to make an informed decision. Right? All of these things take time. You should try Japan. The problem with Japan is I suck at languages and I'll never be able to speak Japanese. So I'm literally going over there and fucking up their culture. That's the problem. Right? We're trying to also find like somewhere that we can go to that we can integrate into the culture and become like a part of the culture, as opposed to somewhere we go and we're never able to integrate and never make friends or anything like that, and that we fuck it up for everyone else. That's what we're trying to avoid. You could try Alberta, Canada. They're voting to separate from Canada. If they're separate, they might become the 50th. I'll have to look into Alberta. You see, the big problem with Canada is like everyone is immigrating there as well. Greenland, it will be America soon. Yeah, I'll just hop on a boat like a fucking Viking and just go to the ice place that apparently the Vikings called Greenland because they wanted people to fuck off. Just go to Greece? No. There are reasons we don't want to go to Greece. There are personal family reasons we don't want to go to Greece. And it's not like anything's wrong with Greece. The issue with Greece is more personal. For certain reasons, particularly for my wife. That's why. So that one's out. I heard Palestine is nice this time of year. You know that Palestine has a lower kill rate than my country? But I don't know if I'm Arab enough to get away with that shit. Now, let's see what the fuck this is about. Go to Cyprus. We're still looking into Cyprus. We're looking at how easy it is to go there. One of the problems with Cyprus in particular is that it gets fucked over by the EU fairly regularly. There was an entire bank run that happened in Cyprus that ruined their fucking economy and fucked things up for people. Also, my wife keeps on calling Cyprus hillbilly Greece.
I've done it. I've accidentally stumbled upon the dumbest business model on the planet. Today we're talking about buy now, pay later. Historically speaking, it has been a method of payment since pretty much...
What a fucking terrible system. All this usury. Maybe the Muzzies are right about this. Maybe we need to have no debt.
Forever. And it's been exactly what it sounds like. You buy something that you can't afford right now and you pay for it later.
Don't worry. In the new Odyssey movie by Christopher Nolan, he has an African playing Helen of Troy. You know what's really funny about you saying that, Sihang? Right? So... my wife takes our kid to like this whole play date thing where a whole bunch of moms get together and she's friends with this black woman, right? And I fuck with both my wife and that black woman all the time. I piss him off all the time. But I've recently, the Christopher Nolan movie has been beautiful for doing that, because what I'll do is I go to my wife and I'll say, now as a black woman, and my wife will get pissed off at me. And then she's like, I'm like, what do you mean? What do you mean? Christopher Nolan said you're a black woman. What's wrong? You're definitely not white. You're Greek. Then she gets pissed off at me. And then like halfway through the conversation, I go to her black friend. I'm like, now as a Greek woman. And then she loses her shit at me as well. It's so fucking good. I'm just sitting there farming rage because I know it's pissing them both off. What's up, Apple? How you doing? How you doing? It's been a little while, mate, and it's been down. It's finally back up. I love fucking with both of them. They get so mad. Both of them get so fucking angry at me. Because I just go to my wife's black friend. I'm like, so as a Greek woman, can you confirm the accuracy of Christopher Nolan's Odyssey? And she gets so fucking pissed off at me. And then she'll rant for 15 minutes about how racist the Christopher Nolan movie is, because it like erases all of her culture and tries to make her out as Greek. And then she gets to the end of her rant, and then I'm like, okay, but as a Greek woman, she just loses her shit all over again. It's so fucking great. It's so fucking great. Welcome in, General Apple viewers. How you doing? Welcome. This is the low effort, low energy stream of a Monday. What I'm doing first is I'm going through all of the bullshit people put in my Discord. I'm looking at all those videos, and then later I'm going to be crashing out by playing some ESO. Just to catch you up on some fucking context of what we're doing. Right, but I just kind of got sidetracked by the Christopher Nolan comment there. Man, I've been fucking with everyone I know with the Christopher Nolan movie. I love it so much. And I found the perfect way. So I have like a very super hyper left-leaning liberal woman in my family, right? She's not blood related, thank God, right? But she is fucking one of my family members. So she's one of those like white women that's never dealt with anyone of another race, but she feels like she can speak for everyone, right? And I love fucking ruining her day. And the way I found to fuck with her recently that's made her so pissed off that she's refused to speak to me for an entire week was I keep mispronouncing Lupita Nyong'o's name. I was like, you know, when we go and see that movie, the Odyssey, I'm really hoping that Low Potato Nyong'o is portraying Greece accurately. She just loses her shit. She goes on like an entire rant because she's like, that's not how you do that. And she like really feels like she can speak for black people. Right, she really thinks that she can speak for other races, and it's so fucking good. I love it so much. It's been like I've been trolling this bitch forever. I've been doing it forever. It's so fun. Oh my god. I've been having such a great time fucking with her. She still refuses to speak to me. It's so good. Start all your sentences with "as a black man." You know what the thing? Okay, so I'll give you this. We're going on a fucking tangent now. We might as well go all the way on a tangent, right? So what I did for a while was I kept on telling her. So she went on like a whole rant about how trans children and shit are justified, which to me, there's no fucking 2-year-old that's making a decision to transition. That's just not fucking happening, right? So I went on a whole rant where I kept it for like the first 6 months of my kid's life, where I kept on saying I was going to get my daughter a tattoo. I just remembered this now. I kept on saying like, I'm going to get my daughter a tattoo. Look, she really wants one. She's deciding to have one. She really wants this tattoo. You could tell, you could see by the look in her eyes, in her 6-month-old eyes. She goes on a rant. She's like, there's no 6-month-old that knows how to make a decision like that. You're not supposed to be able to do that. You can't make such a life-altering decision for a 6-month-old. I'm like, you know what? You're right. How's about we just transition her instead? She lost her shit at me all over again. I just love fucking with this stupid bitch so much. Just keep on doing it. A surprise. And yet the thing is, because she's fucking one of my family members, she doesn't have a choice. She has to interact with me. And like an asshole, it's my favorite time of day whenever there's like a family meeting and I get to deal with her. It's the best thing ever. I love it so much. What was the tattoo she wanted? Well, we were gonna, the ones that I suggested was either we're gonna get a tattoo of Daffy Duck with a lawnmower, right? so that when she's older, it looks like he's pushing a lawnmower through her pubes, right? I tried to make it as offensive as possible. Or I was gonna be like, we're gonna get 2 B's tattooed on each butt cheek. That way, when she farts, we can call her Bob. And she did not like any of my suggestions. It was great. It was great. I loved it so much. I hate these things so much. Like your child wears a dress once as a boy at 2 years old. You can literally dress your kid in a garbage bag and they would smile like, yeah, look, kids like, big shocker, big fucking astounding shocker. Kids like to play pretend. Kids like to fucking do shit where they'll say, I'm a dragon for a week. I'm a unicorn. My kid's doing this every now and then. My kid, every now and then, she just wants to be a dog, right? She's around German Shepherds. She wants to bark like the dogs do, right? And then she'll say, I'm a dog. And then 30 minutes later, do you know what she's saying? I'm a princess. And then another 30 minutes later, she's saying, fucking, leave me alone. I just want to eat something. It's because they're a kid. They're a kid. They play pretend. That's how they see the world. I'm a Zionist. She hasn't gotten that one right yet. Although I did get her to run around the house the other day saying nothing but the word puto. And my wife fucking got so mad at me because she pronounces that word perfectly. When I was a kid, I would wear my dad's giant boots because I'm a tomboy. Thank goodness. When I was a kid, I had a pair of Spider-Man underwear, and I was a little fucking retard, so I put them on my head and pretended to be Spider-Man for the day. Kids are retarded. They do that shit all the time. It's what they do. How dare you deny your daughter her royal lineage? Look, she likes to play pretend. It's one of the most fun parts of the day when I'm spending time with her. Now, let's see what this is about. We've gone off track. We've gone way off track here. Apparently, we're talking about usury here. We're talking about fucking debt.
Whether you're buying a house or a car or your oven goes out and you don't have enough money to replace your oven, you go to the appliance store and the appliance store is like, no problem, we'll hook you up with a payment plan so you can get your oven. It's never been an issue.
That sounds like a scam. That sounds like a scam immediately. Payment plan. Why don't you just buy the shit or don't? Fix it yourself. What the fuck?
Where's all the money? That's as good as money, sir. Those are IOUs. See this? That's a car. Might want to hang on to that one.
But in
I'm going to start doing that to people.
past couple of years, apparently flying under my radar, a bunch of tech bros have gotten together and said, you know what, we should take this method of payment.
Wait, when I was a kid, I played with a hammer and my sick family twisted that into believing I was eager to get a job. What the fuck's wrong with your family? You would just play with a hammer. Hammers are cool when you're a kid. Big, heavy objects you can bash things with? Of course. Of course a kid's gonna do that.
And turn it into an entire business model. And it is not only the dumbest business model I've ever seen, it's almost unironically evil. Like if you were to take a cabal of evil...
Oh, sorry. Excuse me. I'm playing this video entirely wrong. Sorry. Hold on. Excuse me. My bad. I just realized that the background music cut out.
economists and put them in a think tank and tell them they need to come up with the dumbest way possible to crash the economy, this is what they would come up with, and we're going to get into it right after word from our sponsor.
Delete me.
Is that the model? You give them money. Here's the entire internet product. Google, or either get your person, whoever, they will look on your information, all the downsides.
Damn it, that's one long ass ad.
Let's get back to company for me existed or how they function until recently. I went to order something off of DoorDash, a pizza for me and the family, and then I was presented with payment options. Those were Apple Pay, a credit card, or Klarna. And for whatever reason on this
okay, so this is about the Klarna stuff. Okay.
Day, I said, what the fuck is Klarna? So I clicked on it. I was then presented the option of making an account with Klarna, and then I would be allowed to make 4 easy installments to pay off my pizza.
You fucking serious? Taking debt to pay a fucking pizza. Who the fuck would use that? Who is using that? Look, what? A pizza? Debt for a pizza? What are you gonna like eat the pizza then declare bankruptcy? Like what the millions of college kids, they're going to fucking college. They're going to fucking college and they can't figure out that you're not supposed to use debt for a pizza. People who struggle with everyday money, it's bad. If you're struggling with money, I don't think you should be door dashing a fucking pizza. What? Oh my God, I've got to get to the US. It's the land of milk and honey. I'm gonna open up a debt service for people to buy fucking pizzas. Oh my God. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh my God, I've got to get to the US. I've got to get to the US. Those people are so fucking stupid. If those people are dumb enough that they're going to be fucking using debt for a pizza, you can get them to buy anything. Oh my God. That's the land of opportunity if I've ever seen it. Holy shit.
That is without a doubt the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
To which I immediately said to myself in my head, that's stupid. I'm not about to finance a pizza and a private chauffeur to deliver it to me. I hit back and paid with a credit card, but then I was like, well, wait a minute. I technically did just finance a pizza and a private chauffeur to bring it to me because I paid it with a credit card, right? I'm buying it now and I'm gonna pay for it later when I pay my credit card statement off at the end of the month. So what the fuck is the difference between Klarna and a credit card? So I looked into it and guess what the difference is between Klarna after pay?
Interest rate, separate business. Why? He does make a valuable point there. If you're going to use a credit card for something, why the fuck does Klarna exist? Why the fuck would if you've got a credit card and you can get a credit card? Apparently, getting credit cards is really easy in the US. Am I just too fucking third world to understand this? You're right, GB. These are 15-minute human beings. These are 15-minute human beings. They don't see further than 15 minutes into the future. Remember, I got a place where you and your family can stay. Well, thank you, Iconic. I might actually hit you up about that. Holy fucking shit. We're going to open up a business. We're going to... Listen, Iconic, I don't... never mind the place to stay. Do you have one of those round little hats that we can wear? That's what's more important about this right now. Someone that thinks I can have a pizza and pay 1 cent a month for the next 10 years. Jesus
Frogan
Christ.
started her GoFundMe on June 20th, 2025. With $38,959 raised at a conservative estimate, she could buy 2,400 Big Mac meals in L.A. It's been 339 days since her GoFundMe launched. That's 7 Big Mac meals, large combo with fries and drink per day.
Well, thank you for doing the math on that, Lou. That puts things far more into perspective. Because there's no fucking way she's eating only 7 meals a day. That's not covering baseline there. You know that bare minimum low energy day, that's 15 meals a day. So that's barely covering her meals. Jesus Christ.
Pay a firm, all these buy now, pay later tech companies, and a credit card. Basically nothing. Credit cards are regulated. These companies are barely regulated, and they're nowhere near as regulated as a credit card.
Same,
but different.
Yeah, it's interest rate. It's literally just interest rate. What the fuck is wrong with these people?
Now, obviously, these tech companies insist that they are different from credit cards. That's why they're not getting regulated as credit cards. So let's just go ahead and go over both and see if we can see any difference whatsoever. Credit card companies primarily make money in 2 different ways. One, if you don't pay off your balance at the end of the month, they charge you like 26% interest, and they make money off of the interest. Okay, pretty straightforward. Yep. Everybody understands that. Way number 2 credit cards make money money that less people understand is they act as a payment processor. So what that means is every time you swipe your credit...
Yeah, they take a payment fee on top of what you do. So basically, because it's all digital and because the money doesn't actually exist, they're scamming you because they're able to pull more out of your bank account than what you actually paid for something. On top of interest rates, on top of, shrinkflation, on top of taxes that you pay on top of everything else.
Card at a store, they are going to charge the retailer between 1 and 3% of the total purchase amount every single time you use your card. So if you go to Walmart and buy $100 worth of groceries, Walmart is going to end up paying $3 for that 3% of a processing fee. And then if you don't pay off your bill, they're going to make interest on top of that. Those are the two ways that credit card companies make money. Now,
so just like everything else in the financial world, it's designed to fuck you.
Klarna and all the other buy now, pay later companies are totally different because they make all of their money off of processing fees, but instead of...
I start to feel smart for being a greedy Dutchman instead of a dumb one. You know what the worst part about you saying that is? In the past, your responsibility, your sense of being like thrifty and like making sure that there's always enough resources for you to use would have made you highly attractive as a mate. In today's day and age, now that just makes you a cheap fuck. And no one wants to fuck you. That's the worst part. Somehow they've psyoped women into believing that the dude who just throws away resources is the guy you want to be with.
Charging 1 to 3%, they charge 3 to 6%, aka double what a credit card charges. And then they give you a 0 interest loan for 30 days. And if you don't pay it off, then they start charging you interest. It's the same fucking thing as a credit card.
I bet they don't tell you that on the front end.
They're the same picture.
They even have a Visa card that you can put in your wallet and take with you to do this as much as you want. So why the fuck isn't it regulated like a credit card? Well, you see, a credit card is a revolving line of credit. That means you've got a $5,000 limit. You can spend $5,000, you pay it off, you can spend $5,000 all over again. When you use Klarna, Klarna isn't giving you access to a line of credit. They're giving you an individual loan. So if you get on DoorDash and
so they're doing micro loans. That's what they're doing.
Use Klarna to pay for a fucking burrito. Klarna is giving you an individual loan for said burrito.
Good Lord, pay it off today.
Pay it off.
And you can
Yeah, Jesus Christ, just buy the fucking pizza at full
avoid
price.
interest on that loan by paying that loan off in full in 30 days, exactly like a credit card, or unlike a...
But I absolutely despise not being able to do direct bank transfers for shit. Why are you forcing me to pay 3% extra? Because they need to make money out of you, that's how. It's like you said, it's like Humblebee said, it's expensive to be poor. It's fucking expensive.
Credit card. You can.
It's the whole strategy. So the banking system, the financial system, and I know this because this used to be part of my job. The entire financial system works on one theoretical phrase, right? Is it easier to get $1 million out of one person, or is it easier to get $1 out of 1 million people? Right? So you fuck over the people who are at the bottom because they're less educated, they are less financially informed, they make poorer decisions because they've got a lot more shit to deal with on the average day basis, and it's harder for them to build capital so they can never come after you with a lawsuit or anything like that. That's why they do it.
Could sign up for their payment plan where you make 4 payments over the course of 6 weeks and you'll still avoid interest. But if you go with that payment plan, each loan is going to come out of your account on its own schedule. So if you buy 30 things off of Klarna, you've got 30 loans out there auto withdrawing from your account on whatever random...
And I bet paying them off doesn't increase your credit score, but I bet that if you don't pay them off, it fucks up your credit score as well.
Dates those payment dates are. So basically Klarna is running 30 transactions a month to get all their money out on 30 different days, making it very, very hard for the average person to keep track of how much money they owe and how much debt they're actually in.
Wait, because Americans can't figure out bank-to-bank transfer, they have this convoluted system where banks need to give money to a middleman who needs lots of very expensive licenses just to verify that he can be trusted to pass that money along to another bank. I'll do you one better, Green Sky Wizard. They know how to do that. They know how to make that system work. They did it on purpose.
Sounds like a simple shakedown. Simple as that.
Okay, just so we're all on the same page, their entire argument is, yeah, we're basically a credit card, but we're a really, really shitty, inconvenient credit card, therefore we shouldn't have to play by any rules. But don't worry, it gets worse. You see, when you apply for a credit card, they actually like run your credit, and if you buy a bunch of stuff on a credit card and then you pay it off, it increases your credit score. That's a lot of the reasons that people go and get credit cards at a young age to build credit so they can hopefully buy a house in the future. These buy now, pay later companies, on the other hand, they don't run your credit. So you can buy a bunch of shit with these companies, but it's never going to improve your credit score.
Fucking knew it. I fucking knew it. You've got to be fucking pants on head retarded if you touch Klarna. It's literally the same service but shittier. Why are people using this? I don't understand. You explaining that is making your nose appear quite large. Not large enough. I need one of the foreskin hats. I need to open up a business soon.
But inversely, if you go ahead and don't pay your bill, they'll report it to collections, and then that will tank your credit score. So they can only hurt your credit, they can't help it. Buh! If you don't like the service, then just don't use it. Buh! Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. Here's how that affects all of us. Remember earlier when I said that they doubled the processing fees of a normal credit card? Great, wonderful. If retail companies are gonna have to pay an extra 3%, they're gonna pass that along to the customer.
Yeah, they're gonna pass that along to everyone. It's gonna increase the price of everything because some fucking retard wants to use that system.
And they can't discriminate and only pass it along to Klarna users because you can't make individual people pay the processing fees. So they're just gonna raise their prices across the board. So even if you're Dave Ramsey paying for everything in fucking cash, you're gonna be paying more money because somebody wants to finance a fucking burrito. Which raises a question, why would any retailer want to use Klarna or Afterpay or Affirm or any of these other buy now, pay later?
Because they can use it as an excuse to increase their prices. So if they were going to increase it by 3% because of Klarna, they can instead increase it by 5% and then put all of the blame on Klarna.
Companies, if they're charging more money for the processing fee. Great question. This is where it gets evil. You've probably seen these in a checkout where it's like you could pay the $100 for your purchase right now, or...
Wait, makes sense why they're forcing non-cash payments even more aggressively. Do you want to know something really, really cool? Financially that I know, right? This is a little psychological trick that you can use. If you want to pay for anything, do not use a card, use cash in your wallet, right? Because then you have a physical mental sense of what the fuck you've got on you and what you can spend money on. The second that it becomes some tinky woo digital number in the background, you're not thinking about it actively most of the time. And so you are more likely to spend more than you actually fucking should for something, because it's all funny money. It's all magical numbers in the sky, as opposed to a real physical object that you're handing over. And the thing is, right, for anyone who's got an IQ above 50, you're probably fine. You can use digital shit. But the retards below that are fucked. Do people not check their banking apps? Yes, they do. But here's the thing is they spend money and it's like a digital thing. It's literally like a mental trick. It's like a psychological thing that fucks with most people. And the dumber you are, the less likely you are to register how much trouble you're getting yourself into.
Or you can make 4 payments of $25 and still get what you wanted.
But remember that old ATM hack people were doing a few years ago for free money, only for the banks to charge them for the money they took out illegally? It's the same people. Yes, it's the exact same level of people. It's those exact fucking people doing this.
Right now. Okay, now to some of us that seems stupid because $100 is $100. Whether you take it from me right now or next Tuesday, I'm still paying $100.
As a German, I'm forced by birth to prefer cash to cashless. Yes, of course you are. That's because it's been ingrained in your genetics, because when the Weimar Republic happened, you guys were drawing cash to burn it for fire.
$100, what's the big deal? But there's a ton of scientific research that has gone into this, and when you spend a bunch of money, it activates the same part of your brain that is your pain response. It is borderline physically painful to spend a lot of money. So there's a huge chunk of the population that as long as they see that lower amount and what they have to pay right now, they're 20% more likely to make the purchase.
This is what I'm talking about. This is where the psychological trick comes in, because these people are fucking retarded.
And they're 30% more likely to spend even more money.
Yes, science.
So essentially, all these buy now, pay later companies are approaching retailers and saying, hey, we're gonna charge you 6%, but you're gonna sell 20% more often. And when you do sell, those purchases are gonna be 30% larger. Basically, retailers take the deal because it makes them more money. And the reason it makes them more money is because Klarna and all the other buy now, pay later companies have figured out how to make credit cards 2.0, except this time it's more dangerous, it's less regulated, and people that are financially illiterate are more likely to fuck up their entire financial future over a fucking burrito.
That's convinced me. That's done it. Done. I'm moving to the US. That's done it. That's convinced me. All I have to do is raise my kid to not be fucking retarded, and she's at the top of the she's at the top. That's it. Top 10% easy. If this is what she's fucking competing against, oh my god. This is easy street. Holy shit. Fuck me. Oh, I gotta get to the US fast. You sent me something in the Discord? Which channel? Which channel, Iconic? Oh my god. Everyone with a double digit or triple digit IQ should be trying to move to the US and take advantage of these fucking retards. God fucking damn it. Holy shit. Finally, I know where I need to move. Life's gonna be so fucking easy, and all you gotta be is not fucking retarded. Okay, DMs, hold on, what? New look at Cyclops. Is that a pussy on his fucking head? What? Is that supposed to be an eyeball? No, that can't be. That can't be Christopher Nolan's one. No, yeah, you're just memeing on me. That's not Christopher Nolan's one. I can tell that's not Christopher Nolan's one because the Cyclops isn't black. Come on. Come on, don't you know that a Cyclops is highly melanated from all that sun exposure? Come on.
The inception of this company had to have been like an episode of Mad Men with a bunch of John Hamm-looking motherfuckers drinking scotch and smoking cigars inside of a high-rise building, and they're like, haha, we're gonna figure out how to exploit...
Hey, gorgeous. We need to move to the US.
You need to get your shit together.
Yeah. We will. Sorry about that. I gotta get like a bunch of shit together for the next few days because I'm dealing with my wife's visa stuff and like immigration shit. It's fucking retarded. What? Here's my invest into your future business. Moonstone, you've made a great decision. I'm gonna be opening up the next Klarna, except it'll be twice as fucking stupid and be ultra predatory. How does that sound? Your return on investment will be exactly $0, but you'll get some emotional satisfaction out of watching a bunch of fucking retards cry on TikTok. Oh, I'm in debt because I bought a pizza. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. How the fuck did this happen? I'm still like trying to piece this out. If I remember, Cyclops lived in caves so they wouldn't be tan. No, but that's racist. Black people can live in caves too, Alarazzle. According to Christopher Nolan.
Poor and financially illiterate people even harder than they already are, and it's going to be a great business model. Yeah, except
he left out the part where he said fucking stupid people as well.
It's not, because that's the dumbest fucking idea I've ever heard in my entire life. Okay, let me rephrase.
Why not just flip crypto coin like the rest? Because the disgusting practice of that goes against entirely everything I worked towards when I was working for a business that dealt with crypto and was doing its best to make sure less of that shit happened. That's why.
Phrase this entire thing so we're all on the same page. Credit cards have a screening process. You apply for a credit card, meaning they've done some research into you and they've determined you're probably pretty likely to pay this back.
Promise you'll buy some decorative spoons. I will buy spoons with the faces of crying 20-year-olds on TikTok, and I will put them in my background and display them proudly.
Klarna and Buy Now, Pay Later doesn't do that same screening process
Oh
at
my
all.
God.
So they're giving lines of credit, essentially, individual loans on burritos and fucking pizzas to people that probably can't afford to pay it back. You want to know how I know they can't afford to pay it back? Because they're taking out a payment plan on a fucking burrito.
Yeah.
And you're never going to believe this. It's not working out for them. Q1 of 2025, they posted a $99 million loss, and they have no idea why, because guess what? The people that were financing DoorDash and a bunch of other dumb shit aren't paying off their bills in time.
Oh, Jesus. So they made a business to destroy the economy that's destroying them as well. You would think that they would at least be bright enough to have like some kind of repo service that shows up at people's houses and takes shit from them. But I guess that would require them to do something more than digital work, and they're not gonna go with that.
Shocking.
Next, payment plan on hookers. No, you don't need a payment plan. You just take your credit card and you swipe it through the vagina. That's why it's designed like that. That's why it's got that slot. That's what it's for. Have you not been doing that? Have you just been using hookers for free here? It also works as a sniff test. You sniff your card afterwards. And if it smells fishy, then you know it's time to leave.
Unbelievable.
I would pay so much money to see the CEO of Klarna have a sit down with Warren Buffett and try to convince Warren Buffett to have Berkshire Hathaway invest in Klarna, as he explains to him in detail that their business model is to sell payment plans and loans for Chipotle burritos. It would be fantastic. These companies literally broke level 1 of capitalism. Capitalism can be described as you identify a fucking problem, then you solve the problem and sell the solution. Klarna, on the other hand, came along and was like, okay, I think I've identified the problem. Poor people don't have any money. What if we made it easier for poor people to have even less money?
Jesus Christ.
Everything.
That's not fixing the problem, it's making it worse. Imagine if a plastic surgeon in Miami figured out a way to help women with flat asses have even flatter asses. He would go out of business. Klarna, on the other hand, is trying to IPO for $15 billion, okay?
I'm saying, okay, I'm going to say this as an African, right? I'm saying this right now as an African, right? You keep doing this to poor people, and eventually people are going to be dragged out of office blocks and having their fucking heads sawed off in the middle of the street with a bread knife. And because it's the US, it's going to be one of those electric ones that fucking clicks and fucking, makes a sound as it goes through that CEO's neck. Oh my God, how the fuck? How the fuck have they gotten away with this? I do see the super chat there. Just give me a second. Let me just fucking get this fucking thing working. How the fuck gets this fucking thing working? My investment into your daughter's basic education so that she succeeds. Your Klarna-esque mega corporation as she hires loan sharks to break knees. You just came up with the perfect business plan, Freshy. What's the text for the Canadian $5? You go to Klarna, You go to Klarna as another business, and you're like, we will be your kneecappers, right? We will be the guys that go to these poor fucking people's houses because you know they can't afford a gun, they can't afford a fucking burrito, they can't afford a pizza. You think they're really affording ammunition? Fuck no. We will be the guys that go there with a baseball bat and break their fucking legs, take some of their shit out of the house, and then you give us a cut of the profits. You middleman that shit. That's how you do it. Oh my god, I've got to get to the US. I've got to get to the US. If this is the competition level of fucking retards, I've got to get there. Oh my god. Oh. You think we'll be using bread knives? We'll just tie a chain to their waist and hook it to the back of a truck and roast them until they're just a pelvis wearing a belt. Well, that would make fucking sense. That might work in the hillbilly areas, but the liberals will defend them. Yeah, you gotta get the pink-haired ones to their side. They say eat the rich until, you know, they actually have to try and eat the rich. Then they stop. Holy fuck. Who made Klarna? Just give me a second. I have an idea. No, not the fucking name. He doesn't have a wiki. It looks like it was the fucking Swedish. Looks like there's no blame the Jews on this one. We got this. We got Switzerland. We've got the Polish. But I'm not seeing any Jewish references here. It looks like the other people are learning. It looks like the people are learning from God's chosen people. We're finally evolving. We're catching up. Look at this guy's wiki. Hold on. Szymankowski, blah, blah, blah. Born net worth. Early life and education, native to Poland. Szymankowski, born, blah, 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 blah. Second generation immigrant. You see, you immigrate to the US and you fuck over the local population. It's making sense now. It's making sense now. God, immigration's looking like such a good idea. You gotta be I'm sorry, you gotta be fucking stupid as fuck to be using Klarna. How the fuck are they getting away with this?
IPO means initial public offering. Basically, they're going to open this up to the stock market and let people invest in the company. And the
worst idea ever. If they're posting losses now, it's not going to get better because poor people don't pay back debt.
Shitty part, because it's the tech sector and everybody thinks that the next tech company is going to be the next Apple or the next Tesla, they're probably going to get a metric shit ton of money and a ton of investors are going to come.
Bye-bye.
How'd you fucking do that?
Okay, if you're not picking up what I'm putting down, they're about to get a bunch of people to invest in what amounts to subprime burrito loans, and it has the potential to crash the entire economy, right? This is what happened in 2008 with the housing market.
Take out your short positions.
What happened in 2008? A bunch of banks were giving out subprime mortgages.
Wait, you should check out the Klarna hack people were peddling. It's probably because you said the word Klarna and hack. And I know that the AI on YouTube, what it does is it's looking for scams and shit. So this new hack on Klarna will make you a millionaire. It probably thought it was something like that, and that's why that got kicked out.
Prime, meaning they're giving a mortgage to somebody they know probably can't afford it. And guess what happens when people can't afford?
I got a prostate exam tomorrow. Well, tell your wife to wash her hands afterwards. Also, good night, Spider.
Shit. They don't afford it, and then they end up not making the payments. They foreclose on the house. That happens too much, and it ruins the entire fucking housing market and the entire economy as a whole.
Okay, so apparently AI is going to ruin the economy. You've got Klarna that's going to ruin the economy. What else we got stacked up against these people? It might be time to start taking our short positions on the economy. Holy shit.
Look at him.
And your safest bet, I would say your safest bet is the housing market, but nobody owns a fucking home anymore. So what would be the sector you go for to take out a massive short position? There's got to be something. Commodities, maybe? Because if no one's buying burritos anymore because everyone's so massively in debt, there's a market here somewhere. There's a short position somewhere that I don't see right now.
You notice anything different about him? Look at his face.
Crypto. No, crypto's already fucked.
His name's Yang. Yeah, I'm sure of the math.
Actually, my name's Jiang.
But at least when the housing market crashed and the bank foreclosed on a bunch
The Big Short was such a good fucking movie.
of houses, they still had the houses that they could turn around and sell to somebody else. Granted, they weren't going to get all their money out of it because the price of houses fell to the floor, but at least they had something left over. How the fuck are you going to foreclose on a DoorDash order that somebody ate 9 months ago, okay? You going to go repo a fucking turd? I can't believe I live in a timeline where I'm legitimately concerned that one day I'm going to wake up and see the news headlines reading, subprime DoorDash order bubble bursts, crashing economy. Could the government step in right now?
No, they'll blame it on AI.
And regulate them as credit cards like they should be regulated and fix the entire problem? Absolutely, they sure as fuck could. Unfortunately, my entire government...
Best investments right now are copper and uranium. Well, don't tell the locals about the copper investments. They already make it more difficult to keep my fucking lights on.
And every politician is 7,000 years old and too technologically illiterate to understand what the problem even is.
Does TikTok access the home Wi-Fi network?
Oh, fuck this shit again.
What? How do you sustain a business model in which users don't pay for your service?
Senator, we run ads.
And by the time they do realize it's a problem, it's probably going to be too big to fail, so they're just going to print a bunch of money, give it to fucking Klarna to pay off their subprime burrito.
Wait, Morgpie just got banned from Twitch. Is that one bitch who was like naked on camera and got banned way back?
Loans, and then all the taxpayers get to pay for it. Fucking terrific. I can't wait. Okay, that's...
Unsurprising, she probably popped the titty again.
There's no silver linings. This is the dumbest business model I've ever seen in my entire life. If you want to take away from the video, it's this. If you're an entrepreneur and you want to start a business, find a problem, identify it, then solve the problem.
And then get them to pay with it through Klarna.
To make people's lives better. If at any point your idea to make money is to identify a problem and then make it worse to take advantage of poor and financially illiterate people,
you'll get a giant investment from Israel.
You're a piece of shit. And for the love of God, if you have to take out a payment plan to have a private chauffeur hand deliver you a burrito, please don't do it. If you need to take out a payment plan for the burrito, you can't afford the burrito.
Yeah, don't eat the fucking burrito. It's time for rice and beans.
There's literally bankers on the internet posting stories about how young couples lost the opportunity at their first house because they made a purchase with one of these buy now, pay laters a year ago, forgot about it, they reported the debt to collections, and it tanked their credit, and they weren't able to buy their first house over some fast food. Please don't ruin your financial future to have a burrito hand delivered to you.
No, do it. Do it. Make my life easier. It needs to be the US. I know now. It has to be the US. If this is the level of fucking stupid I'm competing against, I'm good. I'm good. Holy fucking shit. Oh my god, I gotta get to the US and I gotta get there fast before the retards wake up and realize they've been retarded. Oh god, this is beautiful.
Buh! DoorDash is a necessity for some people. You're just a rich YouTuber that doesn't understand the struggles of the average person. Buh!
What?
Okay, pause. I know what you're thinking. Fat Electrician is taking this keyboard warrior thing too far. He's making straw men. Surely nobody is actually arguing that DoorDash is a necessity. You're incorrect. I like to probe topics before I make these videos to see what the keyboard warriors will say. And
YouTube millionaire can't understand the struggles of the 99%. Don't buy luxury services with debt if you can't afford it is pretty sound advice. DoorDash is a necessary service for some people with disability. I'm pretty sure that we can put wheels on disabled people, and we've been doing that for near on 100 years now. Wheel yourself out the fucking door. You don't even need to get a shopping cart. You can just put it in your lap. You fucking kidding me? This message here, this shit right here, is such a fucking cope message by some fat fuck who uses DoorDash all the time. You gotta be fucking shitting me. You're telling me the whole fucking world needs DoorDash? This is one of those fucking retarded inclusive messages that fucks people's lives up, because you gotta account for the 0.01% of people. No, this is, oh my god, this is beautiful. This is beautiful. I need to get to the US. These people are fucking retarded. I'm so glad I mixed with cultures and that value cooking skills. How fucking hard is it to take food and put it over some heat? Come on. We've got microwaves that do that shit for you. How the... At least now you know how Frogan's feeding herself. Yeah, no, she's using Klarna to get rid of all that money so that she can't give any of it to Ethan. Fuck me. I looked it up. Morgpie was banned because she painted the soles of her feet green to use them as green screen to play Dark Souls. She didn't even pop a tit, and she got banned. Can I be honest? I don't think she should have been banned for that. That's the dumbest fucking reason ever. She literally got banned for feet. What the fuck is happening to the world? What the fuck is happening to people? Like, what happened?
And this is a real opinion that popped up on the thread. And my response to this is as follows. A, I was delivering DoorDash, not ordering DoorDash. I was a delivery driver for DoorDash like 2.5 years ago so I could afford to pay my bills. So you can fuck right off with that shit. B, yeah, DoorDash is a luxury purchase, okay? I don't give a fuck what...
Yes, it is. You can use your fucking feet and go to the store.
The circumstances, ordering restaurant quality food and then summoning a stranger to hand deliver it to you is a luxury purchase. To call that a necessity regardless of circumstance is like saying that a Rolex is a necessity because people need to be able to tell what time it is. No, the fuck it isn't. Go buy a G-Shock for $9 and it's fine. So yeah, that's it. That's all I got. The new tech bro buy now pay later companies are the worst, shittiest, dumbest business model that I've ever seen in my entire life.
That's fucking retarded. That's borderline fucking retarded. You've got to be fucked up in the head if you're using that kind of shit. Holy shit. Oh my god, that's beautiful. Oh, I've got to get to the US. These people are retarded. These people are fucking retarded. I've got to get there. Holy shit. Okay, what else have you thrown here in the Discord? Okay, that's the Unreal Engine 6 thing. What? God damn, you fuckers been busy. Holy shit, you posted a bunch of shit here. Okay, well, since you just talked about it, what the fuck is this?
Place.
Was that a Hassan reference?
Good.
What the fuck? You know what the worst part about this is? At this point exactly, where you can't tell anything about this fucking retard in the gimp suit, I immediately knew he was white. Instantly knew he was white. I fucking knew there was gonna be a white guy. Also, her face kind of gave it away, because if it wasn't a white guy, she would have 2 pairs of Irish sunglasses there.
Good.
Is this what passes for content these days?
Good. Okay, where were we?
What the fuck? She's not even saying anything.
Hi, Sky. Oh my god. All right. All right, come, Bill Clinton.
Really? Really? This is the shit people are watching?
Come, Bill Clinton.
And she got 2 fucking white dudes to do this. Oh no! Oh no! This is terrible. Oh no! That's just oh no! Look at this fucking guy's face. What the fuck? Again, wasn't banned for this, but for fucking the world's going in a shitter.
Shake.
Spin. Oh my fucking god!
Oh shit! That was a pretty good spin.
Oh fuck! No, fucking Christ!
1989 just cheer 10.
Oh no! Do you think that she paid them to do this, or that they paid her to do this?
Come on, it's not that bad. Here, I'll eat another one with you.
Oh wait, I gotta close that poll.
See now I've eaten 4. I've eaten 4 of these. It's just kind of dry and tasteless.
Is that what passes for live streaming these days? They paid her. Oh god. Oh fucking Christ. You see, I see these things, and all I'm thinking to myself is life has got to be so fucking easy in the US if that's what you're doing. What the fuck? Oh look, I was talking about tattooed babies, and we got one.
This 6-month-old baby has his whole body covered with tattoos, and it's all due to his mom's
Now we're looking at the other problems on the spectrum here.
obsession with tattoos. She started putting ink on her infant son before he could even walk, but now
I can't imagine this. I can't imagine doing this to a kid. This is fucking abuse. Do you know how much a kid's gonna fucking scream when that needle hits them? This is abuse. This is just fucked up fucking abuse. And the real question is, where's the father? Where's the dad? How can you let someone do this to your own child? Like, how can you let someone do this to your kid?
baby has his whole body covered with tattoos, and it's all due to his mom's obsession with tattoos.
In prison. I should have seen that one coming.
She started putting ink on her infant son before he could even walk, but now she's being slammed by critics. Some of them even
slammed by critics. You mean fucking reported to CPS, hopefully.
wanted the mom to go to jail. To celebrate her son's 6-month birthday, she posted a picture of him covered with crazy tattoos.
Oh, Christ.
She later posted another photo where her son's
Oh, for fuck's sake. Both of them, jail. Tattoo artist as well.
uncle was tattooing a little boy. She didn't really tattoo her son, or at least she didn't use the traditional method of giving a tattoo. She actually used temporary tattoos.
Oh, okay, thank God. Oh, thank fuck. Oh, it's not actual temporary tattoos. Okay.
Instead, and those won't harm the baby at all.
Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck, that's such a relief to hear, because I can't imagine the fucking screaming of a child getting hit with a tattoo needle. Oh, fuck, thank God I got baited. Oh, my God. Oh, fuck, I'm so relieved to have gotten baited. Oh, fucking thank you, Jesus.
You can clearly see the tattoo machine is not even connected to a power source. Mika has no plans on ever stopping with temporary tattoos anytime soon. But what?
Okay, she's basically turning her kid into a billboard. I don't understand why. They didn't use a needle, they went old school with rusty nails. Jesus Christ. It's still fucked up. I agree with you, that's still fucked up. But the amount of relief I feel knowing that a needle didn't hit that kid's skin. I don't know if you've ever heard a kid scream and cry in pain, right? Like actual fucking pain. That's completely different level. Holy fuck. Yeah, this is done for attention. This is definitely done for attention.
What do you think?
Taikisha did this because she knew it would get her viral online. She knew what she was doing. Oh, thank God. Oh, I'm just fucking relieved. Oh, fucking Jesus. Okay, that's just the scene from fucking 300. That would probably get things copyright struck. Fuck it. Why not? We were talking about the Odyssey. I know where this is going.
Xerxes offers his respect, ma'am. All he asks is that Sparta kneels a simple bow and your people will be spared.
Don't call me ma'am.
My apologies, miss. Xerxes is generous. He only wants your loyalty. Surely even a delicate
And people want to tell me that AI doesn't have a use.
thing like yourself can understand that.
The fucking scars! They put the fucking scars on!
I said don't fucking misgender me.
Ma'am, calm down. No need to get emotional.
Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, that's peak.
It is sir!
I was hoping your leg would break. Oh, yeah, it's over. Oh, fucking beautiful. That not directed by Michael Bay, Christopher Nolan. Thank you very much. Don't pull Michael Bay into this. He's too busy blowing shit up. Oh, fucking Christ. Fucking man, the memes on this shit go so fucking hard. People want to tell me that AI doesn't have a use. It's shit posting at high speed. Come on. This would have taken an artist a whole fucking week to do. AI, 1 day. What, like 5 minutes, actually. Crazy that you get entertained by this. I get entertained by everything. I laugh at everything, Nyko. Welcome to my fucking stream. Of course this is entertaining to me. You gotta laugh at this shit. It's fucking wacky. Okay, what the fuck is this with Peanut now that you said? What is this?
Me and the Buccaneers were just talking. Did you see that they removed my face from the AT&T logo thing?
Did Peanut actually get a sponsorship from AT&T? Is that... this man is getting sponsored by entire fucking phone companies? Jesus Christ.
Wait, they removed it? I thought they just added it.
Yeah, a bunch of rich, successful yacht owners commented on the post, so they took it down. And they took the logo down.
Okay, so I did hear a little bit about this whole thing, right? When it came to Peanut, I thought it was a meme. I didn't think he actually got sponsored by AT&T.
No way. like the regular ass AT&T, the plumbers, they started complaining. Oh my.
Wait, who? The who? The plumbers?
The plumbers? Yes, the 9-to-5ers.
No. Those. No, are you kidding me? You think those guys are making negative comments on Twitter?
Actually, you're right. No, it's the
dino nugget eating, basement dwelling, 42-year-old living with his mom, never even paid a phone bill in their lives. That's who's on the Twitter post.
He's right.
Are you kidding me?
Actually, yes, that makes sense.
That's who's on the Twitter comment section. Oh my goodness.
That's crazy. You lasted like an hour up there.
Do you recognize Dylan Mulvaney? I didn't recognize the name Green Sky Wizard, but I recognized the face from the Bud Light ads.
I know.
Okay.
Me and the Buccaneers were just talking.
He got his sponsorship fucked up because people were throwing temper tantrums? What is this?
Hold on. Let's give it a good 60 seconds. Just testing the waters. Hold on. We're looking pretty good. Pretty good.
Hold on. He's in the AT&T tournament, and they did a competition. If a post got enough likes, they would make Peanut their profile picture for a week, and AT&T got flack for doing it. Can someone explain to me, what has Peanut done that he would cause people to hate him? I'm confused. What exactly has Peanut done that people would be so fucking mad at him that they would get involved at screeching at AT&T? He's just a loudmouth. Exactly my point. I don't get it. The guy fucking has a VTuber model as a Peanut, and he plays video games. He's just a redneck conservative. Okay, what did he do? Did he electrocute his dog? Did he electrocute his nuts? Did he fucking talk about how he wants to, I don't know, kill Jews? What did he do? I don't understand. What would people have to screech about with this? I'm genuinely confused by this. Because he's unapologetic for being himself and does slur Saturdays where he doesn't even actually slur. So, false advertising then? What? Huh? Huh? What? Huh? He's a white man. He's a peanut. The same as being Hitler, basically. But what did he do? Like, what did they... Excuse me, Mr. TNT agent, but did you know that this guy that you're sponsoring... And then what's the follow-up to that? He did nothing. So he... So he did nothing, and he's just got people screeching. I don't fucking get it. I don't get it. Leftists hate anyone that don't follow their ridiculous agenda. That's why they hate him so much. Is it leftists, though? Is it people on the left who... fuck, I think they would be too busy fucking screeching at Asmongold. Like, what the fuck? Something like he's a fascist. How? By doing what? Hassan went after him, saying he's an Israel plod and such and... Israel... What does Israel have to do with Peanut? He's just loud and unapologetic and is kind of counterculture. He doesn't even seem counterculture. He seems like safe edgy at most. He doesn't say anything fucking out there. He doesn't do anything. He makes a few fucking jokes and he says retarded stuff sometimes. Like what? Like he's just playing video games with his friends. Like what the fuck is going on here? Being a nut is literal bigotry. So you're telling me that out of all of the millions of identities you're allowed to have, Peanut is not one of them? Last drama I remember about him is he won the best VTuber. Yeah, that wasn't even a drama. He just won an award. Like, fuck me. This is almost dumber than the Klarna thing.
We'll see if we go down. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Oh, I thought we went down right there for a second. Oh my goodness, what the hell was that? Oh my goodness, I thought we went down right there for a second.
But he got DDoS.
I guarantee you when some pussy on Twitter, though, that is upset that we have a day called Slur Saturdays. He's got his blue hair. He honestly probably has to go to bed early tonight so he can get to his protest or whatever he's got going on tomorrow. I'm sure he's a busy guy. But, that's, whatever happens, whatever goes on. Good for him. Busy guy. Lots of the schedule, a lot of the schedule. So I'm glad he can stop by here and help us out with our...
Okay, that gave me no contest. Honestly, your life is too fucking good. If you got time to screech about a guy who's fucking got a fucking VTuber model as a peanut online, your life is going too well. Life is going too fucking good. Maybe you need to be thrown into the middle of the Congo jungle. Maybe you need to become a child soldier. I don't know what the fuck. I'm so fucking confused by that. You don't get it? He won an award while the woke guzzler VTuber they jerk off to every night didn't. Is it woke? I don't know. I've seen some tits on those anime models. That doesn't seem very woke for them. I've yet to see a VTuber model in a wheelchair. I remember now, he accidentally sent people to hate on VTubers because he kept claiming he wasn't one, that he's a P-tuber, and that VTubers should die or some such, so fans hate his ass. High school drama. Basically, this is just high school drama. This is just... Did you hear what that one guy said? This is literally just high school drama. It's people have too much fucking free time. People are just looking to start shit, basically. Like, fuck, I don't understand. I don't get it. Fucking, that did brain damage to me. Okay, let's get back on the MMO track here. WoW shows us the one thing that's ruining all MMOs.
Share. The company's not any more successful. So the people that can make the company more successful are sales and marketing people. and they end up running.
But you'll never convince me he wasn't astroturfed by someone. You mean like most large content creators? You mean like everyone who's part of FaZe Clan? You mean like any large content org does? You mean like any like streamer who's part of some gigantic organization or something? You mean like that? So it's just more of the fucking same then.
The companies.
World of Warcraft is a game like no other. It's responsible for wasting well over 9 million years of human life, so it must have done something right. Whether you're a classic enjoyer like myself, a retail player, whichever, I think this will resonate with you. There will never, ever be another World of Warcraft. The game is sat as the king of
There never will be.
its genre for 2 decades. It's only natural that, like Steve Jobs,
Wait, some people do claim that he's a plant by for YouTube to help boost viewership for YouTube Live as a whole. Didn't he start on TikTok?
said, the marketing wing of Blizzard would take over and the game has, for a long time, survived on inertia. The reason we can never recapture that magic of the old days, it's because the relationship between players and games has changed in an irreversible way.
Yes, because it's not the 90s anymore.
The core of the issue is the fact that back in 2004, games were just games. They were a thing you played when you came home from work or school to relax and entertain yourself, to have fun with your friends. Obviously, there's still that today, but the difference is that people do this as a job now, whether it be streamers, pro gamers, whatever. There now exists a gaming industrial complex that has transformed both the way that games are marketed and the way that we interact with them as a whole. Nowadays, there's a guide for everything, an established way to min-max. Everything is a known quantity. If you're not...
Yeah, the worst thing you can do when you play a game and open up for the first time is open up a YouTube tab and look at a fucking guide. That fucks up everything.
Looking up the right way to do stuff, you're putting yourself at a massive disadvantage compared to everybody else. To put it simply, back in the day you had to think, experiment, and interact with others much more to learn the most effective ways of doing
or you opened up Thoughtbot
things. That's what really drove the social aspect of the game, which used to be, I would argue, its primary appeal. That's just not necessary anymore. If you ask somebody a question in-game, they'll probably just tell you to Google it. There is now an expectation that everything is accessible or approachable or convenient. You don't need to meet a group of people to do dungeons or raids, you can just queue up in the group finder. That's the most obvious example, but there are dozens. It's a case of a death by 1,000 cuts. Those changes don't sound bad on the face of it, but over time they dilute the core appeal of the game, and now it's practically just a single-player game. Part of the magic of World of Warcraft was feeling like you learned something that other people hadn't. Exclusivity was everywhere if you really look at it. Back in the day, comparatively few players ever did the classic raids when they were current. Only 23 US guilds beat max before TBC came out, which works out to meaning that less than 1% of the player base ever got to experience that raid.
That's true. That's true. Back in the day, it was very rare for someone to even get into Karazhan.
It's just bad business to spend that amount of time developing content that isn't even going to be experienced by the vast majority of players. So over time, content becomes more and more accessible to the casual player, and that's how you eventually end up with the extreme that is retail, where
I think it's also, I think he's missing something. You also had a wide amount of variety that you could do back in vanilla. Like I said, I used to tank as a shaman, and I used to do pretty fucking solid
everyone
doing
has
that.
their own personal legendary item. The whole thing becomes a lot less special when there is no scarcity or exclusivity. I'm not being an elitist here. Seriously, it's not like I ever had that stuff back then. But there was something really cool about walking into Stormwind back in the day and seeing a paladin fully decked out in Tier 2. It was like seeing somebody pull up to the gas station in a Maybach. It used to be memorable to encounter that which had no life. That's part of my issue with transmog. When everybody can have it, it's not worth anything.
He's right about this. Visual clarity in the game has gone for a ball of shit because the people wearing the best gear are not the people who are getting the highest achievements. They weren't fucking legends anymore. Now they're just fucking guys who bought some shit in the cash shop or transmogged their shit to look good.
Everything used to tell a story, and just being able to change your appearance based on what you'd rather look like kind of dilutes that. Speaking of telling a story, when it was launched, WoW was in a really unique position. It had the previous 3 Warcraft games to develop its setting, visual language, and even some of the assets. There will never be a game that is as uncharted and mysterious as World of Warcraft was for us back in the mid-2000s. The context of the previous Warcraft games gave the world a real sense of history.
It did, actually. And that's never coming back. How many depressing videos about MMOs do you want to watch? Yes. Yes, I want to watch them all. It's all fucking valuable. I know you're about to start ESO, but I sent you one of the best raid crash outs in Final Fantasy XIV in the... Okay, I'll look at that next.
More so than an MMO who just had its lore whipped up for this one product. For myself, I hadn't even played Warcraft, and it all felt so grand in its scale. You know, you're unraveling things like, oh, what happened at Stratholme, and I had no idea that came from a pre-existing game. And even if you had played the games, you were looking forward to, you know, seeing the stuff that you'd experienced through those from a different reference point. It always felt, even when you reached the end game, that you were just at the tip of the iceberg. Like there was so much more going on behind the scenes of the game's world that you just weren't privy to. Even if if you don't care about the lore or the story, which honestly I never really did when I was...
Wait, yeah, Moonstone told me about it, Vagabond, that she got banned for feet, which is the most fucking insane thing to say.
Kid. These things still inform the way that everything else is crafted. It's the context for everything in the game's world. Over time, the game feels like it lost that sense of you're unraveling a mystery and exploring a world. Instead, it became about, spoon-feeding the player some basic high fantasy drama. Personally, I think that's because it's so often forgotten what makes Warcraft so cool as a setting. It's at its best when it's a story about a father and son's tragic relationship, or about a Mason-turned-revolutionary whose entire descent into villainy was the result of a political conspiracy far beyond...
That's the Defias Brotherhood storyline he's talking about.
Beyond his comprehension. I genuinely think that if the Warcraft movie had been about something grounded like Edwin Van Cleef and the Defias messed up story, instead of like grandiose fantasy green people...
They should have made it about Stalvin Mistmantle. Now that would have been edgy.
It would have been way more successful because it would have been, interesting to normal people. The same can be said for the game itself. WoW has suffered from the same power creep and scope.
Gotta go have a job to attend. Yeah, go live your life. Go live your life. If you got anything you need to do, go and do it. Your life is more important than this fucking stream.
Issues as any fictional setting does when it runs for decades. You can only save the world so many times before it becomes meaningless. It's like,
But the best way to solve transmog problem is to add an option to see transmog gear or not. That's the best option. It'll never be implemented because then what's the point of the transmog gear? It would discourage other people from using the transmog gear because the point is to look cool in front of everyone else.
Big Dragon really more of a threat than the demonic immortal Necromancer King? Do we really care now? It's something I find really special about the classic era in particular. You're just an adventurer, basically a mercenary. You're not some world-saving hero. You're some dude wandering the land helping the people you meet for a price in whatever story you tell yourself.
And that's what was so fucking good back then.
A core part of the overarching plot of Classic is that a dragon disguised itself as a human and infiltrated the upper echelons of society in order to sow division and weaken the Alliance CIA style.
Nixia.
That's cool. Gameplay-wise, I really don't think anything like original WoW could exist today. Nowadays, you will never be able to convince millions of people to spend hundreds of hours just to reach the start of the game. And that is what Blizzard considers max level to be. If you're going to sell people the option to not play your game, then
Fuck me. Fuck me, a whole $60 for a character
is very,
boost?
very wrong. Personally, I think that
every time, I know that number so fucking well, and every time I see it, it still sets me off.
Leveling is great. Just reaching the endgame was a sort of globe-trotting, memorable adventure. I think the flight paths really hammer home how effective leveling was at making the player feel a sense of connection to the world. When you fly from the Eastern Plaguelands down to Ironforge, you'll pass over the wetlands and think, oh, I remember when my buddy and I were leveling there. Then you'll fly over Loch Modan and think about that time some asshole ganked you. I've never played another game that made me build that sort of connection to its environments, organically and just as a part of the gameplay. This also goes back to my point about how the reason we won't get this again is because of the player's fixation on optimizing their playstyle. Back then, it was normal to get lost, to not know where to go next, to have to ask around. It
was more than normal. It was expected that you get lost, and you're supposed to get lost. Now the idea of getting lost is considered a bad thing. God, I wish I got into WoW and similar MMOs way back then. I'm gonna say something real fucked up right now. I'm gonna say something real fucked up. You know, it was a peak experience back in the day before it went free to play and before it switched hands a million times to a million different companies. Rift. Rift was a far better game than it had any right to be. It was so good. And I just didn't fucking appreciate it for what it was at the time. Because we were also goddamn obsessed with World of Warcraft.
That open-ended aspect of WoW's gameplay really fostered that sense of exploration and wonder when you really did figure out where you were supposed to go next, or you just stumbled into a whole new zone and you weren't sure if you were meant to be there yet or not. People just don't seem interested in playing games that way anymore, doubly so for the economic aspects of the game. I mean, remember how big of a deal it was that back when you got your first pair of shoulder armor? Or like you'd run the dead mines and not get a single item dropped to you and you were like, oh, that was cool, I'm so glad I got a quest done. That would never fly today. People would not be happy about that. And I understand plenty of people play Classic, but that's different. I'm saying there'd be nothing
Yeah, those are old people.
New like that. For my younger self, WoW was practically a lesson in economics.
Rift went to shit fairly quickly from what I heard, so I played Rift at launch. It went to shit 2 years after it launched. What happened to Rift in particular was Tryon Worlds was working on a bunch of different other fucking games alongside Rift. Rift was working. But what they had was they decided to shift development to every other game that failed, as opposed to just focusing on Rift and making it better. And if they just doubled, tripled, and quadrupled down on Rift instead of building out a bunch of other shit that collapsed anyway, Rift would still be around today and it would be probably at the level of Guild Wars 2.
You really had to budget and think about your purchases for most of the game, especially when you reached max level and it was time to upgrade your mount. That felt like a huge achievement. It was like the WoW version of buying a car. Shelling out hundreds of gold was a big deal, and as time went on, the economy became so inflated it just kind of all lost its meaning. The scarcity of resources was all around a more central part of the game back then than it has ever been since. And honestly, it still is with most MMOs. Things were cutthroat back in the day. Everyone was trying to scam you, swindle you. You're sitting in trade chat all day trying to hawk upgrades to people to make a buck. The scarcity of resources forced players to interact with each other, compete, and cooperate. But that was before the gold farming routes were properly figured out and well known, and before the guides were written on how to get the most profit out of a profession. And I think you get my point. I've seen plenty of videos on YouTube talking about how Blizzard killed the game with some of these changes and, you know, letting these things happen. But you have to remember, these are things that were added because players wanted them and still do. And these are things that players do. I really think this is a rock and a hard place scenario. The original aesthetic direction of WoW, I think, underscores my entire point here. It's very minimalistic. The game was always impressive for doing a lot with a little. As Terry A. Davis said.
By the way, neat little trick. Not a lot of people know this, right? But when you're flying into Stormwind City, that's not real. That's not a real structure in the background. That's actually a floating fucking peak that sits there that you can only see when you're moving into Stormwind to try and give you a sense of scale of the city. You can kind of see it over here where it doesn't really connect up with the rest of the city. But what that was meant to do was visually, before you could fly everywhere, when you walked into Stormwind, it would look like this big imposing city and you could see the cathedral in the background and shit. And then like it's actually way too far back physically for you to see it. And when they put in flying mounts and stuff, they reworked Stormwind and it actually lost a lot of its magic. They used a lot of visual trickery to make things look really, really cool. And people don't realize this or don't know about it. And if you never clipped through the maps or hopped on the walls and stuff, you would never have registered this.
An idiot admires complexity. A genius admires simplicity.
Ah, it's Train Man.
A physicist tries to make it simple. Anyway, an idiot, anything the more complicated it is, the more he will admire it. If you make...
Is he going to call him a CIA N-word next?
Something so clusterfucked he can't understand it, he's going to think you're a god because you made it so complicated nobody can understand it.
Yeah.
Back in the day, WoW was the epitome of that. It was so good at giving you exactly what you needed, no more, no less, just enough to keep you engaged. Even down to how there was never really a point where you didn't move to a contrasting zone when you'd finished the previous. There was the Barrens if you were Horde, but I'm an Alliance guy. Anyway, you go from...
As Terry Davis said, that's an interesting thing to start a conversation. Well, you know, there was that other really famous quote by Terry Davis. I don't know if you know it. Is that a fucking train? I believe those were his last words.
From, you know, snowy Dunmoreau to verdant Loch Modan. You go from Red Ridge to Duskwood, from Arathi Highlands to Stranglethorn, and I could keep going. I think this is one of the most obvious cases of limitation breeding creativity, the way that they kept things fresh with just a simple color palette. As those limitations disappear, so too does a lot of the charm that made these places so memorable. Yeah, Some of the new stuff looks really cool, I guess, but it's missing...
But that's all it does, is it looks cool.
All that subtle environmental storytelling and those little tricks to make environments feel more alive that were necessary before you could just put a bunch of stuff there. Back in the day, it really felt like everything had a purpose and a reason for being there. There was this willingness to explore just for the sake of exploration. I haven't felt that in an MMO in a very long time. Of course, partially owed to the fact that everything is cataloged online and easily accessible, but there's no way around that.
It's worse than that. It's before the game's even fully released, everything is data mined and put up on YouTube.
The one place that really stands out to me after all this time is Stratholme. Again, I hadn't even played Warcraft 3. I didn't know the whole backstory, but the first time I ran that dungeon, it felt significant. The burning...
God, I loved Stratholme as well. Strath was great.
City, the sort of mirror to an environment that's comfortable to you as a player. If you played Alliance, is just doing so much with so little. It's got gravitas. And the more the graphical fidelity increases and it looks like a Disney game, the less this stuff has an impact. Stratholme has grunge. The original WoW art style has grunge grit to it. Let me put it this way. The original run of World of Warcraft is the only game that comes really close to reading a book to me. By that I mean, when you read a book, you hardly notice the fact that your brain is filling in all the world building that the author didn't do. The words on the page catalyze imagery in your mind that makes the story's world feel almost personal to you. Like it is a unique experience unto yourself. For the most part, especially now, games do the exact opposite, opting to fill in every game.
Local men discover nostalgia. Yeah, no, it was so much better back in the day. Oh, God. Yeah, MMOs were peak back then because we had nothing else.
Gap with an explanation or a visual representation. Not so with WoW. The game's simplicity lets your mind fill in all the gaps. The game's lack of fidelity is actually what makes its setting so alluring. There's just enough there for your brain to extrapolate the details. The problem is, today, the expectation of greater and greater fidelity means that players expect those gaps to come pre-filled. The way that the audience's expectations have shifted over the past couple of decades means that we will probably never get a game this special again. It's not just Blizzard to blame. You can see this attitude in almost every game where players seem hell-bent on depriving themselves of fun in favor of having the most optimal and efficient playstyle. It feels like it is...
That will always happen, by the way. There will always be someone who optimizes the royal shit out of a fucking game. That's always going to happen. And if, especially in a multiplayer game, what happens is the one guy who optimizes the shit out of the game and throws everything else by the wayside, yes, meta is the right word, henchman, right? They become a problem on everyone else in the player base, and so to match him, you have to do the same, and then you stop caring about the world, the lore, the story, the great expanse that's before you. Instead, you just continually focus on how do I get number bigger.
Almost a conscious effort to turn play into work. Left to their own devices, they will ruin it for themselves, and that's human nature.
Yeah. Okay. Not much to add there. He's right. Right. There was... what was that fucking thing? Okay, this is the crash out. Skip to 820. Okay. This is the crash out.
One of the greatest...
I've got one more in me after this one. I've got one more in me, then I want to play some ESO. One more. Then we're going to play some goddamn ESO. 820 is when the crash out hits. So let's go about here. Here we go. Apparently, this guy loses his fucking mind. I don't know. He doesn't seem like he loses that mind. I did a little bit of an investigation into this guy. He doesn't seem like he loses his mind that much.
Is Zerv. And this happened... Okay, so this was 5 years ago. So...
Oh, okay. It's not him crashing out. It's someone else crashing out.
The funniest thing about this is that Zerv is one of my best friends, and he's actually one of, if not the nicest people that I've ever met in my life. It's so good, dude. Like, okay, he's one of the nicest people. I actually moved from Kansas to Florida to live closer to Shiv and Zerv.
But did you use Klarna to do that move?
Just funny, man. It's really funny how, like, life takes you sometimes, man. This is a classic, though, man. This is a classic. Wait, Mega Comp, Toxic Aether Raider? Oh, we've seen this one. Nah, we've seen this one. Hold on. For those of you that didn't see what happened, hold on.
Okay, who's this?
In.
To the right.
Right. In.
So, yeah. Dude, go figure.
Okay, this seems like just a person playing a game. I'm not seeing a crash out here. Type Xeno P8S crash out. There where he went mental. Okay, we'll look at that.
Man, it's another ninja, bro. You can't.
I sent you a vid from Legendary Drops. It's hard to see it in the Discord. You missed it because it's sandwich. No, that's the last video I've actually got up. That's one I actually prepared before stream.
Can't trust him. You can't trust him.
What?
Sorry, I just thought I was some reason in.
They were
I don't know what I'm thinking.
If you guys need a clear view, just look at top down.
No, I literally thought I was in. That's all it is.
And I'm saying to get a clearer view, look top down. Because all the mechanics are getting called out. You can do a top down view.
Is that really... It's just two people talking. Come on.
Do people not understand what I'm saying to them? Like, what the is wrong with them? Like, how many times...
Okay.
Explain to them, and it's like,
here we go.
If it was top down, I would have thought I was still in. Like, are they like listening to their selves? God. Like, are they mentally retarded?
Whoa!
Even if
Come on. Really? Come on. She just said mentally fucking retarded. That's not that bad.
Whoa, come on, bro. Come on, man. That's a political word. You can't be saying that. Whoa, come on, bro. That's a slur, bro.
I was top down. I literally thought I was in. Like, they need to listen to themselves next time when they say dumb shit like that. That's what pisses me off. Like, they always suggest, like, dumbass shit. Like that shit.
We probably will.
Yeah. And that's the one time I ever messed up that bad. So get the fuck out of here with this shit. That pisses me off.
Yeah, tell him.
If you want to piss me off, that's...
This is like baby hour. Like, really? Really? This is a crash out? Oh no, this pisses me off. Oh god. What the?
Way to do it right
No
there.
tables being thrown, no chairs, no punching of the monitor?
Damn. 1A red.
God. Want to piss me off right there. That's a good way to do it. Like, they're more mad at me that up rather than someone missing the auto yesterday. Like,
Cardinal.
off this gay ass shit. Fucking double standard right now.
Yeah, I was expecting screeching, like autistic screeching at this point.
Kill it.
Good job, team.
Yeah! Dude, whoever that guy was, yo. At least one of them was
I
excited.
pressed my damage pot so late. I pressed my pot late, man.
Yeah!
But
I don't even feel happiness. I feel no emotion.
these people just seem
feel
tired.
relief.
Yo, that's how I felt after top.
Relief and emptiness.
Yeah.
Oh god, dude.
Wait, imagine in like 50 years retarded becomes like an N-word and we're talking to our children like we used to say it all the time. It was no problem, everyone used it. It'll probably happen.
What?
I just want to let you know.
I'll still say it.
I'm so happy that I never have to raid with your dumbass ever again. You are the worst player I have ever played with, and the audacity to make fun of us on your stream and not to our faces is low. Do you understand what low is?
Okay, it's starting. Here we go. Okay, here's the build up. It's two women. We knew this. Okay, the second I heard a second woman's voice and her lips weren't moving, because I can't distinguish female voices. We're about to see a bitch fit, aren't we?
You're low. You're lower than dirt. Your viewers are a bunch of casuals that have to feel bad for you because it's just a dog shit player.
Damn!
You understand me?
Bro, what the
dumbass little casual. Oh, they should cause the wipe. I don't give two flying. You are the worst, greediest player I have ever dealt with. And you say over here, your previous static said I was greedy. Yes, you are. Because you never hold. You make everyone hold for your dumbass. And you expect us to pay for your shit when you don't even know how to play your class. I've been playing this game for 8 years and it doesn't show it, Inoko. I am tired of your shit. You don't take criticism. You don't.
Wait, the other chick is black for sure. No, I don't think so, because you're not hearing, no, hold on now. No, you're not hearing that. I think this is just two white women. This seems like the most HR conversation I've ever fucking heard. They can't even fucking crash out properly. I'm sorry, this is just a conversation in WoW.
Don't take advice. Every time we give you advice, you pull the stupid, I know, but I did this, I know. You know how many times you...
See, you can hear it. You hear the dragging out at the end of the sentence. The person on the other side has to be... That has to be a white woman on the other side.
Wipe to dot because of your stupid...
I'm sorry, black people crash out. They crash out properly. They're like throwing shit around. They're fucking screaming. These people are like having like an HR complaint against each other.
because you don't know how to get knocked back correctly, and you have the audacity to laugh about us on your stream. I am
you can hear the wiggle in her voice. That's a little bit of tears.
so glad that you're not going to be raiding with us in 6.2, and I hope you know that no one wanted to raid with you in 6.2 either, because you're a dog shit player. Worse than me, and I'm a one trick. I hope your stupid stream enjoys watching your casual ass gameplay. That's all you deserve. I am so happy I never have to hear your voice ever again, because this was the worst raiding experience since we started in Savage, and I knew how shitty of a player you were because of that shit. I'm so tired of your bullshit. Get your shit together and take your head out of your ass and figure out how to play the game well and be a team player. Because I feel bad for your 6.2 Savage. I'm so sorry for the trial you have tomorrow. They don't know what the they have to them. Okay? Good fucking night.
Okay, I talked shit about myself more than anyone could ever imagine. So, I'm sorry.
Was that a crash out? Was that really a crash? Come on. That's average conversation in WoW. Like, what the fuck?
Tier week 6. You mean this group here? Well, I mean, didn't they say that they were more casual group, though?
That's a Final Fantasy 14 crash out. That does... Man, people are soft. Are you kidding me? Listen... I was in a raid once in Black Temple. I was fucking healing, okay? I was playing my Draenei Shaman, right? We were on fucking, I think it was Ventrilo. I can't remember which voice chat software it was. My raid leader told me I can go fuck the inside of my soul with my own dick and then proceed to kill myself with the use of a fucking rope that had been dipped in broken glass. What are we fucking talking about here? Like, this is an average conversation in a WoW raid. I've heard more broken fucking keyboards through voice chat than these people even know. This was just two bitches in an office having a conversation. This isn't even close to a crash out. There are worse crash outs in Final Fantasy 14. They just aren't streamed on Twitch or streamed in general. Maybe, but this was just bland. That wasn't a crash out,
up, right?
That was just like
talking shit about myself majority of the time.
What? I mean,
like,
all I'm gonna say, Inoko, is that every time that we were raiding and people were interested, we always referred them to your stream. It was never our stream. So we know everything.
Listen, I've been fucking in raids where the leader's like, look, if you fuck this up one more time, I'm coming to your house to peel your kneecaps out of your legs and force feed them to you. Like, what the... This doesn't even come close. I've heard, fucking real life, I'm gonna murder you threats in the middle of a raid. Like, what the fuck are we talking about here?
Just...
Is this it?
Take it for what it is.
Is this the best they got?
Thanks for coming, Lena.
Bro, I think that when the
is that really it? God damn. Damn, these people soft. These people don't know what the fuck a crash out is. Really? Really, that's a crash out? Final Fantasy XIV is infamous for toxic positivity, since it's not uncommon for people to mass report etc. for getting mad at another person. So basically, all these people are so fucking scared of the TOS and of getting mass reported that they can't even crash out properly. Man. I guess people forgot how to trash talk. They fucking did, Barando. It's a raid group of streamers, so they have to watch what they say. Comparing this to your basement dwelling raid group is comparing apples to oranges. It must be. These guys are fucking scared. These guys are terrible. Jesus Christ. They can't even crash out correctly. Holy fuck. Man. I'm sorry, that was pussy shit. There's a reason the joke GCBTW. Great community, by the way. Man, that was weak. These people are frail. That was just two bitches having a conversation in my world. You fucking kidding me? A best crash out there are better vids than this one. Yeah, they fucking better be. Damn, that was bland. Fuck. Now, let's watch some slop. Let's finish this off strong with some legendary drop slops. Listen, I like legendary drops. I personally like this guy. I like this guy. I like his content. I watch it all the time. I enjoy him. Let's see what he has to say. This has never happened before. I got no context. This was in the Reacts channel. No idea what the fuck this is about. But at least I know that the Guild Wars 2 community is healing. Finally. At least they're healing slowly. Jesus. What a weak fucking crash out that was. Holy shit. God damn.
I don't believe this. Hell, even I barely believe this. We have a studio that, nearing the release of their next game, likely to make an announcement on that pretty soon, went out of their way to raise money and dissolve their publishing partnership so that they could release their game anywhere they wanted to without any exclusivity. Why? Because the players asked for it. That's it. That's as far as their decision-making went with this. These guys literally said, oh, that's what the players want? Okay, that's exactly what we'll do.
Okay. What's
like,
this?
How many times have we seen these developers come out and say that they're for the players, only for these guys to immediately go,
listen, Mr. Vague Poster. Listen, Legendary Vagueness. Give me some fucking context
and do the
here.
Exact opposite. How many times have we seen a developer bet on us? Never. Doesn't happen. And in this case, what Lords of the Fallen is doing, this has never happened before. Ever. This is an industry first. These guys have taken a complete turnaround. They have taken a leap in the opposite direction of the industry in this case, where they're saying that they are putting the players first, and hell, in this case, they're putting the players before even themselves because they are assuming all of the risk for this. There's nobody left to catch them other than us. That's a lot of trust to give. And these guys have just kept at it. This is what they've been doing the entire time. Everything that they've changed with their old game and everything that they're doing with their next game is all of it's been based on player feedback. All of it's been based on talking to the community. And because of that, these guys have become public enemy number one for the media. This has been absolutely crazy. Every single move they make, every request they fill, the media has been out for blood since day one when it comes to these guys. So today what I want to do is I want to talk about how, for the first time ever, a studio is buying back its...
Yes, by the way, this is Hassan, but from the good timeline.
Freedom for the players. I want to talk about how third-party exclusivity has become a poison in the games industry, how Lords of the Fallen has been putting players first.
Oh, Lords of the Fallen. Okay.
You know, for everything that these guys do and all the attention that they get, they got to be doing something right. But before that, a word from today's sponsor.
Okay, Lords of the Fallen, that was one of the Dark Souls clones, if I've got it correct, right? I think I kind of remember Lords of the Fallen from a while ago. Let's just skip that.
For sponsoring today's video. If you guys have watched me for any length of time, then you guys probably already know exactly where I stand when it comes to exclusivity. I hate it. I think it's one of the weakest forms of competition possible. I think that it is absolutely spineless. It is just allowing these platforms to avoid competing on the quality of their services, of their hardware, of their storefronts, and instead, it's opting to gatekeep the audience by holding a bunch of games hostage that they otherwise might want to buy. It is wholly anti-consumer, and I think that it is absolutely toxic for the success of games themselves, as well as the future for the studios that make them. Now, I will submit that first-party exclusivity makes sense. Those are their games, they fund them, they make them, and it makes sense that they would use those games to support their own platform.
Now, note all the brutal violence that Wolverine can pull off in a video game as long as he doesn't say any bad words.
Fine. But with third-party studios, them making a game exclusive, it's just not good. It doesn't make any sense. I understand why these guys do it. They need funding. They want visibility. Sometimes it's the only way that these guys are able to exist in the first place. But you are still adding another layer of oversight, and you're also limiting your own potential success. And we have seen just how badly that can backfire. PlayStation kneecapped the shit out of Helldivers 2 when that game was setting the world on fire because of PlayStation logins and regional restrictions. Arrowhead made a game that everybody was in love with, and then Sony created a disaster around it. And that's kind of the problem here. When you're tied to a platform like that, their decisions become your reputation, even if you're not the one that's actually making them. But even when things aren't as dramatic as that, exclusivity is still putting a ceiling over your game. Only so many people are going to be able to access it, and only so many people are going to be willing to go the extra mile that you are now forcing upon them, whether that means buying a new piece of hardware or using a storefront that they don't want to use. And I think that has helped to create this weird codependent relationship where these studios make exclusives because they need the money, and then the game goes out and it struggles to
Helldivers 2 is fucking themselves over now. I've kind of heard that Helldivers 2 has fallen off, that people don't really care about it anymore. Did you ever watch The Boondocks? Yes, I've watched every single episode of The Boondocks multiple times.
As many players as it could have, and suddenly they're even more dependent on those same platforms the next time around because they're still in the hole. I think the best two possible examples I could give are Square Enix and Remedy. Final Fantasy spent years tied to PlayStation, and I think that has absolutely helped to drag that series further out of the wider conversation of video games, with both Final Fantasy 16 and Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth just failing to meet expectations. And with Remedy and Alan Wake, well, that was locked to the Epic Game Store, and that game just didn't sell. It was a game that took them to the end of 2024 to finally start generating royalties for the studio because Epic still had to recoup their costs from it first. These are not bad games, and I think that's what makes it so frustrating. They are games that should have had every single possible chance to be able to find players, but instead, they launched outside of the reach of players because these platforms were putting themselves first. So those games come out and they underperform, or at least they fall short of what they should have been. That studio now needs more money. The platform holder is still there with the check because they still want players to be baited in by some of these games. And the next exclusive deal starts looking a little bit more necessary than the last one. And it just keeps happening. And it's such a bad cycle. And it's not good for these studios. It's not what the players are wanting. And it looks like Lords of the Fallen is going to be one of the first ones to break this cycle by putting the players first. Just a few days ago, Lords of the Fallen CEO Barrick Tominsky wrote on Twitter, independent developer CI Games today announced that it has signed a separation agreement with Epic Games Publishing. As a result, CI Games...
That's a smart decision. That's the right decision to make. Because the second you are using a different publisher, you're someone else's bitch. That's how it always works in the gaming world. Your publisher is your daddy, and he's going to make you do shit you don't want to do.
Has regained full open distribution rights for the PC version of Lords of the Fallen 2, moving away from the PC exclusive publishing arrangement signed in June of 2020.
Wait, they let a guy get doxxed, fired him from his job, banned from his volunteer work, family threatened, and some claim that one of their community managers was involved. For CI Games, or you mean Helldivers?
24. Lords of the Fallen 2 remains scheduled to launch later this year on PC via Epic Game Store and other PC storefronts, as well as PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X and S. CI Games will self-publish the title across all platforms, while Ion continues to be the global physical distribution partner. This has never happened before, at least not like this. An independent studio raising money, turning around and dissolving their publishing agreement just so they can get out of what would have been permanent exclusivity. Honestly, man, this is just crazy, especially for how much money was likely invested into these guys. And all of this was done based on player feedback. It's what their players wanted. And I mean this with sincerity. Regardless of how good Lords of the Fallen 2 ends up, if this game had stayed locked to Epic, it was going to fail. PC players have chosen Steam. That fight is over. Epic cannot pull them away, even when they're giving away free games. I mean, look at...
Getting locked onto a console fucks up everything. Getting locked onto a single platform where your daddy's making decisions for you ruins your entire fucking game because it'll never expand out beyond that universe and you won't get a wider player base who loves you. You fucking yourself over royally by doing that.
Their numbers. Over the past 5 years, they've more than doubled their user count, but they've only increased third-party revenue by 1.6%. People log in, they take a free game, and then they leave. Hell, in most cases, they go buy that exact same game on Steam later because that's where they actually want to play it.
Yes, because Steam is just a better platform. What did you expect?
If we then add to this Newzoo finding out that PC is set to outgrow all revenue of all consoles by 2028, Capcom saying that 55% of their players are on PC, and so many major platform releases finding most of their success on PC, this is not some niche side of the market anymore. This is where the players are. This is where the money's at.
And unless you're a Nintendo game, then you have Japan. Yeah, Nintendo games, I think that we're moving towards a future where Nintendo games are going to start falling the fuck off. The second that Nintendo keeps fucking up their console releases and their platform releases, which might be another 10 to 15 years into the future, then you're going to start seeing like the entire ecosystem of Nintendo fall apart. And what they're going to do is they're going to start moving towards being patent trolls like they did with Palworld. I think Palworld was a key indicator of what direction Nintendo is going in the future.
The overwhelming majority of these players are on Steam. If you're not putting that game in front of those players, you are choosing to fail. CI Games knew that. They could see that. It's impossible not to see it at this point. But they also saw the players telling them, and the developers listened to it. And they've seen that stuff ever since this game was revealed. And these guys actually went out and they acted on it. All I have to say is that these guys aren't bullshitting. They are player first, even when that means taking the risk onto themselves. And don't get it twisted. Lords of the Fallen 2 is absolutely going to find more players because of this. But
it just
CI
looks
Games
like
is
a
basically handed
Dark
back the
Souls
safety
game.
net that exclusivity deal gave them. They chose to self-publish this game, and now the only thing that's left to catch these guys is the players. This is a wild leap of faith. That is something that very few studios in this industry try anymore. Most AA or even independent studios still have some kind of major backing from publishing or marketing partnerships with some of these other major publishers. But these guys are going in raw because they believe in